Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 10 of What If Naruto Was the Devil Ninja in High School DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto was pouting when they arrived back home. As Kuno marveled at the Japanese-style mansion they lived in, he sent a fierce pout toward Rias, Kaneko, Kiba, and basically everyone else. In fact, the only person he didn't glare at is Rosweiss and Irina, and that was because out of all the people there, they were the only two who hadn't made fun of him. "You people are awful," he grumped. Says the man who lives for his pranks. Ria's eyes sparkled as a beautiful but mischievous smile caused her lips to curl in a seductive fashion. "Not so fun when you're the one being pranked, is it? HMPH. Just remember this moment, Rias. I'll get you back for it one day. Naruto Uzumaki always repays his debts." Sure. Rias dismissed Naruto's threat with an airy wave of her hand. Within his mind, Naruto envisioned Rias dressed as Yugi and challenging him to a duel. That was basically what she was doing anyway. She was totally challenging him. "Anyway, why don't you show Kuno around the house?" Rias suggested. "Yeah, sure." Naruto tucked away his stray thoughts of revenge deep within his mind and looked at Kuno. "Want me to show you around?" Kuno bowed to me. "Yes, please." "All right then, let's get Office." Naruto and Kuno glanced at Office as she latched onto his arm, curious expressions on their faces, but the dragon did not seem bothered by their looks. She tightly hugged Naruto's arm like she was demanding attention. Her breasts at present were fairly modest in size, about halfway between Kaneko's and Revel's, but the supple elasticity they had was pronounced. He wondered if this incredible marshmallow-like softness was something Office had created thanks to her abilities as a dragon god. He somehow didn't think so, but then, how did she get such incredibly soft breasts? "I am going to join you," she said. "But haven't you already seen the entire house?" asked Naruto. Office stared at him with a deadpan look in her eyes. "So?" Seeing her like this, Naruto just shrugged and decided not to bother getting an answer. Women were weird sometimes. He soon took Kuno on a tour of the mansion, which took almost 2 hours because it was such a large place. The lot the Grimori family had bought out to build this mansion spanned a total of about 2 square kilometers. It was a huge place, though most of the mansion was taken up by the Zen garden and koi ponds that dotted the landscape. The sun had gone down by the time he finished giving Kuno the grand tour. Together with Office, they traveled to the kitchen, where a feast large enough to feed an army was waiting. It looked like the one who cooked it was Rias, judging by her apron. It looked like they were having sukiyaki that night. The scent of slowly cooked meat being simmered in an iron pot tickled his nose and whetted Naruto's appetite. As he got closer, Naruto could see the meat mixed with vegetables and some type of noodles. The thinly sliced beef looked absolutely delicious. Even Kuno and Office began drooling when they saw the meal that had been prepared. "Come on and sit down, you three," Rias said with a gesture toward the table. Despite the table being large enough to fit all of them, it still felt a little cramped, at least to Naruto. There were 6 other people sitting on his side. Office and Kaneko were literally right beside him, with Kuno and Rosweiss were squished in on Office's side, while Revel and Gasper sat right next to Kaneko. The other side had Akino, Asia, Rainer, Issei, Irina, and Kiba. At the heads were Rias and Metatron. "Is everybody ready?" asked Rias. Her words caused a sudden tension to jolt through everyone. They all stared at the hot pot like ravenous wolves salivating over a deer. Hunger shone like a brilliant spark in their eyes, which Naruto could see clear as day, and it made a fire burn inside of him. There was no way he'd let anyone steal his portion. His chopsticks were already in his hand. The light weight was just enough to be felt, offering comfort. They were made of wood, so there was a slight graininess to their overall feel. He clicked them together several times in preparation. Glancing to his left and right, he saw that Kaneko, Office, and the others were also ready to begin grabbing. Rias saw this and nodded. "In that case, let's eat. Itadakimasu." The dinner table was like a battlefield and their war cry was the signal to begin. Naruto flashed out his hand quick as lightning and began snatching up several slices of meat. 1, 2, 3, 4. He figured that was enough for now and began grabbing vegetables. His favorites were the fish cakes, but he didn't neglect the carrots, burdock root, or cabbage. He wasn't the only one fighting for food. Kaneko was quickly trying to snatch as much meat onto her plate as she could, but Revel had also been attempting the same thing. She thrust her chopsticks forward, only to glare when they smacked against Kaneko's. Lightning flashed between their eyes. A war soon broke out between them to see who would claim a slice of beef. Their chopsticks clashed in a fierce duel. You're pretty strong, but don't think you can underestimate me, Revel said through clenched teeth, a wide yet dangerous smile on her lips. My chopstick fu is strong. That's what I'd expect Anoob to say. So lame. Kaneko snorted as she parried Revel's sudden thrust. It looked like she had the upper hand for a moment, but then Revel used magic to knock Kaneko's chopsticks off course and quickly claimed the beef for herself. The Nekosho narrowed her eyes at Revel, but all she received was a smug smile in return. Kaneko, 100. Revel, 1. It was a proud moment for Revel, who had finally one-upped her rival. Naruto was about to start eating when he glanced at Kuno and realized she was too nervous to fight over the food. She stared at the hot pot, her face ashen as the beef continued to disappear. Feeling bad for her, he sighed and quickly used his ninja skills to replace several beef slices in the bowl with transformed shadow clones. Kiba and Rainer were the unfortunate people who grabbed one of his beef shadow clones. The moment they bit into them, 2 puffs of smoke burst from their mouths at nearly the same time. What the hell? Rainer shouted. That was bad form, Naruto, Kiba admonished. Naruto shrugged as he put the beef on Kuno's plate. Sorry, but Kuno also wanted some beef. Kiba sighed. I suppose I can't say anything about that. Except that you're awfully kind to little girls. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Why is everyone picking on me today? You brought this on yourself. Rainer snorted. If you didn't keep acting like a damn lolicon all the time, no one would make fun of you for it. Naruto briefly wondered if maybe his act had gone too far, but then he dismissed the thought. There was no such thing as too far. I'm glad Naruto is a lolicon, Kaneko declared. If he wasn't, he probably wouldn't have sex with me. I'm not sure you can equate me finding you attractive to me being a lolicon, Naruto muttered. Or did you forget that I also think Rias, Rosweiss, and Irina are hot too? While Irina and Rosweiss blushed, Rias just giggled into her hand. Naruto pouted at her when he realized how much fun she was having at his expense. This was too cruel. But then again, Naruto did often joke around at the expense of others. Maybe this was karma. While a lot of people teased Naruto, it wasn't like he didn't give as good as he got. He wasn't one to take things lying down. Oh no, his motto was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a prank for a prank. It all started when Rainer suddenly squealed as something stabbed her in the butt. Her hands went to her backside as she stood up so abruptly that all the food on her plate spilled onto her lap. Hoot! The fallen angel leapt into the air and began screaming as the heat burned her thighs. She hopped back and forth, then quickly tried to wash her now burned legs with a cold toe. That was only the beginning. Poor Kiba ended up having beef slices inexplicably stolen from him. Every time he raised his chopsticks to take a bite, the beef would disappear, and his teeth would clack together, hitting nothing but air. Even when he kept his eyes open and watched the beef, he couldn't figure out what was happening. It was like it disappeared right before his very eyes. Of course, Kaneko also suffered a little when something clamped onto her tail. Naya ha ha. Tears sprang to her eyes as she leapt all the way to the ceiling and landed on it. Crouching low on all fours as she hung upside down, the Nekosho hissed as she tried to figure out who had done that. Throughout it all, Naruto slipped Office a discreet high five as he continued eating like nothing was wrong. While dinner that night was hectic because someone had decided sukiyaki was a good idea, the rest of the night passed by smoothly. It wasn't long before everyone except Naruto and Rias were heading to the living room to watch TV before bed. The two of them were doing the dishes. As Naruto washed and Rias dried, they spoke in soft voices. Do you think Kuno will be able to get close to Lilith? Asked Naruto. It's hard to say. Rias didn't let on what she was thinking as she dried the plate he handed her. I don't really have a clear idea about Lilith, not her personality or personal preferences or even if she's really a part of the Chaos Brigade. The only thing I know is what I've heard from the teachers. She seems to be well liked by all the students because of her doll-like appearance, but she barely ever talks in class. Kuno might have a chance to befriend her. However, that's only if she can get through the girl's quiet demeanor. Which is why you want Office also attending. Exactly. Naruto nodded as he finished cleaning the last dish, the hot pot in which they had cooked sukiyaki, and then handed it off to Rias. Once she was finished drying it off, they joined the others in watching whatever was on TV. It was Issei's turn to choose what they watched, and it looked like he'd chosen an action anime of some kind. They watched TV for several hours, but it eventually came time for everyone to hit the bed. Naruto went upstairs to his room with everyone else, and then realized he probably didn't have a big enough bed anymore. Naruto looked at the girls who had followed him into his room. Then he looked at the bed. It was a king-sized bed, meaning it was pretty damn big. In fact, it was bigger than any bed he'd ever slept in. However, so, maybe you girls should sleep in your own beds for now, he suggested, rubbing the back of his head as he stared at Rias, Kaneko, Revel, Ophis, and Rosweiss. Also, Rosweiss, were you really planning to sleep with me? What are you talking about? Rosweiss's cheeks were burning. We're dating now, right? If these girls are going to sleep with you, shouldn't I also sleep with you? Naruto was certain he'd told her they could take things slowly, but perhaps Gondal's visit had put Rosweiss in something of a tizzy. She seemed desperate to prove that they were really dating. Maybe she even felt self-conscious because Naruto was sleeping with everyone else but not her. I do agree that not all of us will be able to fit on this bed, Rias admitted as she looked at the king-sized bed. It could probably fit them, maybe, but it would be incredibly cramped and uncomfortable. As Naruto's first girlfriend, I should obviously be allowed to sleep with him, but the rest of you should play a game of rock paper scissors to see who also gets to sleep with him. I'm not sure it's fair that you don't even have to play to sleep with Naruto, Revel admitted with a soft frown. Unfair, Ophis agreed. This is the privilege of being Naruto's first, Rias said as she thrust out her chest. While her words were overbearing, the other four couldn't really disagree with her. She was the first person Naruto started dating. She was also Naruto's master, which meant she had more precedence over the rest of them. That being the case, the four remaining ladies began a game of rock paper scissors. Naruto, who knew enough by now to understand that he didn't have a choice in the matter, stripped off his shirt and pants, put on his pajamas, and sat on the bed to let the girls do their thing. Rock. Paper. Scissors. The four girls all thrust out their hands at the same time. Ophis had rock. Kaneko had paper. Revel also had paper. However, Rosweiss had scissors. How do we determine a winner? Rosweiss asked suddenly. Rock beats scissors, so you're out of the run. Paper beats rock, so Ophis is also out. That means chicken wings and me are the winners, Kaneko said. What did you call me? Revel shrieked. You can't decide like that. Rosweiss shouted. Besides, scissors beats paper, so obviously I win. Naruto watched with increasing concern as the girls argued over how to determine who won at this game. He wondered if he should inform them that they could set rules before the start, like best 2 out of 3 wins, but he held back. There were times when a man had to charge forward, and there were times when they had to retreat. In this case, discretion was the better part of valor. While the argument continued, Rias stripped out of all her clothes and laid down on the bed. Her breasts were so large they shifted on her chest. Naruto wanted to reach out and fondle those fun bags, but he knew now wasn't the time since there was a group of girls currently arguing over who else got to sleep with him. Quick, join me while they fight, she said. Her offer was one that Naruto could not refuse. He crawled over and joined Rias underneath the covers, relishing in the feel of her massive breasticles as they squished pleasantly against his chest. Her nipples felt magnificent. Lightning coursed through his body as her nips rubbed against his bare skin. The two of them slowly fell asleep while cuddled together. The battle to see who else would sleep with Naruto continued well into the night. The other girls wouldn't even realize Naruto and Rias had fallen asleep until several hours later. Devil Ninja. Kuno got ready super early in the morning and was waiting in the kitchen when Naruto came downstairs, trying to stretch out his body. He had a kink in his neck, his arms were sore, and his chest felt like someone had dropped an anvil on it. Last night, the girls couldn't figure out how to determine who would win the game of rock paper scissors and decided they should all sleep with him. Of course, for as large as his bed was, it still wasn't big enough to fit so many. They ended up squished together. Naruto was the unfortunate person on the bottom. He was certain many people would have been envious of him. Indeed, there were numerous men the world over who'd kill to sleep with so many gorgeous women at once. None of them understood how painful it could sometimes be. He'd almost died from being smothered, and while that would have been quite the way to go, he still had a lot to live for. Good morning, Lord Naruto. Kuno greeted him with a slight bow. Morning, Kuno. Naruto yawned as he walked over to the coffee maker and began filling it with ground coffee beans. He normally didn't drink coffee, but he felt like he needed some now. As he worked, he asked Kuno, "How did you sleep? No trouble living in a new place?" Kuno, who had stood up to greet him, sat back down at the table. She was too short for her legs to reach the ground. Perhaps that was why she childishly kicked her feet back and forth. It was a little awkward at first. I couldn't feel comfortable right away, and the beds are really different from the futons I normally sleep in. But I fell asleep just fine after a while. That's good to hear. The coffee machine released a whirring noise before it began filling a small coffee pot located underneath it. Naruto watched the pot fill up with coffee for several seconds. He wrinkled his nose a little before turning to look at Kuno. I see you're wearing the Kuo Academy uniform. It looks good on you. Thank you very much. Like all female academy uniforms, this one featured a long-sleeved button-down shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, just underneath the black shoulder cape and matching button-down corset. The magenta skirt with white accents underneath complemented Kuno's pale skin. She looked like a very pretty doll. The coffee was soon made. Naruto poured himself a cup with lots of cream and sugar. He hoped the cream and sugar would offset the bitter taste of the coffee, which he was not a fan of and was the reason he never really drank coffee. As he sat down at the table with Kuno and initiated light conversation, everyone else began trickling in. Revel came in first. Like Naruto, she looked exhausted, but even so, she still saw him and asked him to help her with breakfast since she was running late. He sighed but didn't argue. Together, the two of them made a very simple breakfast of pancakes. Of course, since so many people lived with them, they made a lot of pancakes. Rias was one of the last to enter. She sat down next to Naruto and immediately engaged Kuno in conversation. Are you excited for school? Yes, though I'm also a little nervous. Kuno placed a hand on her chest and breathed deeply. I know I'm not just here to attend school, but to help you find out more about a girl named Lilith. I'm worried I won't be able to help you like you need me to. Don't worry about that. Rias waved her worry off with a smile. Just do your best. If you need help, we also have Ophis who'll be attending as well. Her paperwork is all done. Ophis did not look pleased to hear that she'd be attending elementary school, but she sighed and gave Kuno a somewhat bland smile. Don't worry. Even if that girl turns out to be an enemy, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Thank you very much. Kuno seemed a bit nervous around Ophis, but Naruto assumed that was because she knew that the other girl was, in fact, the dragon god known as the most powerful being in existence aside from Great Red. Of course, Kurama was also her equal. Breakfast finished and everyone got ready to leave. Ophis shrunk back into her lowly form. Naruto would admit, he was kinda sad to see her go back. Her older appearance had been more appealing. This Lolita form was cute, but it lacked the raw sex appeal of her previous look. Of course, it wasn't like they could have sex right now, considering they had to deal with this Lilith problem. They walked to school as a large group, chatting and causing a scene everywhere they went. Whether people stared at them because of how big a group they were, or because of how many beautiful women were in it, Naruto couldn't say. Upon reaching the school campus, Rias turned to everyone. I'm going to show Kuno and Ophis where their classes are. The rest of you head to class. Naruto. I'll see you later. After giving Naruto a kiss on the lips, Rias took Kuno and Ophis by the hand and began leading them away. Meanwhile, the rest of the group separated into their respective classes. Naruto was with Kiba and Irina, while Xenovia was with Issei and Asia. Akino went off on her own, being the only senior present. Kaneko and Revel also went off together. Gasper should have been with them, but Naruto had lost sight of the skittish vampires sometime after breakfast. Classes that day were the same as always. Naruto decided not to skip this time since Rosweiss caught him the other day. As the woman went into a lecture regarding Japan's policies on foreigners becoming citizens, he dutifully took notes and did his best to keep himself from getting distracted. It was harder than it sounded. He partly blamed it on his own inattentiveness, but he also felt like blaming whoever made Rosweiss their teacher. Really, all he could do was stare at her lips and think about how nice it would be to kiss her. They hadn't done anything like that yet, which was a shame. By the time the bell rang, signaling a new period, Naruto felt a deep ache in his bones. Class is finally over, he groaned. Just the first one, Kiba said as he and Irina wandered over to him. We still have several more to go. Please don't remind me, Naruto whined. Are you okay? Irina asked, frowning in concern. You seem distracted. Is it because of Kuno and Ophis? You can see through me pretty well. I guess I haven't been very subtle. Rubbing the back of his head, Naruto thought about the two girls currently attending classes in the elementary school division. I am a little worried. If this Lilith really is a part of the Chaos Brigade, then how come I've never heard of her before? Kiba shrugged. Maybe because she's a new member. I don't think this is as simple as them getting a new member, Naruto said, shaking his head. It seems more like this Lilith might somehow be a clone of Ophis, and if that's the case, there's no telling what her purpose is. We also don't know who made her, why they made her, or whether or not she's got the same powers as Ophis herself. I don't like sending a little kid off to deal with that. If Ophis hadn't agreed to join her, there's no way I would have let Kuno do this. You're very protective of Kuno, huh? Asked Irina, giggling into her hand. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Of course I am. Kuno is just a kid. She's 12 years old. I don't want to say she's far too young to be doing something like this since she's already been through so much, and I did much worse when I was her age, but I don't like the idea of her going into an unknown situation without backup. Very protective, Irina added. Naruto sighed, but he didn't say anything to dispute her, and class was beginning again anyway. Their other teachers weren't Rosweiss, who acted as his class's homeroom teacher and taught civics. Naruto had no issue replacing himself with a clone and heading to the elementary school division. Of course, he didn't just walk around in the open. Naruto transformed himself into an elementary school version of himself, which he felt was better than actually trying to sneak around. Unfortunately, this ended up backfiring on him. What are you doing out of class? Naruto froze when a young woman he didn't recognize walked up to him. She was dressed in a simple skirt and shirt. He would have put her age at around her mid-20s or early 30s, but her age wasn't important. What was important was that he'd been caught. Thinking fast, Naruto quickly crossed escaping off the list. If he did that, it would cause problems, which might get back to Rias. Therefore, his only option was to lie and do so convincingly. Fortunately, Naruto was a ninja. I was just going, to the bathroom. Naruto created fake tears and looked up at the teacher, making his eyes look as big, wide, and innocent as possible. But then I got lost. So. The woman's eyes widened, perhaps sensing that he was on the verge of crying, and she quickly tried to calm him down. It's okay. There's no need to cry. Please don't cry. Look, why don't you tell me your name, and I'll help you find your classroom. Sound good? Okay. Naruto didn't give her his real name, which could be traced back to him, and instead gave her some bullshit made-up name and told her that his classroom had a really cranky old guy for a teacher. He honestly had no idea if there were any teachers like that, but she seemed to know someone who fit the description. I know which class that is. Come on, I'll take you there. Okay, thank you, pretty little. The woman smiled kindly at him and walked off with him in tow. He paid careful attention as she led him to a door and knocked several times. As the door was opening, Naruto made quick use of the shunshin to travel through the hallway and into another hallway. He began walking without waiting to hear whether or not the teacher realized he was missing. Using stealth this time, Naruto searched high and low for the class Kuno and Ophis had gone to. The bell rang. As it did, several elementary students exited from their classrooms and began moving. Naruto slipped into the crowd and kept his eyes out as he was led outside with the others. It wasn't until the crowd began to split off that he finally caught sight of Kuno and Ophis. They were with a girl who looked remarkably similar to Ophis herself. Kuno, Ophis, Naruto called out as he ran over to them. While Kuno looked really confused, Ophis narrowed her eyes. Naruto, I didn't realize you were able to transform as well. Naruto, your Lord Naruto. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. It isn't the same as your transformation. This is just an illusion. I see. Ophis nodded. Yes, that makes sense. It would be weird if you could also transform like I could. Anyway, are you two going to introduce me to your friend? Asked Naruto, emphasizing the word friend, looking at the emotionless girl who really did look identical to Ophis. Even their expressions were the same. Oh, right. Kuno responded to Naruto's words quickly and gestured to the girl. This is Lilith. We just met today. Hello, Lilith said in the same emotionless way Ophis normally did. No, her response might have been even worse. Naruto didn't know why, but the way she spoke caused a chill to run down his spine. Nice to meet you. Naruto ignored his feelings and gave her a foxy grin before looking at the other two. So, I'll probably have to disappear once lunch is over, but do you wanna play until then? Is that really okay? Asked Kuno. What about your class? Don't worry about that. Naruto waved his hand to dismiss her concern. I replaced myself with a shadow clone. It should be fine if I play for a little while. Well, if you say so. I do. Now, let's have fun. Grabbing all three girls, Naruto quickly went over to the playset, excitement barely masked beneath his brilliant smile. Back when he was a child, Naruto hadn't been able to play with other kids like this. The parents always told their children to stay away from him. He remembered the many lonely days of sitting on the swing, wishing he had friends who he could play with. Now he had transformed into a child and suddenly wanted to feel what it was like to play with other kids. He was going to make up for lost times. Believe it. Devil Ninja tilde. I cannot believe you, was how the beginning of Rosweiss's lecture went. How could you sneak out of class like that? And to top it off, you transformed into a child so you could play with elementary school kids. Do you know how wrong and morally corrupt that sounds? Naruto should have realized he'd be getting a lecture the moment he arrived in the occult research clubroom. In hindsight, he would admit that his actions might not have been the most well-thought-out idea, but he didn't feel like saying that out loud. Admitting he was wrong was tantamount to telling Rosweiss that she was right. Which she was, but he didn't want to admit that. That was why Naruto said nothing. Can you at least tell us why you decided to sneak out of class, transform into a kid, and sneak into the elementary school class? Asked an exasperated Rosweiss. Naruto opened his mouth to answer her, but Rias beat him to it. You were worried about Kuno and Office, right? Her wry smile was enough to let him know what she was thinking. I bet you wanted to check in and make sure they were okay. You got me, Naruto admitted, rubbing the back of his head. Everyone except for the two aforementioned people were present in the clubroom. Rias was sitting behind her desk as usual. Kiba was leaning against the wall as he listened to Rosweiss lecture Naruto. Akino was standing behind Rias. Kaneko and Gasper were playing Monster Hunter on their PSP. Meanwhile, Xenovia, Asia, Rainer, and Issei were sitting on a couch and watching the verbal bashing with various expressions that ranged from amusement to pity. I said it before, but you are really overprotective, aren't you? Irina said. She was sitting on the same couch as Kaneko. Naruto shrugged. I can't help it. While the others were arrayed around the room, Rosweiss and Naruto were in front of the desk behind which Rias sat. Rosweiss was standing and Naruto was sitting in Caesar. He'd been forced into this position the moment he entered by an irate Rosweiss, who had somehow discovered he snuck out of class despite not being present. He really had to wonder how she did that. And what did you find out? Asked Rias. Kuno and Office have made contact with Lilith. Naruto stood up now that Rosweiss's lecture was over. She looks just like she did in that image you showed us. Not only does she look like an exact replica of Office, but her bland and emotionless expressions are a dead ringer for her too. The only reason I can differentiate them is because Office has become a lot more expressive since we met. Something we have you to thank, no doubt, Rias said with a nod. And, what's your impression of her? Naruto shook his head. I'm fairly certain she was somehow created by the Chaos Brigade, but I don't know how. Also, there's something really weird about her. Weird how? Asked Rias. It's like she's empty, and I don't just mean her expression and mannerisms. Naruto scrunched up his face as he scratched his whisker marks. It's like she's an empty vessel that's waiting for something to fill it. She has no magical power, dragon or otherwise, and her presence doesn't even show up on my radar. Even when I was looking right at her, I couldn't feel her at all. Even humans have more presence than she does. It was like she wasn't there. Like she was just a ghost. That is odd. Rias furrowed her brow. I don't think she's related to Office at all, but that she was merely created in Office, likeness for some as of yet unexplained reason, Naruto theorized. Have you learned anything about her as a person? Rias continued her questioning. Other than that she has even less of a personality than Office did when we first met, I haven't learned anything. Naruto scratched his head. When I say she's empty, I mean it. Everything about her makes me think she's just a shell meant to contain something. I think she might be a puppet or something similar. While their conversation was taking place, the others paid close attention to what was being said. Even Kaneko and Gasper had ceased playing their game to listen in. I'm not so sure I like the sound of this, Rainer muttered. It does sound like something big is going to happen soon, Asia added. What do you think the Chaos Brigade wants? Asked Issei. Who fucking knows? Rainer leaned her head back and sighed. Those people are even crazier than I was. I think you're still pretty crazy, Kaneko muttered. What was that? Whatever the Chaos Brigade wants, it likely has something to do with Office, Rias said as she placed her hands on the desk. We'll need to keep an eye on her. Naruto, I'm going to let you begin ditching class to watch this girl. Don't let yourself be seen like you did this time. Watch from a distance and make sure nothing happens to Kuno and Office. You got it, Rias, Naruto said. Kaneko and Roswise, Rias added as she looked at the Nekosho and the former Valkyrie, I want you two to act as Naruto's backup. Kaneko gave Rias a thumbs up. Word. Please leave this matter to us, Roswise added. I really hope nothing happens, but in the event it does, I want everyone to be ready, Rias said. Whatever plans the Chaos Brigade has for Lilith and Ophis, we cannot let them come to fruition. Devil Ninja. A few days passed but nothing happened. Naruto followed Ophis and Kuno as they spent time with Lilith, who really did have about as much personality as a brick wall. During this time, Naruto also waited to hear word from Team Valley, but he never heard anything from them. He was beginning to grow worried. As was the case with most days, Naruto, Kaneko, and Roswise were following Kuno, Lilith, and Ophis. Classes had ended for the day. The three younger students, except for Ophis who was like a bazillion years old or something, were traveling to a sweet shop that Kaneko had told Kuno about the day before. They didn't seem to be aware that they were being tailed, though Naruto was sure Ophis had at least sensed them. It looks like they're going into the shop, Roswise said, turning to him. Should we follow them? Naruto shook his head. No, we're supposed to be unseen observers, remember? Let's sit over at that cafe across the street. I'm down with that, so long as I can get a white chocolate latte, Kaneko said. Sure. Naruto reached out and rubbed Kaneko's head. Their group traveled across the seat, sat down, and just like Kaneko wanted, Naruto ordered her a white chocolate latte, as she sat in his lap. Her actions attracted many stares, but Kaneko didn't seem to care. A pouting and blushing Roswise ordered herself a black coffee as she glared enviously at Kaneko. Naruto also ordered a coffee, but it was only to be polite and he asked them to leave a lot of room for cream. He couldn't drink his coffee black like Roswise could. From this position, Naruto could see Kuno, Ophis, and Lilith as they stood inside the shop. Ophis and Kuno seemed to be getting along great. The two were chatting like they were best friends, and Ophis was even wearing a small smile, showing that she actually enjoyed spending time with Kuno despite being forced back into her Lolita form. The problem was Lilith. From the beginning of his days observing her, Naruto had not seen the girl crack even one smile. She hadn't frowned either. She could talk, she responded to people when they called to her, but she didn't display any human emotions at all. It was just like he had said this whole time. Lilith was like a doll, an empty vessel that was incapable of displaying emotions. That worried Naruto. As if to increase his worry, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the middle of the street. Naruto, Roswise, and Kaneko stood up, their chairs clattering to the floor as they prepared themselves for potential combat. Only Naruto eventually relaxed. The tension didn't loosen from his body, but he felt a brief moment of relief. Relax, you two, he said. I know who that magic circle belongs to. You do? Roswise asked. Yup, it's Fei-chan. At that moment, Lefei Pendragon appeared within the magic circle, startling all the humans who had been present. The blonde girl stumbled forward, falling to her knees as the magic circle vanished. A lot of people began speaking about what had just happened, talking in excited voices, but Naruto didn't say a thing as he realized something that caused his blood to run cold. Lefei was a wreck. Her clothing was shredded apart. The cute foreign girl's dress, which resembled something Naruto expected from a sorceress in an anime, was cut and torn in so many places that her chest, thighs, and even some of her crotch was showing. Blood leaked from wounds visible beneath the shredded clothes. Also, her hat, which Naruto rarely ever saw her without, was missing. Fei-chan. Naruto quickly rushed over to Lefei's side and knelt down just as she collapsed. He turned the girl over and took her into his arms. Her head lolled from side to side as he opened her closed eyes and saw that they were rolled into the back of her head. He could feel something wet leaking onto his clothes, soaking into the fabric, and the iron scent of blood was heavy in the air. A crowd had gathered by this point. Everyone was crowding around him and Lefei to see what was happening, but no one was actually doing anything aside from taking pictures to post on Twitter. While this went on, Kaneko and Roswise pushed through the crowd. Both of them looked pale as they stared at the girl in his arms. Naruto. Who is this? Asked Roswise. Never mind that right now. Naruto shook his head as he knew now wasn't the time. Roswise, do you have any healing magic that can fix up Fei-chan? I have a few healing spells, Roswise admitted. However, they are only basic spells. None of them have the power of something like Asia's Twilight Healing. It's fine. Please use them to heal Fei-chan. After giving this order, he turned to Kaneko. I want you to keep an eye on Kuno, Ophis, and Lilith. You got it, Kaneko said before pushing her way back through the crowd. Naruto set Lefei on the ground, stood up, and stepped back so Rosweiss could do her thing. In the meantime, Naruto began working on getting the crowd to forget everything they saw here. He used one of the few magics he knew known as memory alteration, which allowed him to alter or erase the memories of others. A magic circle spread out from underneath him, encompassing all the people present within a 100-meter radius. He was using a mass version of the memory alteration spell. Since he wasn't very good at fine-tuning magic, he could only use big spells like this that required less control. It was better to erase the memories of everyone all at once anyway. As the spell took effect, everyone around them began blinking. Before they could regain their bearings, another magic circle appeared, and the people's eyes suddenly turned glassy as they turned around and began leaving. Naruto kept a close eye on everyone. He waited until all the pedestrians had disappeared before sighing in relief and letting the magic circle vanish. He turned back to Rosweiss. "How is she?" "I've healed all of her injuries, but she's completely exhausted." Rosweiss looked up from where she was working on Lefay. It looks like aside from suffering numerous injuries, she also expended all of her magical power to get here. She's going to need a lot of rest, at least a couple of days. I don't think she'll wake up anytime soon. Naruto nodded and was about to speak, but Kaneko raced toward them just then, her expression panicked. "Naruto, I can't find Kuno, Ophis, or Lilith," she exclaimed. At those words, Naruto looked at the sweet shop where he'd last seen the three girls, only to see that no one was there. Even the people who'd been there aside from those three had vanished. This isn't good. Naruto looked at Rosweiss. "Take Fei-chan to our home and inform Rias that Kuno, Ophis, and Lilith have disappeared. Kaneko and me are going to search for them." "Okay." Rosweiss nodded as she lifted Lefay into her arms, projected her wings from her back, and took off into the sky. "Let's go, Naruto," Kaneko said. "We need to hurry and find those three. I have a bad feeling that something is going to happen if we don't get to them soon." "Me too. Let's take to the sky. We should be able to find them more easily that way." Wings spread from Naruto's and Kaneko's backs as they leapt into the air. With a mighty flap of their devil wings, they began flying high above Kuo and started searching for the three girls. Naruto could only hope they would find them soon. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Kuno was enjoying looking through the different sweets La Chocola had. There were so many different types. They didn't just have Japanese confectionaries either, there were also Western cupcakes, fresh-baked cookies, pound cake, and numerous other sweets she had never heard of. Not only was the selection wide, but the scent from so many desserts filled the room with an incredible and appetizing aroma. The sweetness of chocolate mixed with the richness of red velvet and cheesecake to create a scent that nearly made her mouth water. Ophis also seemed to be looking at the sweets with unusual interest. Kuno wondered if maybe the dragon god had a sweet tooth. The only one not paying much attention was Lilith, who to this day remained a blank slate. To be honest, Kuno was kind of worried about her newfound friend. It didn't seem possible for anyone to be that emotionless. "What one do you think we should get?" asked Kuno. Ophis narrowed her eyes as her gaze darted from one dessert to the next. They were all lined up in neat rows inside of a several-tier display case. "I want to try the red velvet Belvedere. But the chocolate mousse also looks really good." "We could always get both," Kuno suggested. Ophis was about to respond, but just then, Lilith suddenly grabbed their hands and began dragging them away from the display case. Kuno was so shocked that she almost tripped over her own 2 feet. Even Ophis seemed startled by the emotionless girl's sudden actions. "Lilith, what are you doing?" asked Kuno. "Just come with me please," Lilith said as she dragged them out of the store. Kuno and Ophis didn't put up a fight since they were curious to know where Lilith was taking them. Naruto had said it was possible this girl was part of the Chaos Brigade. If that was the case, then they needed to find out whatever they could and let Naruto know about it as soon as possible. As they left the store, Kuno saw a large crowd of people gathering over at the cafe across the street, but she didn't have time to wonder what was happening over there because Lilith led her and Ophis through an alley. They emerged from the other side. This street was mercifully clear of people. However, that wasn't a good thing. Kuno felt her hair stand on end as the feeling of something passing over her like a static shock spread across the ground. A vibrant light filled the air before dimming. Then the world changed, or rather, the sky became filled with strange distortions that let Kuno know they were trapped within a barrier. "Good job, Lilith. I knew you'd be able to bring them here." At the sound of the unknown person's voice, Kuno turned around and gaped at the person standing just several meters away. When did he get there? How come she hadn't noticed him? Kuno knew she was young, but she was still a 9-tailed fox. She had incredibly sharp senses. So how? I see there is someone I don't know. Well, fuck. Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. The man grinned. I am Rizvam Lucifer, and I've come to ask that you return with us, Ophis. While Kuno was confused, Ophis frowned at the man who looked to be in his mid or late 40s. His dark silver hair swayed over his hazel eyes, which were sharp and just seemed evil somehow. A strange aura surrounded him. She couldn't figure out what that aura was, but it felt bottomless, like it was sucking everything in without limit. His armor was similar to Sears's, but it was silver instead of red. Rizvam, Ophis sighed. I have no intention of returning to the Chaos Brigade. I am aware now, thanks to Naruto, that you and the others were merely using my name for your own purposes. I know most of you have no intention of helping me get rid of Great Red. This is true. I have no desire to help you return home. Rizvam smiled. However, my master and I still have need of your power. Sadly, powerful as my master is, he does not have control over time and space like you do, and his power is currently restricted thanks to that brat you're so taken in with. Naruto. Ophis frowned. What does Naruto have to do with this? Kuno wondered, though she didn't voice this question out loud. Of course, I would also like you to come with me so I can fill every hole you have with my dick. Rizvam laughed as if he'd just told a funny joke. Anyway, I'm going to have to ask that you come with me. I already told you I refuse, was Ophis' immediately reply. That's unfortunate. With a disappointed sigh, Rizvam snapped his fingers, and Kuno suddenly felt something wrap around her throat. She gasped for a breath that wouldn't come. Raising her hands, she reached out and grabbed the offending object, trying to pull it away from her throat, but it was all for naught. Spots soon began appearing in front of her vision as her breathing became completely cut off. Lilith. For the first time since Kuno arrived, Ophis shouted, her tone tinged with desperation. What are you doing? Release Kuno at once. Lilith. What did Lilith have too? Oh, she must have been the one choking her from behind. So this thing around her neck was an arm. Kuno blinked several times as she tried to process this, but it was getting harder and harder to think. I wouldn't try anything, if I were you, Rizvam said, wagging an index finger back and forth. You might have the powers of a god, but if you move even a little, I will order Lilith to kill your friend. Ophis turned a glare on him, but he just chuckled. Now don't give me that look. I promise not to kill her if you do what I say. There's no way I can trust you. Ophis narrowed her eyes into slits. I know you are not the kind of person who keeps his promises. I also know you enjoy hurting others. This is true. Rizvam cocked his head to the side. I am a devil. Devils are evil beings by nature, you know. We are meant to be evil, wicked, brutal, and vicious. The worst kind of scum the world has ever known. It's what we were born for. However, devils are also supposed to be cunning. That's why I know it's better to keep Kuno alive for the time being than it is to kill her. I don't have the power to hold you on my own, and my master is currently dealing with another matter. If I killed her now, I wouldn't have anything to keep you on a leash. Kuno's vision was beginning to go black. Her legs felt weak and her arms were now dangling loosely at her sides. She was so far gone that she didn't even feel embarrassed when something warm and wet trickled down her legs. Drool leaked from her mouth as she made rasping sounds like a vacuum sucking up nothing. Better make your decision quickly. It looks like your friend doesn't have much time left. Rizvam smiled at Ophis, who narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Rosweiss was still carrying Lefay as she raced through the sky, flapping her devil wings as quickly as she could. The air whistled around her. Her eyes were stinging from the intense speed she traveled. Lefay's weight in her arms gave her a sense of urgency. She was forced to stop traveling, however, when a magic circle suddenly appeared in her path. Rosweiss did not recognize any of the glyphs inside of the magic circle. However, she could sense demonic power coming from it, and simply by pairing what she knew about demonic magic with this circle, determined that it was a transportation circle used to teleport a single individual. Nearly a second after she figured out what this circle was meant for, someone appeared from it, a young man with silver hair tied in a braid. He was relatively handsome, with a strong jaw and the sort of pretty boy looks Rosweiss remembered hearing several Valkyries gush over. His silver robe complemented his hair. He smiled at her. A chill went down Rosweiss's spine. You are Rosweiss, aren't you? He bowed slightly, eyes still locked firmly on her. My name is Euclid Lucifuge. I've wanted to speak with you for some time now. I am a huge fan of your work. My work? What? Rosweiss kept herself on guard against this man, who seemed to know her even though she didn't know him. Euclid smiled. I'm talking about the essay on trihexa that you wrote in college. How do you know about that? Asked Rosweiss, shocked beyond compare. She had indeed written an essay about trihexa in college, but she never published it because she thought it would be dangerous. How I know about it isn't important. Euclid waved off her concerns. What is important is that I would like to recruit you to Klipov. Ah, you probably don't know what that is. We're an organization under the rule of Rizvam Levon Lucifer. We have many goals. One of those goals has to do with the legendary trihexa. That is why I'd love it if you could join us. We could use a woman like you on our side. Rosweiss suddenly felt even more on edge than before. These people from the Chaos Brigade wanted to revive that monster. The very thought made her shiver with rage and fear. Her body was shaking. However, she quickly steeled herself. A magic circle suddenly appeared in front of her, branching off to become a second magic circle, then a third, sixth, 12th. Until there were 30 magic circles in the air. The circles glowed briefly before exploding in a display of fireworks that could be seen for miles. Euclid frowned. What are you doing? Nothing much, Rosweiss said with a slight smile. I've just decided to turn down your offer and alert my companions to your presence. I see. Euclid's face grew dark as several magic circles appeared around him. In that case, I will take you by force before they can get here. Rosweiss took off into the air as several magic circles appeared around her, creating a protective shield to defend her from all sides against any attack Euclid tried to make. She wasn't fighting to win. She was fighting to buy time. However, when several powerful bolts of magic slammed into her shields and shattered several of them, Rosweiss realized that playing defensively might not even be possible. Devil Ninja. Naruto and Kaneko had split up to cover more ground. Kuo wasn't the largest city in Japan, but it was still nearly 100 kilometers across. Without knowing exactly where Kuno, Lilith, and Ophis disappeared to, they couldn't afford to stay together and search. As he flew through the air, Naruto looked down at the streets and buildings, narrowing his eyes as he realized Kuo's city was strangely empty. It was the middle of the day and a weekend. There should have been a lot of people shopping, relaxing, and wandering through the city at this time of day, especially high school and middle school students. That no one was present was disconcerting. As this thought crossed his mind, a massive explosion of fireworks went off several hundred meters away. Even he couldn't see what was happening. However, he knew that they must have been fired off by Rosweiss, who was a skilled enough magician to pull such a feat off. Naruto, I'm sensing a strange presence behind you. Reacting to Kurama's words, Naruto dropped from the sky just as something passed over him. He looked up. The object that passed over him was a screeching greenish-white sphere with several stars spinning along its side. The attack flew through the space where he had been, continued on, and then detonated in the air with enough force that Naruto was blown back. Kuramua. That's... Yes. Kurama's voice was grave. That was one of your signature jutsu, the Rasenshuriken. I missed, a frighteningly familiar voice said. I guess I should have expected that. We always did have sharp senses, and you've got that blasted fox inside of you. Naruto was almost afraid to turn around, but he did anyway, shifting his attention above him, to where someone was floating. Yami. The name escaped his mouth unwillingly and without consent. His heart felt like it had stopped beating, while his throat had closed up in shock. So many emotions ran through him in that moment that he couldn't quantify them all. Floating above him was a man with spiky blonde hair, 3 whisker marks on each cheek, and crimson irises surrounded by black sclera. A dark grin sat on the young man's face. The black cloak he wore, which covered most of his body, flapped in the breeze. It made seeing what he looked like underneath that cloak hard, but Naruto didn't need to see. He knew. He'd seen his own body in the mirror plenty of times. Hello, Naruto, Yami said. It's been a while, hasn't it? I haven't seen you since our confrontation at the Falls of Truth. I thought you were gone, Naruto said as he tried to calm down. His heart was thudding like a war drum in his chest. Gone? Why would I be gone? Yami tilted his head as his grin widened further. I never disappeared. I was always there, right beside you. I became a part of you. No, I suppose it would be better to say we finally became one. Then why? Why am I here? That's a good question. Yami tilted his head to the side as a thoughtful expression suddenly appeared on his dark and sadistic visage. When you were spiraling out of control through the void, the part of you that was me got ripped away somehow. I'm not sure of much because I was in a dormant state, but at some point, you began using Sage Mode. I don't know how. However, when you used Sage Mode, I suddenly felt invigorated. I began gaining more and more power. I eventually became powerful enough that I ripped a hole in the void between worlds and made my way here. That's when I met Rizevum Lucifer and decided to join forces with him. As Naruto listened to Yami speak, a clear picture of what had been happening to him suddenly appeared within his mind. When Naruto first came to this world, his body and chakra circulatory system had been heavily damaged, but it was clear that wasn't the only damage that had been done. The dark emotions that composed Yami had somehow been torn out of him. However, just because Yami was separated from him did not mean they weren't still connected. When he used Sage Mode, the hatred of the world, which should have been his burden to bear, had suddenly flown through their connection and into Yami. The dark emotions from the world filled Yami and increased his power. At the same time, the chakra that belonged to Naruto also began flowing into Yami. Every time he used Sage Mode, every time the world's hatred went into him, those emotions and his power went to Yami. As he processed all these thoughts and theories, Naruto narrowed his eyes. "You're working with the Chaos Brigade." Yami's smile widened. "That's right." "Why? Why?" That question should be obvious. Yami spread his arms wide. "Because I hate you. I hate you. I hate the fox inside of you. I hate this world. I hate this insufferable hatred that's raging inside of me. I hate everything. I want this world and everyone in it to burn. I want the other worlds that exist out there to burn as well, and so, I have decided that I'm going to destroy everything." As Yami began laughing, Naruto clenched his hands into fists. Years ago, Naruto had accepted the side of himself that hated everything, that hated the people of Konoha. In doing so, he learned how to balance his emotions. But now Yami had split from him. He had become a separate but connected entity, and thanks to Naruto's liberal use of Sage Mode, Yami had been constantly absorbing the world's hatred. This not only empowered Yami, but it also forced more and more feelings of hatred onto him. Naruto wouldn't be surprised if Yami had gone completely insane from the overwhelming hatred boiling inside of him. "I'm sorry," Naruto muttered as his arms shook. "I never realized what I was doing to you. I've been forcing you to take on the hatred of an entire world without even realizing it." "Sorry." Yami chuckled, though it was a vile and repulsive sound, not at all pleasant. "Why apologize? There's no need, or rather, if you really want to apologize, then why don't you let me simply absorb the rest of your chakra? Once that happens, I'll become complete." "I can't do that," Naruto said, looking up at his dark half with determined eyes. "You already know I can't. That's also why I'm apologizing. I'm going to beat the snot out of you, drag you back inside of myself, and become whole again. I'm not going to let you destroy the lives of the people I love, and I'm also not going to let you be alone in dealing with that hatred. That's just like you, but are you sure you can actually stop me this time?" As he spoke, strange and repulsive waves of chakra began emitting from Yami's body. A dark and vile energy, blacker than anything Naruto had ever seen, radiated outward. Naruto gasped as he was struck by this repulsive power. It was as if all the hatred he had accumulated over the years was suddenly being thrown in his face. Hatred, malice, the desire to kill and wreak havoc. Naruto shivered as he felt these incredibly powerful and overwhelming emotions. "I don't know if you know this, Naruto, but you and I are a lot like an hourglass." Yami's grin grew darker by the second. "Our power is finite and shared between us. When we're filled with more negative emotions than we are positive emotions, the majority of our chakra goes to me. When we are filled with more positive emotions than we are negative emotions, that chakra goes to you. At present, you've used Sage Mode so many times that we're currently filled with countless negative emotions. An entire world's worth of hatred has accumulated inside of me, while you only have your own emotions to stand on. I am currently far stronger than you. Kurama. Huh, you need a hand, right? I can give you 5 minutes worth of power, but after that, we won't be able to use any more, unless you want to destroy this entire city when you blow yourself up." Naruto hated how his body was unable to withstand the strain of Kurama's chakra. They had created that reverse summoning technique, which reversed their positions in accordance with the seal, but it required hundreds of hand seals to activate. That meant it took time, and Naruto was fairly certain that Yami would not give them that time. He would only have 5 minutes to finish this. He didn't know if that was enough time, but he had to try. Kurama's infinite chakra surged through his body like fire, burning him, bursting from him. It took the form of a shroud as he and Kurama synchronized their hearts. His pupils transformed into slits, the whisker-like markings on his face become thicker to resemble the Bagua trigram, and the shroud's shape soon took on the appearance of a full-length haori similar to the one his dad wore. Kurama mode. "It's been a long time since I saw the chakra shroud," Yami said, though he didn't sound all that nostalgic. The hatred filling his voice could have drowned a regular human. Cold red eyes like blood gazed into his. I've always wanted to fight you while you were using. I'd crush you under my foot, making you suffer through every humiliating experience I could think of, and then, when you were beaten and unable to withstand anymore, I'd kill you in front of your loved ones. I guess I'm going to get that chance now. As Yami chuckled, Naruto took a deep breath, and then burst forward. 10 hands suddenly spread from his back and flew toward Yami. Floating above the palm of each hand was a gigantic Rasenshuriken. The Rasenshuriken slammed into Yami and erupted. A powerful wave of chakra exploded, causing shockwaves to detonate the atmosphere. This power was so strong that the city far beneath them shook and several cracks formed in the ground merely from the backlash. Naruto kept his eyes on the space in front of him, which soon cleared up to reveal an unharmed Yami. Not only was Yami not injured in the least, but his body had changed. A black cloak had appeared around him. White markings covered the shoulders and white magatama hung around his neck. 9 black orbs appeared around him. His hair had been drawn up into 2 wisps that resembled fox ears. His eyes had not changed from their bloody color, but his pupils had become bars. Yami was using Raikudo Senin mode and Sage mode at the same time. That's not gonna be enough if you want to defeat me, Yami said with a smile. Kurama, we're upping the ante. Right. Naruto gnashed his teeth together as his chakra surged even further, breaking through every restraint he placed on it. Lines began appearing on his haori and clothes. Uzumaki swirl designs dotted his back and front. 10 magatama suddenly appeared around his neck as 10 truth-seeking balls appeared around him. His eyes did not become bar-like pupils because he couldn't use Sage mode, but they retained the slit-like shape from Kurama. Yes, that's what I'm looking for, Yami said with a grin. That's exactly what I want. Use all the power you have. Use it so I can crush you and prove to you that I am stronger than you are. Yami. Naruto stretched out his hand. One of the orbs flew into it and turned into a bow staff, which he spun around. Yami grinned as he created a pair of black swords with his truth-seeking balls. With a ferocious roar that rocked the heavens, Naruto and Yami raced toward each other in a clash of power that caused the buildings directly beneath them to collapse. Devil Ninja. Rossweiss had no idea what sort of tricks Euclid would have up his sleeves, but when a massive magic circle suddenly appeared in the air between them, she knew that his powers had to be immense. What he had created was a circle for summoning. The complexity and size of the circle meant that whatever he had summoned was going to be big. Her thoughts were on the money as a massive clawed hand that was at least the same size as her emerged from the circle. Following the hand was an arm, then a head with silver eyes and covered in spikes. Every inch revealed was covered in dense black scales, rippling muscles, and a sinister aura the likes of which only a few creatures possessed. The monster, which reminded Rossweiss of a giant with dragon features, was a black western dragon. Grendel, Rossweiss whispered. Ah, so you know him, Euclid said with a pleased smile. I assumed you would. Grendel here is a powerful evil dragon and a member of Klipov. You know Grendel fought against Diedrag the great Welsh dragon at one point before he was slain by the original Beowulf. It took many years of research before I was able to revive him. I wonder how you'll fare against a creature like this. Rossweiss tried to remain calm, but it was hard to with such a legendary and powerful monster staring her down. She knew a lot about Grendel, having researched him at some point during college. He was a feared figure within Anglo-Saxon mythology. The legend of Beowulf claims that Beowulf had 3 antagonists, Grendel, his mother, and a dragon, but the truth was that Grendel and the dragon were one and the same. His scales were considered one of the hardest and toughest out of all the dragons. His defenses were so great that weapons and even attacks from high-class demons and gods couldn't penetrate it. As a Valkyrie, which could put her in the category of a half-god, Rossweiss had a great deal of power, and her powers had increased since becoming a devil, but she didn't think it would be enough to contend with a beast like this. Grendel, be sure not to kill those 2, Euclid said. We need them both alive. Shut the fuck up, you damn devil cunt, Grendel said with a growl. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. With those words, Grendel opened his mouth and powerful flames spewed forth. Rossweiss created a defensive formation of magic circles, but the fire was so strong that her magic was destroyed upon contact. Realizing the danger she was in, Rossweiss dodged the fire, but that was when Grendel shot forward through the air and attempted to slam into her. She just barely managed to escape by using powerful wind magic that redirected Grendel a few centimeters off. That margin was enough for her to dodge. Even then, she was hit by a powerful backlash of wind that sent her tumbling through the sky. Lefay moaned in pain as the powerful and hot winds struck her. Rossweiss felt bad for the girl, but it wasn't like there was anything she could do. Stop dodging me, you bitch, Grendel said with a growl. Rossweiss would have retorted, but her foe used that moment to speed toward her. She'd put up a barrier. However, Grendel didn't even bother stopping as he slammed into the barrier and shattered it. Ha ha ha, is that all you can do? You're pretty fucking weak. Grendel raised his arm and prepared to swing it down. Rossweiss realized she couldn't do anything and covered LeFay, protecting the girl with her own body. Just before Grendel could launch his attack, however, a blackish-red energy shaped like a sword slammed into Grendel's arm. It didn't cut through his arm. However, the power behind the attack was enough to knock it off course. What? Grendel and Euclid shouted at the same time. Welsh Dragonic Rook, solid impact. Before Grendel had time to recover, a bulky red figure slammed into him with a punch so powerful that a shockwave spread from the point of impact and he was sent flying toward the ground below. He slammed into one of the buildings, causing the whole thing to collapse. As dust created a thick smokescreen, Rossweiss looked up to see Issei floating where Grendel had been, his body covered in a thick armor. Rossweiss. Rias, Kaneko, Akeno, Asia, Kiba, Gasper, Zenobia, Irina, Rainer, and even Metatron flew over to her. The one who had called her name was Rias. Are you okay, Rossweiss? I saw the flare you sent up. I'm okay, Rossweiss assured the worried girl. Then she shifted LeFay. However, this girl isn't. I've given her some basic first aid, but we should have someone who specializes in healing look at her. Asia, I want you to check that girl for any injuries. Gasper and Zenobia, please protect her from surprise attacks. Rias turned to the three devils, who all agreed with her. Zenobia took LeFay off Rossweiss's hands, then she, Asia, and Gasper traveled away from the battlefield. Euclid looked like he wanted to go after them, but Metatron and Rias appeared in front of him. Well, if it isn't the daughter of Searsex, Euclid said with a bland smile. I knew we'd run into each other eventually, but I was hoping it wouldn't be until much later. I don't know what you're planning here, but I won't let you disrupt the peace of my city, Rias said. Euclid snorted. If you think you have the power to stop me, then be my guest and feel free to try. I will. Rias didn't look away from Euclid as she barked out orders. Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, Irina, Rainer, and Rossweiss, I want you six to fight against Grendel. Beat him if you can. Delay him if you can't. Metatron and I will take care of Euclid. It will be a pleasure to work with Ninja-sama's wife, Metatron said. While Rossweiss really had to question the Archangel's sanity, she did not question his power. He was known as the voice of God for a reason. Don't worry, Issei said. I'm going to shove my 5 feet of steel down that dragon giant's throat. We'll handle Grendel. Just focus on your battle, Kiba assured her. No one else gave any words of assurance as Grendel had just burst through the dust cloud and was heading right for them. She expected him to look angry. However, much to her surprise, the dragon had an expression of utter ecstasy on his face. That was a good punch. I like that. Give me more. More. What the hell is with this freaky dragon? Asked Issei. Despite asking this question, Issei didn't stop at all as he charged straight toward Grendel. His speed was slow thanks to his armor. That said, he was traveling down this time, so he was able to generate much more speed than if he was moving horizontally. He slammed into Grendel with enough force to pulverize a building. Grendel didn't move an inch. Is that it? I was expecting something more powerful. Before Issei had time to move back, Grendel raised his 2 clawed hands together, forming a hammer, and brought them down on Issei's back. Rossweiss thought she heard a scream of pain. It might have been her imagination, however, because Issei was blasted away from Grendel quicker than her eyes could track. A massive rumbling sound echoed around them seconds later, and one of the buildings beneath them was completely destroyed. Eyes! Irina screamed in shock. Rainer didn't bother shouting as she rushed toward Grendel and tried to impale him with a light spear. Unfortunately, all the spear did was scrape off his black scales. Rainer's eyes widened in shock as she quickly moved back. She was lucky. Grendel's fist swung out seconds later and passed through the spot where she had been. Don't worry about Eyes-kun, Kiba said. He's wearing his balance breaker armor. It will take a lot more than that to kill him. What about the damage to the city? Asked Rossweiss. There isn't any, Kiba said. Sona and her peerage have set up a barrier. Any damage done in here won't affect the outside world. I understand. Now that she knew she could go all out, Rossweiss created hundreds of magic circles that blasted several different elements. Ice stakes slammed into Grendel's skin. They bounced off harmlessly, but then he was engulfed in a power flame with heat that exceeded 9,000 degrees Celsius. She thought that would be enough to hurt him. However, when the flames died down, she realized that he didn't have a scratch. It was during this moment that Kiba and Irina rushed in and attacked Grendel with their swords. Kiba's holy demonic blade broke against Grendel's hard skin, and even Irina's light swords did nothing against him. "Is this all you people have?" Grendel demanded as he tried swatting them out of his way, though Kiba and Irina proved adept at dodging. "Pathetic. This is so pathetic. Let me show you what a real punch is like." Grendel swung his fist at Kiba, who was only just able to dodge, but the resulting shockwave slammed into him and he was sent flying backward. Irina did not have Kiba's speed, and so when he turned on her, she was unable to avoid his punch. Fortunately, someone else appeared before her. Kaneko in her two-tailed form caught the surprised Grendel's fist with her hand. Another powerful wave of energy was unleashed, but Kaneko didn't seem hurt thanks to her Tuki. She barely reacted as she yanked him forward, then slammed her knee into his jaw. Her attack was not powerful enough to break his scales, but the loud clack of his teeth slamming together echoed around them. "Thanks, Kaneko." "No problem." As Kaneko and Irina retreated, Rosweiss grimaced and created more magic circles around Grendel, which turned into a barrier that shrank quickly to encase him in. Grendel roared as he struggled to break the barrier. Cracks appeared on its surface. Rosweiss gnashed her teeth together as she concentrated harder on keeping him contained. Welsh Blaster Bishop, Dragon Blaster. Just before her barrier was shattered, two powerful dragon shots slammed into Grendel. The detonation was such that even Rosweiss, floating several dozen meters away, was unable to maintain her position and was pushed back. Hot winds slammed into her body as she covered her eyes and tried to get some distance. She could actually feel her skin getting singed from the attack. Issei flew back up as the explosion, which looked a lot like a newly formed star, began dying down. He was breathing heavily. However, he looked like he still had enough energy to go a few more rounds. "Think that got him?" asked Issei. "I'm not sure," Rosweiss said. She looked away from the explosion, still going on, to discover that Rias and Metatron's battle with Euclid had heated up. It looked like their opponent was playing defensively. He didn't bother using shields. Instead, it looked like he was doing everything he could to dodge Rias's powers of destruction and Metatron's light spears. That was more difficult than it looked, however. "I'm not over there, Degozuru," Metatron said after Euclid launched a powerful fireball at Metatron, which turned out to be a shadow clone. The real Metatron appeared behind him and tried to stab Euclid with a spear. However, Euclid used teleportation magic to get away, only to be forced to teleport again when Rias launched her powers of destruction at his head as if she knew he would be there. Euclid created a magic shield that took the attack, but Rias's powers of destruction destroyed it. However, the 1 second of protection that shield gave him was enough time for Euclid to dodge. Rosweiss no longer had any time to focus on Rias and Metatron's battle. The flames had cleared from around Grendel, revealing that their enemy was still alive. However, it looked like some of his scales had been roasted. They were molten and dripping. "Yes," Grendel cried out. "This is exactly the kind of pain I'm looking for. Ooh, hurt me more. Do it again." "What the hell is wrong with this perverted dragon?" Issei shouted. "I don't want to hear a pervert call someone else a pervert," Kaneko muttered. That's mean. And not less true." Rosweiss was sure Kaneko would have teased Issei more, but neither of them had time for a rebuttal as Grendel roared and flew at them with the intent to kill. Their battle had just gotten started. Devil Ninja Tilda. Naruto's punch careened toward Yami, whose maniac grin created a grotesque image that didn't look like it belonged on his face. A hand shot out. Yami knocked aside Naruto's punch with the back of his fist. The resulting clash created a shockwave that neither of them paid attention to. As his attack was parried, Naruto swung the bow staff in his other hand, which sadly met one of Yami's swords. His attack blocked, Naruto had no choice but to retreat as Yami swung his other sword. While the attack didn't cut him, the force behind Yami's swing was enough to make him stumble back through the air. However, this didn't stop him from lobbing a magnetic Rasengan at his opponent. The attack flew fast at Yami. Despite its speed, however, Yami still managed to dodge the attack, only for the magnetic Rasengan to transform into a Naruto wielding a Rasenshuriken in each hand. Without fanfare, Naruto tossed both Rasenshurikens at Yami. His surprise attack, though perfectly timed, was avoided when Yami replaced himself with a log. The Rasenshurikens tore through the log with ease and continued on to detonate several dozen meters away. "Nice try. But you forget that I know everything about you." Yami came down from above, but it wasn't just one Yami, it was an army of them. Several flew in and attacked Naruto in unison. He dodged the first one, but then 3 more came in from the left and right. A powerful punch to his face made his head spin. However, he extended his fist and used the resulting momentum to smack one clone in the head, his fist tearing right through it. The second was destroyed when a hand suddenly extended from his shroud and slammed into a Rasengan into it. As the attacks continued coming in from all sides, Naruto finally understood what his enemies must have felt whenever they battled him. However, it wasn't like Yami was the only one who could play the numbers game. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A number of clones equal to the ones Yami had created appeared and began fighting the Yami clones. Puffs of smoke erupted everywhere as the clones clashed, resulting in their mutual destruction. Naruto looked around and realized that Yami wasn't among this batch. They had all been clones. Where did he? Naruto's words were silenced when something sliced through his body, cutting him in half, only for him to disappear within a puff of smoke. The real Naruto appeared several meters away. He glared at Yami, who glared right back. You say you know everything about me, right? Well, that goes both ways. Naruto shouted. You might know everything about me, but I also know everything about you. Yes, I already know that. That's what it means to be two sides of the same coin, Yami said, though he didn't look pleased. The two shot forward once more. Naruto spun his bow staff around and swung it at Yami, who met the attack head-on with his swords. They danced around each other, attacking and defending. Their clash caused shockwave after shockwave to erupt between them. A hand suddenly extended from Naruto's back and shot toward Yami, a Rasenshuriken hovering above the palm. The attack slammed into Yami, or so it seemed. When Yami suddenly vanished, Naruto looked down and his other half grabbing onto his legs. Oh, shit. With a ferocious roar, Yami spun them around and threw Naruto toward the earth. The air around him burst, a loud roar filled his ears, and when he looked up, it was to see Yami descending toward him, his fist covered in a thick layer of dark purple chakra. There was so much chakra that the air was actually warping. His thoughts froze as he realized something. Naruto had no choice but to block with his bow staff. Yami was descending too quickly for him to dodge. Yami's fist slammed into Naruto's bow staff with enough force that despite not being hit directly, it felt like his insides had been turned into a pulp. He had no chance to even register the shock to his system. The attack blasted him backward. Pain overrode everything as he was slammed into a building or something else that was really hard. His vision went black for a moment as the shockwave from his collision caused whatever he struck to collapse like a house of cards. When his vision returned, he found himself lying in a crater. Yami landed on the ground beside him. Now this is a pathetic sight, Yami chuckled as Naruto stood up and glared at him. You used to be so strong. I wonder where all that strength has gone. Oh, that's right. It's mine now. And pretty soon, the rest of the strength you so covet will also be mine. Naruto didn't let his feelings show, but he would admit to being pretty frustrated. It was true that Yami was currently stronger than him. He couldn't bring Kurama's full power to bear, and Naruto himself was not at full strength either, thanks in large part to Yami currently containing most of their chakra. However, that didn't mean he could give up either. Like hell I'll let you steal my power. He growled. Don't forget this is my power too. Yami shouted. I'm going to take that power from you, and then I'll become the real Naruto. Yami rushed forward to engage Naruto in a taijutsu battle. His fist sped forward, a powerful jab that churned the air, but Naruto shuffled to the side, avoided the attack, and launched a counter in the form of a hook punch. Of course it was blocked when Yami raised his arm. Flesh met flesh in an explosion of power. The ground beneath their feet cracked. Naruto and Yami locked hands and pushed against each other, each one vying for supremacy, their teeth gritted in frustration. You can't beat me, Naruto grunted. Why is that? Asked Yami. Because I have more arms than you. 10 arms, each with a Rasengan in front of them, grew from Naruto's back and attacked Yami from behind. Yami grinned. I have more power than you. Just before the arms could reach him, a powerful dark chakra exploded from his body, so strong that the chakra arms Naruto had created were annihilated before they could reach him. This incredible surge of power also gave Yami an extra boosted. With a quick tug, he yanked Naruto into a vicious headbutt that caused stars to fill his vision. Naruto stumbled back, but Yami didn't let up. A powerful punch to the stomach caused Naruto to double over, but it was only until Yami's elbow slammed into his nose. A loud crunch echoed around the battlefield as Naruto's head snapped back. He could already tell his nose was broken, though it healed quickly. Even though he'd been knocked for a loop, Naruto gave as good as he got, slamming a fist into Yami's jaw that caused him to reel. However, no matter how much Naruto tried, there was an inescapable truth that he couldn't escape from. Yami was stronger than him. In the past, Naruto and Yami were equal. Their power was the same, their skills were the same, and their experiences were the same. Neither of them were able to defeat the other because you cannot defeat yourself. However, now things had changed. The hourglass had tipped. While their skills and abilities were still the same, Yami had more chakra than he did, and in a battle of attrition like this, having more chakra was the only way to win. Kurama's chakra shroud could only last until Naruto himself ran out of chakra. If it extended any longer, then Naruto's body would explode from being unable to control the vast powers Kurama now possessed. The shroud surrounding Naruto soon disappeared, not only Kurama's nine-tailed shroud but also the one from his Raikudo Sennin-moto. With both chakra shrouds gone, Naruto's strength disappeared. Yami grinned as his fist slammed into Naruto's chest, blasting him off his feet. Blood spewed from Naruto's mouth as he slammed back first into the side of the crater. The ground cracked around him. However, that was the least of his concerns as Yami stepped on his chest and began grinding his heel against Naruto's skin. I never thought the day would come when I'd be in this position, Yami said suddenly. Naruto grunted as his ribs began cracking. I thought for sure things would be like they always had been, that you and I would remain one. But now I'm presented with a new opportunity. The hatred flowing through me gives me the power to shape my own will. No longer will I need to be tied down by you. I can be free to make my own choices, and I've chosen to destroy every trace of you, including the people you love. Once I've done that, I'll finally be completely free. I won't let you, Naruto grunted, but Yami pressed the foot against him harder, causing his ribs to suddenly break. Won't let me? Ha ha ha, you can't stop me anymore. You don't have the power to. Yami reached down. Now then, time to steal the rest of that chakra. Naruto grabbed Yami's arm and tried to keep his other half from stealing the remainder of his chakra, but Yami was now stronger than him. The hand came closer as Naruto struggled to put up a fight. Closer, closer, closer. Yami's eyes snapped wide open as something sliced through his forearm, severing his hand before he could even blink. He leapt back to avoid several follow-up attacks. A combination of dark red energy and golden spears peppered the ground. Naruto looked through his blurry vision as three people suddenly appeared before him. It was Azazel, Searzex, and Michael. TCH. You guys came sooner than I thought you would, Yami said. He looked at the stump that was his hand and frowned before his chakra surged. Dark chakra erupted from the stump and his hand suddenly reformed. He flexed his fingers for a moment before glaring darkly at the three. I see now why they call you the embodiment of destruction. That power of yours was able to easily sever through my body as though it was nothing. I don't know who you are, or why you look like Naruto, but those issues are irrelevant right now. Searzex narrowed his eyes. You've hurt a member of my sister's peerage and my future brother-in-law. I have no intention of letting you get away with that. Yami grinned. You don't have to let me get away with anything. You got the drop on me with that attack, but now that I know you're here, the element of surprise will no longer work. Looking past Azazel, Searzex, and Michael, Yami grinned at Naruto. It looks like I have no choice but to let you go for today. Don't worry, though. One day I will take all the power that belongs to you. Just sit there and wait patiently for me. You say that as if we plan on letting you get away, Azazel said as he erected a barrier around them. Yami just laughed as his incredible power surged from his body, erupting outward and destroying the barrier like it was nothing. He grinned at Azazel's shocked expression. Something like a barrier can't hold me. Well, I'll see you people later. I look forward to the day I can kill you. Yami soon vanished as though he'd never been there. Azazel, Michael, and Searzex stared at the spot where he had been, then looked at each other. It seems we have a powerful new enemy on our hands, Michael said. It certainly does seem that way, Searzex admitted with a sigh. Though now I'm wondering who this person is and why he looks so much like Naruto. I'll explain everything when we get home, Naruto said, grunting as he pried himself from the crater. His ribs were aching, his body felt like it was on fire, and his chakra was nearly depleted. He was not doing good. Where are Rias and the others? We're not sure where they are right now. Searzex shook his head. We just arrived because we sensed an incredible power coming from here. Then let's find the others, Naruto said with a sigh. He stood up, only to stumble forward. Searzex thankfully caught him before he could faceplant. Thanks. I don't think you're in any shape to look for the others, Azazel said. Michael and I can handle that. Searzex, why don't you get Naruto home before he croaks? Naruto wanted to protest, but he understood that Azazel was right. His current condition wouldn't even allow him to walk on his own, much less fly. How could he be expected to find the other members of Rias Grimori's peerage? That was why he let Sears carry him piggyback to his residence. Sorry about this, Naruto apologized. It's all right, Sears said. That was the last thing said between them before Naruto closed his eyes and fell asleep. Rias fired off multiple bullet-shaped projectiles. The reddish-black powers of destruction didn't hit their target, Euclid, as he had already teleported away. They continued on before eventually running out of energy. She clicked her tongue. This battle had been going on for around 15 minutes now, and while neither she nor Metatron were injured, Euclid was doing an excellent job of avoiding their attacks with his advanced teleportation skill. Neither of them knew how to deal with this ability. Rias didn't even know teleportation magic could be used like this. As Euclid appeared several dozen meters from his previous location, he suddenly found himself teleporting again when 6 Metatrons appeared around him. Rias had seen Naruto use shadow clones enough times to recognize this ninjutsu. The Metatrons attacked all at once and rammed into each other instead of their target when Euclid teleported again, or so it seemed at first. The Metatrons were just plain clones. They passed right through each other and dispersed. The real Metatron threw a light spear at Euclid as he reappeared. It was moving too fast for Euclid to dodge, so he raised his hands and created a barrier instead. There was a loud screech as the light spear struck the barrier and penetrated it. Cracks formed outward before the barrier shattered. However, the light spear had lost much of its power. It dispersed before it could hit its target. Take this. While Metatron's attack missed, Rias attacked Euclid from behind while he was still busy keeping the barrier erect. She sliced her hand down. A blade-like projectile of blackish-red energy flew from her hand. It would have been enough to cut through even a high-class devil's defenses, but Euclid seemed to have other plans. I'd rather not. He removed an item from his pocket and crushed it. At that moment, a highly reflective mirror appeared behind Euclid. It took the attack Rias had sent, then reflected it back at her, forcing Rias to move quickly to avoid being reduced to cinders by her own attack. She narrowed her eyes as the object she recognized crumbled and vanished. That was Mirror Alice, she said. It's a sacred gear that Tsubaki Shinra has possession of. It has the ability to reflect attacks and deal double the damage on the original attacker. How are you able to use it? Where did you get that sacred gear? Sadly, what I have is just a cheap imitation, Euclid stated. I am something of an inventor, you see. Like Azazel, I can create sacred gears with a limited degree of success. Sadly, most of my inventions are a one-time use only. In order to create a true sacred gear, I would need to be in possession of the original sacred gear user. This particular one was something I made after watching the Tsubaki girl fight during the raiding games held between the three factions alliance. Rias instantly felt wary of this man. The ability to create sacred gears was not unheard of as Azazel himself could do it, but she had assumed their faculty advisor was the only one who could. Now she had learned that there was another person with this ability. That put her on guard. While Rias and Metatron were forced into something of a standoff with Euclid, the others were fighting against Grendel. You call that a punch? I didn't feel a thing. Grendel laughed in Issei's face as the boy slammed into him hard. Issei had taken on the incredibly durable and strong Welsh Dragonic Rook form, which bulked up his defense and physical strength. His attacks were powerful enough that he could break through even Sarorg's defenses, but against this creature, it seemed like his attacks weren't doing anything. Following his taunts, Grendel tried to smash Issei's face in with a powerful punch, but Issei raised his arms to block. The attack was still so strong that Issei was sent flying. Even so, the boy's armor didn't break, which Rias took as a good sign. At that moment, Kaneko had appeared behind Grendel while he was distracted by Issei. She slammed her glowing hands into his lower back. This time, a loud scream tore from Grendel's throat as his skin cracked and blue blood leaked from his wound. It looked like she was using Toki in Sage mode to create a powerful attack not even Grendel's skin could withstand. Kaneko didn't let up. She continued to attack Grendel, punching and kicking his back, until he whirled around and swung at her. His attack was intercepted when Kaneko grabbed his arm and tossed him. Grendel went spinning out of control, though he quickly regained his bearings. However, before he could really do anything, Kiba rushed forward with several Dragon Knights. These Dragon Knights were incredibly tall, wore armor with spikes and wing-like objects extending from their back. The dragons attacked Grendel in pairs of two, coming in from the left and right, unleashing powerful swings that cut through the air. Grendel took the attacks head-on. However, unlike the last time Kiba attacked, this time several lines of blood were drawn. That said, the wounds were shallow. They could barely even be called scratches. Look at that. You actually cut me. At that exact moment, Grendel unleashed a punch so powerful that the Dragon Knight he attacked was destroyed completely. Not only that, but the powerful shockwave spreading from the attack crashed into several other Dragon Knights. Arms were torn apart, legs were severed, and torsos were blown to pieces. The Dragon Knights didn't stand a chance. But now that I've opened a wound, it should be easier to injure you. Kiba shouted as he suddenly flew forward in an all-out frontal assault. With Ascalon in his hand, Kiba thrust his weapon forward and plunged it into Grendel, or that was the plan. He shouted in shock when Grendel caught the sword by the flat of the blade. Uyuwa! Grendel shouted as he threw Kiba away. He sucked in a deep breath and prepared to breath out fire, but Ruswise fire a carefully timed magic lance that pierced through his mouth. The mount was an obvious weakness since it wasn't protected by his thick skin. The lance penetrated his mouth, causing the dragon to scream and thrash as he reached out and pulled the weapon free. Ha 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 ha. I'm normally the one who likes giving pain, but receiving it like this is good too. As Grendel began laughing like a madman, Rias turned her attention back to Euclid. Metatron had appeared before him, light sword in hand, and swung the weapon with incredibly powerful yet precise strokes. At a glance, it looked like they were engaged in a martial arts fight, but Euclid's hands were covered in magic circles. It looked like he was using magic to deflect Matrion's light sword. Rias quickly created a sword made with the powers of destruction and charged at Euclid. The sound of her blade destroying the air alerted him to the danger. He quickly disengaged from Metatron and teleported away seconds before she was able to land her attack, so instead of cutting him in two, all she cut was air. How is he doing that? Asked a frustrated Rias. Even now, she couldn't understand the logic behind his teleporting ability. Teleportation was supposed to take time, but he was jumping around instantly like it wasn't a problem. I believe he is using some kind of invention to teleport, Dagozuru, Metatron said. Is there a sacred gear that allows for someone to do this? I think there are some sacred gears that can manipulate time and space, but they are pretty rare. The only ones I know of right now are Gravity Jail, which increases the gravity around someone, and Sacred Blur View. Rias trailed off as she studied Euclid more carefully. Nothing really seemed out of place on him, but now that she was looking closely, she noticed that the watch attached to his wrist wasn't really a watch. That thing on your wrist. It mimics the Forbidden Blur View's ability to manipulate time, doesn't it? You're pretty observant, Euclid said with a bitter smile. As expected of Searsex's little sister. You're right. This device I have was based on the Forbidden Blur View. I had the pleasure of meeting one of the previous holders of that sacred gear. I killed him and studied his corpse to create this mimic sacred gear. It's a lot better than many of my other mock-ups. It can't be used indefinitely, and I can only maintain a state of stopped time for less than 1/10 of a second, but so long as I don't use it too frequently, I can charge up energy and use it again later. Rias could feel frustration bubbling inside of her. If this person could stop time, even for a split second, then he could theoretically keep from being harmed indefinitely. Of course, she didn't believe he was invincible, or that his mock-up Forbidden Blur View could last indefinitely. It probably had a set amount of energy, and once that energy ran out, it would likely stop working. The problem was she didn't know how long that would last. How much energy had been used to charge it. However, now that she knew what to look for, Rias was able to see that his act was, in fact, not teleportation. First off, he didn't use a magic circle to teleport. With teleportation magic, you always had to create a magic circle, which was why teleporting took time and wasn't applicable in combat. She fired off several bullets with her powers of destruction and watched as he disappeared and reappeared to avoid them. Just before he disappeared, that watch of his would glow a bright red and the clock hands would spin. She assumed that was the activation sequence for this particular sacred gear copy. Rias didn't understand the principles behind this creation, but the longer she attacked, the more she realized that it did take time to activate. It was barely even a split second. However, if she could predict where he would move and fire off an attack before he activated his mock Forbidden Blur View, then she could potentially hit him. You are quite the sly one, Rias Grimori, Euclid said as he dodged her and Metatron's attacks again. Do not think I don't know what you're doing. It is true that this sacred gear copy has a major weakness, but do you think I'm unaware of this? Or do you think maybe I don't have an alternate plan for someone who has figured out the weakness of this sacred gear? Even if you realize what I'm doing, it won't matter because I already understand how that creation of yours works, Rias stated. Is that so? Then let's see if you can really counter my greatest creation so far. She intended to show him exactly how she planned on dealing with his sacred gear. However, just as she was about to suggest to Metatron that they attack in tandem, Euclid looked at something far off in the distance and sighed. It looks like our time is up. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly Grendel, who was locked in a bitter struggle against Issei, disappeared within a magic circle. Issei had been putting so much force into his locked hands that he flew forward and nearly spiraled out of control. He regained his bearings and looked around, but Grendel was nowhere to be found. I'll see you later, Rias Grimori. And you, Rosweiss. Don't forget that you're always welcome among our ranks. Those were the last words Euclid said before he disappeared. Rias glared at the spot where he vanished, but her attention shifted to Azazel and Michael as they flew over to the group. The two of them glanced at the Grimoire peerage. They were probably noting the damage that had been done to everyone. They were all scuffed up and injured to some degree. It seems you guys were in a fight as well, Azazel said with an observant hum. As well? Asked Rias. You two were also in a fight. Not us. Michael shook his head. Naruto was the one who got in a fight. We do not know what happened, but he was in pretty bad shape. Sears X is currently taking him back to your house. The news that Naruto had been in a fight and injured caused worry to immediately pierce her heart like a steak made of ice. She wasn't the only one who looked worried. Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Irina also showed signs of wishing to rush off. In fact, Kaneko was already in the process of leaving. We won't ask you what happened here yet, Azazel said. Let's get back to your house. We can discuss this matter once everyone is present. Devil Ninja tilde. Naruto woke up feeling sluggish. He groaned and tried to fall back asleep, but there were several somethings compressing his chest and constricting his movements. He discovered this when he tried to roll over after the light shining in his eyes woke him up. Reluctantly opening his eyes, Naruto realized he was lying on his bed. He let that knowledge settle in his mind. Then he glanced down to find a head of white hair on top of his chest. Kaneko Tuju's rhythmic breathing tickled his bare skin, which made him realize someone had stripped him at some point. He was dressed in nothing but a pair of boxers. If Kaneko is sleeping on my chest then. Just as Naruto suspected, Rias and Revel had taken his arms. There was no way he could mistake the heavenly elasticity that was Rias Grimori's tits. His arms sank into the soft, naked valley of her breasts with ease. On his other side, Revel's smaller but no less impressive bust pushed against him. She wasn't naked. However, given how sheer the negligee she wore was, she might as well have been. Her soft pink nipples were visible through her clothes. After confirming who was lying on top of him, he took another glance around the room and realized two other people were present. Irina and Rosweiss. They were not in the bed with him. Instead they had opted to pull up two chairs and were sitting down, their heads bowed forward. Because their bangs hid a lot of their faces, Naruto couldn't see what expressions they were making, but he was positive they were asleep. He took a deep breath, held it, and then released it. I'm glad you're awake, Kaneko suddenly said, lifting her head. Did I wake you? Sorry, Naruto apologized. You didn't. I've been awake for at least an hour. Kaneko set her chin on his chest and looked at him. Her normally sarcastic expression was currently soft and filled with concern. Are you okay? When we returned home, we'd been told by Sears X that you were injured and sleeping. I was really worried when I saw the state you were in. She frowned to observe him for a moment. Her cat ears twitched. Though it looks like you're doing better now. I heal fast, Naruto said with a slight smile. Anyway, let's wake up the others. I have some important information to tell everyone. Right, but first. Kaneko leaned forward and softly kissed Naruto on the lips. Her small mouth was so gentle and ephemeral that he almost couldn't feel it. She didn't let her mouth linger on his either, instead choosing to sit back and climb off him. The process of waking everyone up took more time than it should have, but that was because Naruto needed to reassure each person that he was, in fact, okay. Even then, Rosweiss and Irina, the most reserved of their group, needed him to repeat himself several times before they were assured. And you're sure you're all right? Irina asked as they walked into the living room. I already said I'm fine, didn't I? Naruto said with a slight smile. Thank you for worrying about me, but I really am okay. I promise. Oh okay. Irina nodded and looked away. Irina is feeling Tsunere, Kaneko joked. You know that's Revel's trope, right? Who's a Tsunere? I'm not Tsunere. Revel and Irina shouted at the same time. They soon arrived in the living room, where they found several people already waiting. Kiba and Gasper were sitting on a couch. Gasper didn't have a bag over his head at the moment. He was sitting on the couch and playing PSP. Kiba was beside him, but he was simply sitting there with his arms crossed and a pensive frown on his face. Azazel, Sears X, Michael, and Metatron were on the other couch. Graphia was standing behind them like any good maid would. It looked like they were discussing something among themselves, though they stopped when Naruto and his group entered the room. Naruto. Searsex stood up, a happy smile on his face and tears in his eyes. I'm so glad you're okay. Aniki. Naruto shouted as he raced forward. Rias's and Graphia's eyes widened as they realized too late what was about to happen. Stop them, they shouted at the same time. But there was no stopping what came next. Naruto and Searsex hugged each other. And hellish flames suddenly spewed from cracks that split the living room. Brimstone and lava exploded out of them. The incredible heat from the flames was enough that everyone in the living room broke out in a sweat. It's been a while since I've seen this, Azazel commented lightly. This is quite something, Michael added with a strained smile. What is this? Rossweiss shouted in shock, her body shuddering from head to toe as the blood drained from her face. She looked like she'd just seen the most gruesome murder scene ever. Oh, this is your first time seeing this, isn't it? Rias turned to her and bowed. I am so sorry you had to see this. I'm not exactly sure what this is, but it happens whenever Naruto and Oni-sama are like this. Please pay it no mind. Did you just call Searsex-sama, Oni-sama? Asked a curious Ravel. What? Well, Rias blushed bright red. This jutsu is powerful indeed, Kaneko said with a sage-like nod. Is that what this is? Irina muttered with a conflicted look. Fortunately for everyone involved, Naruto and Searsex stopped hugging, thus restoring the fabrics of reality to their natural state. However, even after the lava, brimstone, and hellish flames disappeared, the two continued to act emotional. Searsex, tears in his eyes, placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders. You don't know how glad I am to see that you're okay. Thank you for worrying about me. Of course, you're my little brother, after all. Aniki. Ototo. Okay, that's enough. Oh. Rias grabbed Naruto by the ear and pulled him away from Searsex. Meanwhile, Searsex's ear had been yanked on by Graphia. Please stop acting so disgusting, Lord Lucifer. It's not befitting one of your position. With the two women putting their foots down, Naruto and Searsex had no choice but to give up this happy reunion between future sibling-in-laws. While this was happening, the other members of the household wandered into the living room. Issei, Asia, Zenobia, Rainer, and Akino appeared by the entrance. Perhaps it was the way Rias and Graphia were pulling on their respective spouses or future spouses' ear, or maybe it was the tense atmosphere, but all of them seemed to have realized they just missed something they'd rather not see. Era, it's so lively in here, Akino said as she wandered further into the kitchen. It looks like everyone is here. Shall I prepare some tea? I'll help you, Graphia said as she let go of her husband's ear. Thank you. I'll help too, Ravel said as she followed Akino and Graphia into the kitchen. Well, shall we get down to business? Asked Searsex. Yes, I think that would be a good idea, Rias said. Everyone soon found a place to sit. Naruto sat between Rias and Rossweiss. Kaneko had taken his lap. Meanwhile, Irina sat on Rossweiss's left. She kept stealing glances at him, but he pretended to not see them since there wasn't much he could do to reassure her right now. The others also found a place to sit. Before I tell you all what I have to say, I want to know about Fei-chan. Naruto looked at Rossweiss. How is she? Lefei Pendragon is fine, Rossweiss said, looking at Asia. Huh, oh, yes, Lefei will be just fine. Asia nodded several times. I healed her as best I could, and Rossweiss had already healed most of her wounds. All she needs now is a little rest. Naruto sighed in relief as he sank back into the couch. His greatest fear at the moment had been Lefei's health. Now that he knew she was okay, the emotions constricting his heart eased a little. And what about Kuno and Ophis? He asked his next question. Where are they? No one spoke for a moment, as if they too had just now realized the pair were gone. They glanced around. However, no matter how they looked, none of them could find any trace of the two girls anywhere. I couldn't find them, Kaneko said. I searched for a while, but then I saw fireworks in the sky and found Rossweiss fighting against a giant monster. That was Grendel, Rossweiss informed Kaneko. He's a dragon, one of the evil dragons, and his skin is said to be the most durable among all his kind. Euclid summoned him. She bit her lip. I had heard that Grendel had originally been sealed, but it looks like Euclid or someone working for him managed to revive him. That doesn't surprise me, Naruto said. According to Team Valley, the Chaos Brigade has managed to revive most of the evil dragons. Perhaps we should exchange information, Michael suggested. I am curious to know what happened today, as I did not arrive until later. That's a good idea, Azazel said. Naruto, why don't you start? Agreeing to Azazel's demand with a nod, Naruto began informing them about his confrontation with his dark half, Yami, telling them about everything he had learned. Even as their faces paled, he did not relent. He told them everything he could, including how Yami was his dark half and the true leader of the Chaos Brigade. Everyone looked completely shell-shocked by the time he was done. That is rather unbelievable, Michael said at last, rubbing his temple. Tell me about it. Azazel pinched the bridge of his nose. So now we have a dark version of Naruto, who has most of your power, running amok and leading the Chaos Brigade. Is that what you're telling me? That's just ridiculous. Ridiculous or not, all of us saw Naruto's lookalike, Searsex said. He didn't look like he was doing much better than anyone else. Sometime during Naruto's tale, Akeno, Graphia, and Revel returned with tea, which they poured into cups and set before everyone else. The steaming hot liquid warmed Naruto's insides as he sipped at it. The others might have been shocked by his information, but none of them could understand how it felt to fight and lose against himself. He was honestly shaken. Naruto wasn't the only person who spoke. Rosweiss also told them about her encounter with Euclid, specifically what he said to her before the others had arrived. Naruto didn't really understand what it was about. However, judging from the pale faces of Azazel, Michael, and Searsex at the mention of Trihexia, her information was no less shocking than his own. It seems clear to me that the Chaos Brigade ultimately has two goals, Searsex said after he finished listening to everything. The first is Yami's personal goal to absorb the remainder of Naruto's chakra. The second has something to do with Trihexia. Given how Euclid wanted you because of your knowledge on Trihexia, I can only conclude they want to revive that monster for some reason. Excuse me, but what is Trihexia? Asked Naruto. Trihexia is a legendary beast known as the Emperor of Apocalypse, Michael answered. At its full power, it is stated to be on par with Ophis and Great Red. Not much is known about it other than the fact that it only seems to have one goal in life, and that is the complete eradication of this entire world. It wants to destroy everything. Thousands of years ago, Father God confirmed the existence of Trihexia, which had been given the name 666, Azazel said. When he recognized the threat that Trihexia posed, he placed 1,000 forbidden seals on it, sealing it at a place known as the end of the world. Actually, it was only because God sealed Trihexia away that he lost his life during the war. The sealing process took up most of his power, and when the two heavenly dragons rampaged across the battlefield, the weakened god was stabbed in the back and killed, though no one knows who did it. Naruto had no idea such a powerful creature existed beside Ophis and Great Red. From the way they were staring at the three alliance leaders, neither did anyone else except for Rosweiss. He wondered how she knew so much but didn't ask. After learning about all this, Naruto could not help but wonder what was going to happen now. More than that, however, he wondered where Kuno and Ophis had gone. His blood felt cold. He was worried. Devil Ninja. The room was empty of any adornments and decoration, containing only a bed, a dresser, and a chair. This caused the room to feel a lot bigger than it was. Of course, the room was still fairly big, larger than most apartment rooms, but all that meant was that this place truly felt empty. Naruto sat on the chair, which was facing the bed. Laying on the bed was Lefay Pendragon. All of her injuries had been healed, her skin unblemished like it had been before, but she wasn't waking up. According to Rosweiss, Lefay had exhausted all of her magical power and was in a deep sleep. She'd only wake up after she recovered. Sighing as he realized it would probably be another day before she woke up, Naruto decided to relax in the tub. His body still stiff. His muscles were aching like nobody's business. Hopefully, a good soak would fix that. He entered the changing room, stripped out of his clothes, and grabbed a towel. Naruto noticed the other set of clothes sitting on the rack. He guessed one of the girls was also taking a bath. Wrapping a towel around his waist, Naruto walked into the bath and closed the door behind him. Steam from the bath rose in the air, creating thin wisps. The humidity caused him to immediately begin sweating. As he walked further into the bathing room, he glanced around and found the only other person inside sitting on a stool as she washed her body. Her silver hair was tied into an updo that left her neck exposed and only a few strands dancing around her skin. The sight of her graceful neck as it sloped into slender shoulders and a well-defined back was enough to leave any man breathless. Rosweiss, Naruto greeted as he walked over. A squeak escaped from Rosweiss's mouth as she turned around and gawked at him. Naruto. What are you doing in here? Taking a bath, Naruto said as if the answer should have been obvious. But I'm in here. You are, but it isn't like we haven't taken a bath together before. Naruto sat down on the stool next to Rosweiss, grabbed the soap, and began cleaning himself off. Remember that time in Greece? Rosweiss could say nothing to that, so Naruto continued. Of course, if you don't want me here, you can tell me to get out. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I honestly thought you wouldn't mind since we've already bathed together before. Well, I guess it's okay, Rosweiss admitted with a heavy blush. We're boyfriend and girlfriend, after all. That we are. Speaking of, since we're boyfriend and girlfriend, can I wash your back for you? Rosweiss didn't say anything for the longest time, and Naruto wondered if he might have overstepped his boundaries. Just as he was about to tell Rosweiss to forget what he said, she nodded. You may. Just be gentle. I understand. I'll wash your back gently. Naruto finished washing the soap off his front, then moved behind Rosweiss and used a loofah lathered in soap to wash her back. Rosweiss released a soft moan when he pressed the loofah against her skin and began scrubbing. Her back was very soft. He scrubbed the loofah across the curvature of her spine and shoulder blades, watching as her muscles yielded under his ministrations. The scent of soap filled the air. Naruto found it somehow calming. I also wanted to talk to you about what happened with Euclid, Naruto said after silently washing her back for a few minutes. I suppose you would want to talk about that, Rosweiss sounded reluctant. Would you prefer we didn't? No, it's not that. It's just, I don't really know what to say. Were you scared when it happened? I would be lying if I said I wasn't. Rosweiss leaned forward and closed her eyes. Naruto had finished scrubbing her back, so he grabbed the detachable showerhead and rinsed her off as she talked. While Euclid's proposal sounded like he was offering me something, it was obvious that he had no intention of accepting me refusing him. The fact that he would attack me and try to take me by force is not pleasant. He even summoned Grendel to try and detain me. If it hadn't been for the others. Rosweiss shivered as if imagining what would have happened if the others hadn't arrived. Her shivering stopped, however, when Naruto leaned forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. I honestly feel like you could have done something even if they hadn't shown up, but I know how it can be when you're faced with an unknown opponent. And Grendel is said to be incredibly powerful. Aiza's attacks barely did any damage to him, so it would have been a hard-fought battle. You have a lot more confidence in me than I have in myself, Rosweiss admitted. Don't get me wrong, I know I'm not weak, but those two were in an entirely different league in terms of power and experience. Maybe. In either event, from now on, I would like you to remain by my side. Naruto. Pulling her until her back was pressed flush against his chest, Naruto set his head on her shoulder. From this position, he could see the twin peaks of her chest sticking out. Her nipples weren't hard right now. However, goosebumps had broken out on her skin, which was flushed red with a healthy blush. Stay by my side from now on. I doubt you need my protection, but I'll be there for you whenever I need you. You mean that? Of course. Naruto grinned as he leaned back. I am your boyfriend, after all. After he finished washing Rosweiss's back, she offered to wash his back for him, and then the two sat down in the hot bathwater of the hot spring-like baths. It was such a relaxing time. Naruto could feel his muscles grow looser as he leaned against the tub, Rosweiss right next to him. She didn't lean into him like Rias did, but just having her there brought him joy. Of course, the biggest reason he enjoyed the bath right now was definitely due to Rosweiss. Every time he looked her way, he couldn't help but marvel at the softness of her skin, watch as tiny droplets dripped between her breasts, and of course, ogle the sight of her magnificent mammaries. Her breasts weren't the same size as Rias's of Akino's, but they were still so large they floated in the water. They stayed in there for only about half an hour. When they left the bath and got dressed, they found Rias wandering down the hall. There you two are, Rias said in a hurry. Luffy just woke up. We thought we should let you know, Naruto. She did. Yes. Naruto and Rosweiss followed Rias into Luffy's room to find that, indeed, the young magician was awake. She was sitting up in bed with her hands in her lap. There was a confused expression plastered on her face, but that left the moment Naruto walked into the room. Naruto. Luffy shouted joyously as tears sprang to her eyes. I can't believe I managed to find you. As Naruto moved over to the chair, Luffy bowed from her seated position. Please, I need your help. I'm begging you to save Arthur Nisama and the rest of Team Valley. Whoa, slow down, Fei-chan. Naruto held out his hands to calm her down. I don't even know what you need help with. Slow down and tell me what happened. Luffy took several deep breaths to calm down. We were trying to get information on the rest of the Chaos Brigade like you asked us to. But they caught on to the fact that we had switched allegiances. We were attacked by Cao Cao and the rest of the human faction. Normally, we would have been able to escape, but they led us into an ambush and used several Norse gods to attack us. Were the Norse gods who attacked you Frigg, Tyr, and Sif? Asked Naruto. I don't know. Lefei shook her head. I know that 2 of them were women, while one of them was a man who was missing his right hand, but that's all I know. Anyway, Cao Cao and his group attacked and distracted us. After they wore us down, the Norse gods came in and finished us off. They didn't kill us. I think they planned to use us as hostages. The others are currently being held prisoner in a dungeon below the human faction's main headquarters. We tried to break out, but I was the only one who managed to escape. Please, Naruto. You have to save the others. Naruto leaned over and placed his hand on Lefei's. Her hand was warm and soft, but it was also shaking. No doubt she'd escaped from a very harrowing experience. What's more, her comrades had not escaped, which likely added a sense of guilt to her worry. He would have felt that way in her shoes. Don't worry. If you can lead us to where they are, we will definitely rescue them, Naruto said. Really? Lefei asked with wide eyes. Knowing that he wasn't the one who could make this decision, Naruto glanced at Rias, but the redhead merely sighed and crossed her arms in a resigned fashion. Really, Rias said, we'll help you save your companions. Thank you very much. Lefei bowed her head as tears of gratitude poured from her eyes. I was really worried that I wouldn't be able to reach you. I'm so glad I managed to get here. Why don't you get some rest for now, Rias said. Since you mentioned the Norse gods, we're going to have to contact Gondel and the other Norse gods living here in Japan to let them know we might have found their missing members. It's also going to take some time to plan a rescue operation, and I assume you want to be a part of that. Why yes please, I would like to help them out. Naruto, Rias, and Rosweiss left Lefei to get some rest. As he closed the door behind them, he looked at the 2 women. Rosweiss, I'd like you get in contact with your grandmother and let her know what we've discovered. Tell her that we're planning a rescue operation and ask if she would like to be a part of it. I assume the Norse would like their missing gods back, Rias said. I'll do that right now, Rosweiss confirmed with a nod. While she's doing that, Naruto and I will talk to Searsex and the others, to let them know what's going on, Rias said. Naruto understood that this would have to be an off-the-table operation. In other words, a covert ops like something the Anbu in his old world would do. To the rest of the world, Team Valley were criminals who had sided with the Chaos Brigade. Only Naruto, the Grimoire Peerage, and the top 3 leaders of the 3 factions alliance knew the truth. As he followed Rias, Naruto placed a hand on his chin and thought about how everything was moving really quickly. They hadn't even found Ophis and Kuno yet, but now they were planning an operation to rescue Team Valley, save the missing Norse gods, and defeat the Chaos Brigade's human faction. His worry for those 2 made him wish he hadn't learned about what happened to Team Valley until much later. He couldn't help but grimace. I really hope we find those 2 soon. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Ophis gnashed her teeth together as she sat in a jail cell that contained a stone bed, 4 gray walls, and a door. She wasn't bound. It wouldn't have mattered if she was anyway because she could just break whatever restraints people placed on her. Even that device the Dark One who looked like Naruto had made wasn't enough to hold her against her will. That said, she was still chained to this place. As if somehow sensing her negative emotions, the door to her cell opened and in walked Rizvam Lucifer. She glared hatefully at the man. If their circumstances were normal, she would have erased him from existence. But she couldn't do that. Because standing right beside him, bound by a collar and chain, was none other than Kuno. The girl didn't look like she'd been harmed. However, she was clearly emotionally damaged. She'd been kidnapped by this strange man, forced to wear a collar, and could not leave this hateful man's side. Ophis would not have been surprised if Rizvam forced her to sleep in the same room as him. The thought made her clench her teeth. What do you want? Asked Ophis. Her voice was no longer emotionless. An intense snarl echoed from her mouth. It made Kuno flinch, but Rizvam just grinned. I've never heard so much emotion in your voice before. He toyed with the collar. This girl must be awfully close to you for you to display so much hatred toward me. Ophis couldn't say she and Kuno were close, but the girl was definitely someone she was beginning to think of as a friend. Playing with her was, yes, it was fun. She enjoyed spending time with Kuno almost as much as she liked being with Naruto. It was fun in a different way than going on dates with Naruto was fun. She didn't say anything, however. She just glared. Rizvam chuckled some more. Don't worry yourself too much. I haven't touched her, just like I promised. In either event, I came to tell you that the ritual will probably take place in a few days. We have some details that we needed to work out, and we still have to send out the invitations to everyone else. But, barring all those problems being resolved, we will definitely be holding the ritual soon. What ritual are you talking about? Asked Ophis. You'll see. Rizvam grinned at her, and then quietly left the room. Now alone, Ophis wondered what she should do. She couldn't escape from this place because Rizvam would know and kill Kuno the moment she did. Curling her knees into her chest, Ophis lamented how, despite being one of the most powerful creatures in existence, all the strength in the world would not help save her friend. Devil Ninja Tilda. A meeting was taking place inside of the Uzumaki residence's living room. Naruto stood next to Rias and the others as Searzex, Michael, and Azazel stood at the front, near the sliding door that led into a Zen garden. Lefei was standing close to Naruto's side. She had recovered perfectly after a good night's rest and was ready to rescue her friends. There was a determined look on her face as she gazed at the three faction alliance leaders. Thanks to Lefei Pendragon's information, we were able to discover the location of the hero faction's main base of operation and the whereabouts of the three missing Norse gods, Searzex said. While your group is going to be our main task force, this rescue operation is going to be performed by more than just you. Several other peerages and members of the Angels and Fallen Angels will be joining us. The task force will be divided into multiple forces. Michael stepped forward and announced. One force will be in charge of rescuing the Norse gods, who are being mind-controlled by those restraint callers, which is what we have taken to calling them. Their goal will be to neutralize the callers and free the gods. The second team will be in charge of rescuing Team Valley. I've heard from Naruto that they have been acting as double agents for him and Ophis, so we have decided to treat them as comrades instead of enemies. At this, Naruto glanced at Lefei as she sighed in relief. He knew that one of her primary worries had been how everyone would treat her and the rest of Team Valley, who were considered enemies of the three factions alliance. Valley himself was actually a step above that. He was considered a traitor since he had originally been working for Azazel and stabbed him in the back. These two teams are going to be composed of your group, Azazel started talking after Michael finished. His normal smirk was nowhere to be seen. I want Naruto working with Kaneko, Gondal, and Rosweiss to free the Norse gods from the restraint callers. He looked at the whiskered blonde. The reason you and Kaneko are working with those two is because you have a far better understanding of nature chara and sage mode than anyone else, and you already know how to deactivate those callers. Just leave this to us. Naruto said with clenched fists. I'll have those Norse gods freed from their restraint collars even if I have to beat them to a pulp. I'm not sure how I feel about hearing you plan on beating up my gods, Gondal said with a sigh. On the other hand, Rosweiss was actually holding a hand to her mouth and looked like she was trying not to laugh. Perhaps she was growing used to his brand of humor. Searzex smiled at Naruto's enthusiastic and silly answer as he stepped forward, taking the place of Azazel. The rest of us are going to keep the main forces of the hero faction busy. Thanks to Lefei, we have learned that the hero faction has well over 10,000 sacred gear users under their control. That's a huge force. Since our forces are currently spread thin dealing with the devil and magician factions, we can't bring more than 5,000 of our own people with us. That means myself, Michael, and Azazel are going to be the heavy hitters in this battle. It sounded like they were going to be fighting 2-1, but Naruto actually thought that might prove more beneficial if Searzex was getting involved. He was known as the strongest Mao for a reason. With his powers of destruction, he could unleash unholy devastation with a simple snap of his fingers. Naruto honestly didn't think they would lose. One thing we want to make clear here is that our goal is not to kill the hero faction, Azazel said. We believe many of them are good people who found themselves in a bad situation, and we'd like to believe that until proven otherwise. We're aiming to incapacitate our opponents, though we don't expect this to be a bloodless victory. Rias, Searzex said. I'll be leaving you in charge of rescuing Team Valley. Sona and her peerage have also agreed to help you. They'll come by later today. The operation will begin early tomorrow morning, Michael informed everyone. Be sure to get an early night's sleep. We want you to be well rested for tomorrow's mission. This seemed to be the end of their discussion. Everyone broke up into smaller groups and went off on their own. Rosweiss was dragged off somewhere by Gondal, Rias and Akino went off somewhere together, and Issei ended up being dragged away by Asia after Rainer and Zenobia tried flirting with him. Kiba had gone up to ask Searzex something. Meanwhile, Kaneko and Gaspar were back to playing their PSPs together, probably Monster Hunter. As he looked around the room, Naruto found Irina staring indecisively at the spot where Issei left and believed now was the time to speak with her. Irina. He walked up to the girl, who jumped and spun around. He raised an eyebrow when she put a hand to her chest and blushed bright red. Sorry. I was lost in thought, so you startled me. No, I'm the one who is sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Naruto screwed up his courage, scratched the back of his head, and said, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. Would you mind coming with me? Huh, oh, sure, Irina agreed, though she seemed a tad tentative. He wondered if she knew what he was going to talk about, but decided there was no way innocent Irina could ever figure this out. Since this was an important conversation that he didn't want anyone overhearing, he decided to travel across a bridge and onto a remote island with a single sakura tree. Naruto wouldn't consider himself a romantic kind of guy. However, he did think the beautiful pink blossoms swaying gently in the afternoon air added a romantic feel to the scene. The calming scent of sakura blossoms also helped soothe his own mind. Naruto. Taking a deep breath as Irina called his name, Naruto realized he really didn't have any plan for this moment, and so he decided to do what he always did. Wing it and hope for the best. Irina, I like you. What? Irina looked startled. I like you, and I don't mean that as a friend. Naruto willed his rapidly beating heart to remain calm. He felt a little sick to his stomach. I like you as a man likes a woman. No, that didn't come out right. The feelings I have for you are the same kind that a man has for a woman he likes her. Hang on a second. Irina was staring at Naruto as he tried to speak, which actually made him feel even more self-conscious. Crap. This wasn't supposed to happen. Since when did he, Naruto Uzumaki, become tongue-tied over something so simple? Hadn't he confessed his love to Sakura for years before he had met Shien? Why was he getting nervous now? Naruto would admit that he was actually really worried, not about how the other girls would take him confessing to Irina, but how Irina might take it. He knew she loved Issei. There was a good chance that confessing to her now could irrevocably damage their relationship, that it could push her away. It was obvious this would make him nervous. What if she decided to distance herself from him because she didn't want Naruto getting the wrong idea? He would, of course, back off and give her space, but that wasn't what he wanted at all. Suddenly, Irina giggled. I think I know what you are trying to say, she said, placing her hands behind her back and turning her head. Her chestnut hair swayed in the breeze and caught the sunlight. You love me, like a man loves a woman. This is a confession, right? Yes, Naruto admitted. A moment of silence passed between them, making Naruto increasingly nervous. He wasn't worried about rejection so much as he was Irina no longer wanting anything to do with him. Having been rejected by Sakura for most of his young life back in the Elementation Nations, that didn't bother him. However, he didn't want to lose Irina's friendship. Thank you, Naruto, for telling me this, I mean. Irina looked at him as her lips curled into a pretty smile. Hearing that you have feelings for me actually makes me really happy, but would you mind giving me a bit of time? This isn't something I can answer right now. Oh, but it's not that I don't want to. I just haven't sorted out my feelings for Issei yet. I understand, Naruto said with a sigh. Can I just ask for one thing? What is it? Don't avoid me or distance yourself from me because of this. Even if you decide your feelings for me aren't the same, I'd like us to still be friends. Is that all? Irina giggled into her hand, her beautiful violet eyes softening with kindness. No matter what happens, I will always consider you to be a good friend. Thank you. Naruto could feel his heartbeat slowing down as his nerves were settled. He'd never understood why confessions were so hard for some people, but he was beginning to figure it out. Now that he was thinking about it, he realized he'd really been an idiot in his youth. Only an idiot would confess to a girl they liked and not feel like butterflies were fluttering in his stomach. We should probably go back inside, Irina suggested, looking awkward. Oh, right, yeah, let's head back inside. The two at each other, neither of them moving an inch, and then looked away just as quickly. Devil Ninja. Naruto woke early the next morning and got ready for their mission. This meant putting on all of his ninja gear, including his ninja pouch full of kunai, ninja wire, and shuriken. He also put on his black and orange tracksuit, which he hadn't worn in a really long time. Staring at himself in the mirror, Naruto felt nostalgic. Haha, I feel like a genin back during my ninja days. Do you really plan on wearing the tracksuit? Of course I do. This tracksuit is. Naruto paused when he realized someone was talking to him and turned around. Revel was sitting up in bed, rubbing her eyes as she stared at him. It was a very cute gesture. Rias was still asleep, but Kaneko was waking up. The lithe girl stretched her body out much like a cat, revealing the sinuous muscles that Naruto loved so much. Rosweiss had not slept with them last night. Good morning. Sorry. Did I wake up? Asked Naruto. You're fine. We need to get up anyway, Revel said as Kaneko began waking up Rias. Once everyone was awake and dressed, the group made their way downstairs, where several other people were already up. Kiba and Gasper must have woken up even earlier than Naruto. They were situated inside the room with Searsex, Azazel, and Michael. The three alliance heads looked like they were raring to go. We're glad you're up, Searsex said. Now we just need to wait for the rest of you to wake up. Sona and her peerage arrived last night as well. I'm guessing everything is prepared on your side. Rias asked her older brother. He nodded. Our forces have all gathered and are waiting to launch their attack. Once they've begun their assault on the hero faction's main headquarters, we'll teleport your group as close to the base as possible on the opposite side of our assault. You will then sneak into the base, free the Norse gods from their mind control, and rescue Team Valley. That's a simple enough plan to follow, Kaneko said. Michael smiled. No plan ever survives first contact with the enemy. It is better to create a simple plan that can be adapted to new situations than an elaborate plan that crumbles at the first sign of trouble. Naruto agreed. I always thought flying by the seat of your pants was the best way to do anything. That's because you're an idiot, that's because you're reckless, Kaneko and Rias said at the same time. The two glanced at each other and shared a smile. Wah, I am not. Wait. No, you two are right. I kind of am. Naruto shrugged their harsh words off, knowing from the satisfied smiles they wore that he was being teased. He was so going to get back at them. They wouldn't know when or how, but he would prank them so bad they would be bowing at his feet. The others soon woke up, then Sona and her peerage arrived. Saji went over to Issei's little group, which consisted of Asia, Zenobia, and Rainer. Sup, Hyudo, you ready to do this? Asked Saji. You know I am. Issei pounded his fists together. I'm gonna rescue that son of a bitch and his group, and then I'm gonna cash in on the favor of rescuing to make Valley stop bothering me. That guy is a damn stalker. A stalker? Well, I know he was pretty obsessed with you. I guess you Longinus users have it rough. You don't know the half of it. Naruto didn't really join anyone in their conversation. He was more focused on Lefei, who looked like she was muttering spell formulas under her breath. Relax. He placed a hand on her shoulder. We'll definitely save your brother and the others. Thank you, Lefei muttered, giving him a grateful smile. He smiled back. That was the moment Searsex chose to call out to them. Okay, everyone. It's time to begin the mission. First, we are going to transport all of you to a small area just outside of the hero faction base. Make your way inside and accomplish your objectives. Searsex paused to look at each person present, as if trying to see whether or not they were prepared. Are all of you ready? Everyone gave him a chorus of agreement, though Kaneko and Rainer ended up making snarky comments instead. However, that was good enough for the three faction alliance leaders, who created a massive transportation circle and direct everyone to stand on it. Naruto stood beside Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Gondel. The four of them were given the mission of rescuing the Norse gods. It was only them because the mission itself would likely not have them battling against more hero faction members. Rias and the others would be going against the big hitters in the hero faction, which made their job much more dangerous. Good luck, everyone, Michael said to them before he, Searsex, and Azazel disappeared, or rather, when Naruto and the others disappeared. It felt like barely a second had passed before Naruto and the others found themselves standing in a large forest, which spread out for kilometers to either side. The thick scent of trees and plant life filled with air. Hoots, hollers, and the chirping of crickets echoed to them. Naruto couldn't even begin to figure out where this was. Where are we? Asked Rias. Sona pushed her glasses up her nose and frowned. This looks like Aokigahara Forest. I recognize it from the times we would visit during a school trip. I think I've heard of this too, Naruto said suddenly. Isn't this place also known as Suicide Forest? It is. Rias confirmed with a nod. It's actually become internationally known as the Suicide Forest because it's one of the world's most prevalent suicide sites. I think we're a bit too far in, but if you go onto some of the trails, you'll see signs urging suicide visitors to think of their families and contact a suicide prevention association. Naruto had actually never been to Aokigahara Forest before, but he knew about it from one of his classes. Speaking personally, he didn't think anyone looking to commit suicide would let themselves be stopped by a sign. If they had already decided to go through with it, then a dinky sign telling them to stop would do absolutely no good. What this country needed to curtail the rate of suicides, especially among the younger generation, was to make the generation stop feeling so stressed out over things like grades and work. He was pretty sure the reason people committed suicide was because of all the pressure families and peers placed on each other. Well, we're not going to get anything from just hanging around here, Kiba said. We should get moving. I agree, said Tsubaki. I'm glad you and I are getting to work together, Kiba said. Tsubaki blushed. Me too. Naruto coughed into his hand to withhold his laugh at how Kiba could make Tsubaki blush with a simple smile. Kaneko didn't even do that much. At least the two people they were laughing at hadn't heard them, though Rosweiss did give them a disapproving frown. Does anyone know which way we are supposed to go? Asked Gondal. Rias was getting ready to answer when, quite suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the entire forest. Naruto turned his head in the direction it came from. Rising above one of the mountains was a plume of fire and smoke. At that exact instance, several more massive explosions went up, and more fire rose into the sky. Maybe it is just me, but I think we should go that way, Naruto said. Gondal snorted. Everyone agreed, and the group began making their way through the forest toward the source of the explosions. They needed to climb the mountain, but they eventually discovered where the explosions had come from. A massive battle was taking place about 2 kilometers from a mansion surrounded by a large barrier. Angels, devils, and fallen angels were engaged in a fierce confrontation against humans wielding sacred gears and magicians like Lefei. Even from this distance, Naruto could see magic circles appear and fire off elemental attacks of varying nature. They were met by attacks from sacred gear users, who wielded everything from swords and spears to whips and shields. Is that it? Rias asked Lefei. Yes, this is the hero faction's base, Lefei confirmed. Then we should get going, Rias said. They closed in on the base, until they had reached the barrier surrounding it. Rias frowned for a moment. Picking up a stick, she tossed it at the barrier, watching with a grimace as the stick disintegrated. What an unpleasant barrier, she muttered before turning to Lefei. Do you know how to break through this? Lefei shook her head. No, this barrier wasn't active when I escaped. If it had been active, I wouldn't have been able to get out. This defensive barrier was made from the combined power of several thousand magicians. It works a lot like a layered barrier in which one barrier overlaps with another, except this is that over 1,000 times. So what you're saying is that it's incredibly strong, Rias murmured. Yes. Everyone grew silent. Naruto stared at the barrier with a frown, wondering why they had decided to raise a barrier and not used something like Dimension Lost to transport their base into an artificially created space. That would have offered more protection. Then again, Naruto was sure that Georg, the user of that particular Longinus, had a severe limitation. The sacred gear only worked so long as the user could provide power. There was no way it could be maintained indefinitely. Naruto walked up until he was standing just in front of the barrier. He couldn't feel anything at all, no heat or energy waves, which meant this was an incredibly self-contained barrier that had been perfectly erected. The casters must have been very skilled. Do you think you can break this, Naruto? Asked Kiba. Naruto shook his head. If I used my reverse summoning technique to switch places with Kurama, he could break this easily, but that jutsu has a time limit. I don't want to risk using it now and not being able to use it later. I guess there's no choice. Rias sighed. I'll break it. You can do that? Asked a shocked Lefei. Well, I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know. I guess we'll find out and see. Rias glanced at everyone present. I want all of you to get back. Except you, Eyes. I want you to use boost, then transfer all of the magic power to me. Right, you can count on me, Bushu. Issei stepped forward while everyone else backed off. He began boosting his sacred gear once every 10 seconds, over and over and over, for what felt like an hour but was probably only 5 minutes. However, he had boosted himself at least 30 times. Boosted gear. Transfer. Issei transferred all the power to Rias, who suddenly exploded with an intense aura. The area around her began to warp and bend. It was like her powers of destruction were eating away at the fabrics of reality. Taking a deep breath, Rias suddenly sucked all of that power into her body, grimacing as she held out her hand and projected that power to create a sword. It was a dark sword, reddish-black in color. Even from a distance, it was easy to see how it cut through the air, leaving distortions in its wake. Rias took this sword and swung it at the barrier. Lefei gasped in shock as she cut straight through it with ease. But she didn't stop there. Rias continued to cut into the barrier, until she had carved out an entrance that all of them could fit through. "Hurry up, everyone," Rias said as she walked through. "This barrier really is strong. I can cut through it, but it's only temporary. It will reform soon." At her urging, everyone walked through the barrier, which did indeed reform once the last person Gasper had walked through. "Let's split up and search the base," Rias suggested. "Naruto, you take Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Gundle. The rest of us will find Team Valley." "You got it. Just leave the Norse gods to us," Naruto said, thumping his chest. Devil Ninja tilde. Rias Grimoire and her group split up from Naruto, Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Gundle after entering the hero faction's base. Her group was being led by Lefay Pendragon. The petite blonde girl said she remembered the route she had taken to escape, so they were relying on her knowledge to get them through. The base was so empty it was creepy. It felt like there wasn't a single soul within the base at all. They had been traveling for what felt like 15 minutes now and still hadn't run into anyone. This place was made up of numerous twisting corridors, which were easy to get lost in. Rias had already lost track of where they were going. She honestly didn't know how Lefay knew exactly where to go, but she also wasn't a magician. Human magicians needed to have excellent memories because of all the magical formula they were required to memorize. Lefay soon led them to a set of stairs that they traveled down. The sound of their footsteps echoing along the stairwell made her wince. It was so loud. "This base has several basements," Lefay explained to them as she continued trotting down stair after stair. "It was built primarily underground because it's easier to hide that way. The basement levels are much bigger than the first floor. The one where they kept us is located at the bottom, which is the most secure location in the entire base. It's protected by a barrier, but I managed to decode it and escape with Valley's help." "Can you break the barrier?" asked Sona. "I should be able to," Lefay said. They soon reached the end of the stairs. Covered in numerous seals that prevented entry, the group stood back as Lefay created hundreds of small magic circles, which floated around the door and slowly pressed against the seals, which emitted a faint hissing noise. A second ticked by as the seals slowly dissolved, then Lefay opened the door and led them all inside. A thick purple mist filled the room they entered. "What the?" Irina squawked as the area around them slowly disappeared. "This is..." Rainer's eyes widened. "Dimension lost." Rias narrowed her eyes as she stared into the void surrounding them. "It looks like they were aware that we were coming and have planned accordingly. We've been trapped in a dimension created by the sacred gear. Now what are we supposed to do?" asked Issei, hands clenched in frustration. "How can we rescue Valley and the others if we're trapped in another dimension?" "Simple." Xenovia summoned Durandal and readied her blade for combat. "We just have to break through the sacred gear's power by defeating the wielder." "I see you haven't changed from your simplistic way of thinking," a voice said from within the fog. "Of course, you are correct. If you can manage to find and defeat Georg, then you can indeed return to our original world. But who said we were going to let you do that?" 7 people stepped out from the mist. At the head of this group was none other than Cao Cao, the enigmatic leader of the hero faction. He was dressed in his typical Gakurin uniform. The Longinus spear was gripped firmly in his hand, and his right eye looked like it had been replaced by a snake eye. Rias grimaced when she recognized Medusa's eye. Siegfried, Jean, and Leonardo stood immediately behind him. Siegfried was already wielding his myriad of holy and demonic swords. 2 were in his normal hands, Gram and Balmung, but the remaining swords Nuthung, Tierfing, Dainsleaf, and a light sword were in the firm grip of his 4 artificial hands. Meanwhile, the beautiful foreign girl Jean stood in an elegant sword stance as she wielded a holy sword of her own creation. There were 2 more people behind them. Rias vaguely recognized them from the reports. It was Marsilio and Perseus. The one on the left was the inheritor of the soul of the demigod Perseus and possessed the sacred gear, Aegis mineralization, which had the ability to petrify people who were weaker than him. He had a sword and a shield. The other was a descendant of Marsilio Ficino. He possessed the sacred gear, Dreamlike Curse, which could send a targeted individuals into a barrier space of his own creation. All this knowledge passed through Rias Grimoire's mind in the blink of an eye. "I should have known you'd be prepared to intercept us," Rias said. Cao Cao shrugged. "It wasn't hard to realize what this was about once the 3 factions alliance began attacking us. I figured after those useless members of the Satan faction failed to apprehend Lefay that you would come back to rescue Valley and his team." "Where is Arthur and the others?" Lefay demanded, stepping forward with an angry glare on her face. "They are safe," Cao Cao announced. "We unfortunately have a need for them, so we haven't killed them yet." Valley, in particular, is especially important to a plan that's currently in the works, though I can't say much on that. His face twitched. This particular plan was one we had come up with, but that damn Rizvam contacted Hades before us. Hades. Rias blinked. What does the Lord of the Dead have to do with your plan? If you want to know what Rizvam is planning, then you'll have to defeat us. Cao Cao spun the Longinus around and pointed it at Rias. I hate the fact that I'm being used by a devil like him, but we don't have much of a choice anymore. I have to go along with him. At least for now. If that's how you want to do it. Rias took a deep breath and began issuing orders. Sona, can you and your peerage take on Marsilio and Perseus? You'll need to be careful. They might not be Longinus wielders, but their abilities are still extremely dangerous. Just leave them to us, Sona said, pushing her glasses up her nose. I already know of their abilities. I'm confident we can launch a coordinated attack and defeat them. Right. Rias nodded. I'm leaving Cao Cao to you. You've got unfinished business with him, right? I do. Thanks, Bushu. Issei stepped forward and activated his balance breaker. Now covered in the powerful red armor of his boosted gear, he pounded his fists together. I've been hoping for a rematch with this Dutchikano. I won't be satisfied with how our last fight ended. What a coincidence, Cao Cao said as he stepped forward. I was thinking the same thing. There's no way I can possibly let what happened during our last fight stand without delivering swift retribution. It looked like the two of them were both anticipating their rematch. Rias hoped Issei would be okay and not underestimate his opponent. Cao Cao wielded the Longinus, the original and most powerful sacred gear of them all. It was especially dangerous for a devil like Issei to get hit. Even a small cut was enough to annihilate low-class devils. Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, and Rainer. I would like you four to deal with Siegfried. Try and defeat him quickly please. Just leave him to us, Kiba said. We'll beat him, Zenobia added. I'd rather not fight at all, Rainer said with a grimace. But I know I have to. You can count on me. This angel will defeat these evildoers in the name of our Lord Michael. Irina declared with her hands clasped before her chest. Amen. While Irina's words were a little odd, Rias didn't let them bother her and looked at the remaining members of her peerage, Akino, Ravel, and Gasper. The two of them were staring at her expectantly. You three are going to be with me, she said. Our job will be to fight Jean and Leonardo. Akino, you and Gasper will go after Jean, while I hold off Leonardo. My powers of destruction are uniquely suited to dealing with multiple enemies at once, so I will fight against Leonardo with Ravel. That said, the two of us probably won't be able to defeat him until you two defeat Jean, so make sure you hurry up and beat her quickly. Yufufufu. Of course, Rias-sama. You may leave Jean-chan in our more than capable hands, Akino said. I don't really like that lady because she seems scary, but I'll do my best, Gasper shouted with his hands clenched. That's all I can ask, Rias said. Now that everyone knew who they would be fighting, the members of Team Gemery and Team Citri split up and got ready to fight in their respective battles. Are you ready, Ravel? Asked Rias. Ravel took a deep breath. I am. Good. Then let's go. Ravel and Rias moved toward Leonardo. The young man with dark skin didn't move, but the shadows underneath his feet distorted and grew before many hideous creatures too numerous to count emerged from his feet. These creatures had two thick arms and stubby legs. They were bipedal, but they bore no similarities to a human. Aside from lacking anything that resembled a head, there was only a single red gem in the center of their face, just above their collarbones. Despite having not been there for the battle in Kyoto, Rias had read the report and listened to Naruto when he spoke of them. These were Leonardo's anti-monsters, which had the ability to target his opponent's weakness. She didn't know how this would affect her battle with him, didn't know what sort of weakness these things would target, but she didn't plan on giving up. Demonic power poured from her body as she prepared herself. Reddish-black energy wafted off her, creating distortions in the air. She gathered this power into her hands. Now encased in her powers of destruction, her hands had become completely invisible and looked like they'd suddenly caught fire. I'd like to give you a chance to surrender, Rias said. But something tells me you aren't going to do that, are you? Leonardo shook his head. You might as well save your breath. I won't surrender. That's what I thought. Yes, there was no way this boy would surrender. She could already tell that everyone here was incredibly loyal to Cao Cao, and it looked like they also had something against devils like her. There was no way he would give up. But neither could she. In that case, you should prepare yourself, Rias said. I'm not going to go easy on you just because you're a kid. All around them, the battles between the others had already started. Issei and Cao Cao were clashing, Longinus against boosted gear. Kiba, Irina, and Zenobia were locked in a fierce sword fight against Siegfried, while Rainer was attacking through the cracks in their offense with light spears. Akino and Gaspar were fighting against Jean. Meanwhile, the fallen angel devil hybrid was trading taunts with the beautiful blonde as they traded attack and counterattack. Even Sona and her team had begun their assault on the other two sacred gear users. Leonardo frowned as if he found it insulting to be called a child, but he didn't say anything else as he ordered his creations to charge at her. Seeing this caused Rias to channel even more powers of destruction into her hand. As the anti-monsters rushed forward, she unleashed a massive wave of powerful energy that slammed into her foes and annihilated them. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Kaneko and Rosweiss ran on Naruto's left and right, while Gondel moved behind him. They were in something of a diamond formation. He had no idea how they got this way. It just seemed like a natural response. This place is so big, Kaneko complained as they ran. How can we be expected to find anyone in such a huge base? Naruto would have said something, but he honestly agreed with her. This base was massive. They had only searched the first floor and first basement, but it had already taken nearly 20 minutes just to search a single floor, meaning 40 minutes had passed in total according to Naruto's internal clock. Not only was this place large, but it was a literal maze. There were so many different corridors and branching lateral passageways that it was very easy to get lost in. This base didn't possess many rooms. It seemed most of these corridors were merely used to lead to other, much larger spaces. The first basement had been dedicated to training. There were all kinds of different rooms with a variety of terrain for people to practice maneuvers and tactics, and there had also been a rather large gymnasium with many different types of equipment. They were currently on the second floor, which looked like it was being used for food production. Most of this floor was dedicated to an indoor greenhouse. Sun lamps overhead meant to simulate real sunlight provided a bright illumination for the myriad of plants to grow. It looked like they had separated plants into fields. There was everything from rice paddies to wheat fields, and it looked like they even had a wine vineyard. No wonder we could never find them, Naruto muttered. Normally, whenever you're trying to learn about your enemy's location, you would first figure out where they shop or meet with their suppliers for important necessities like food. If you do that, you can track them or at least triangulate their location based on where they get their supplies, but you can't do that if all their supplies are homegrown like this. I bet the only time they ever go outside is when they are on missions. They do seem oddly self-sufficient, Gondel remarked. I wonder how they managed it. Does it matter? Asked Kaneko. While it is an oddity, I do not believe this is something we should be discussing right now, Rosweiss agreed with Kaneko. Let's keep going. There didn't seem to be anybody on this floor, so they quickly moved to the next set of stairs and traveled down to the third basement, which contained. Is that a private jet? Naruto squawked when he laid eyes on the streamlined jet sitting in the middle of a mostly empty hangar. The scent of oil filled the air. There were a few other pieces of equipment, but the rest of this hangar was empty. If I'm not mistaken, that is a Gulfstream G550, Rosweiss said. It's a business jet produced by General Dynamics Gulfstream Aerospace Unit in Georgia. That's in the United States of America. I'm not sure what it's doing here. Huh, Naruto nodded but didn't really pay attention to the explanation. He had other thoughts in mind. Didn't know Cao Cao was an Attack on Titan fan. They stared at the private jet, which had Attack on Titan artwork painted on its hull, for several more seconds before traveling down to the fourth basement floor. This next room consisted of mostly sleeping quarters. It looked like this was where the majority of people spent their time when they weren't on duty. Naruto, Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Gondel went through each door and checked to see if anyone was inside. It seemed most of the rooms were empty. However. Oh, my, you're so naughty. Hehehehe. Of course I am. How could I not be when I see such a hot studmuffin just waiting to be shaved? Naruto stared into the room with Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Gondel, who displayed various expressions ranging from shock to disgust. Not that he blamed them. He was pretty sure his own face was somewhere between those two expressions. Even his stomach was churning. This room was just like all the others. It was a decently large bedroom with all the amenities one would expect from a bedroom. Unlike the other rooms, this one was also occupied by two men. Two men who were butt-ass naked and shaving each other. Naruto could have sworn he heard his brain sizzling as his eyes burned in a sight he wished to all 8 million Shinto gods he would never see. He wondered, was it really possible to erase his memory by rubbing bleach in his eyes? He'd once heard a saying about it. At the moment, he was seriously considering burning his eyes with bleach. As the two men continued to shave each other, completely unaware of their audience, Naruto slowly closed the door. And then added a powerful seal that would keep the two locked inside for the rest of time. "Let's pretend we didn't see that," he said at last. Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Gondel all nodded. Their journey continued onto the next basement level, which looked like a series of command centers, war rooms, and even a laboratory of some kind. The lab looked almost like a religious hall combined with a field hospital. There were beds and other items that a person might expect to see in a hospital. However, some of the beds had straps where people were tied down, so he assumed this was where they experimented on people. Nothing seemed out of place, and there wasn't any blood or whatnot to signify this was being used for nefarious purposes, but Naruto's skin crawled just looking at it. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" asked Kaneko. "Now that you mention it, I have been feeling a strange sensation crawling up my spine since we came down here," Rosweiss said. "HMPH. I think our query is close," Gondel muttered. Naruto didn't say anything as he extended his senses as far as he could. His six senses quickly expanded. The scent of antiseptics soon filled his nose, mixing with the natural scent of the three ladies with him. His hearing, meanwhile, picked up the sound of dripping water from a leaky faucet somewhere to his left, along with several sets of footsteps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There were 7 sets of footsteps, but there were only 4 people. "Everyone scatter," Naruto shouted. Putting words into actions, Naruto leapt forward before twisting his body around. He was just in time to see a magic circle light up on the ground where he had been standing before the entire thing went up in flames. An intense wave of heat washed over him as the flames screamed and churned like a living, breathing entity. The fire took on the shape of an 8-legged stallion before disappearing, leaving behind a blackened crater. "That was Frigg's magic," Gondel announced. She, Kaneko, and Rosweiss had escaped safely and regrouped with Naruto. "She is considered one of the greatest magicians among our gods. She has an affinity for magic dealing primarily with flames and the moon." The moon. Naruto didn't know what that meant and asked for an explanation, but before Gondel could give one, 3 people landed on the ground. The one in the center was a beautiful woman with silvery blonde hair, a massive rack, and muscular arms and legs. She looked like a warrior woman or some kind of Amazonian queen. In her left hand was a scepter. On her left was another woman. This one didn't have the same bust size, but she carried a graceful and elegant beauty to her. Magnificent golden hair made it look like she was being haloed in light. Unlike the woman in the center, this one wielded a hammer in one hand and a battle axe in the other. Her toga was fairly revealing. She also had a pretty muscular body. The final figure was a man who only had one hand, wore chainmail and a chestplate, and carried a spear. His bright red hair made him look like his head was on fire. He had a full beard and brilliant green eyes that glowed with an otherworldly power. All 3 of these people had something in common, namely, that they were wearing black collars with seals around their necks and possessed vacant eyes. "It looks like they really are under the control of the hero faction," Gondel murmured before stepping forward. "Lady Frigg, Lady Sif, Lord Tyr, what are you 3 doing here? Do you recognize me?" The one in the center raised her scepter and pointed it at Gondel. A magic circle appeared before an 8-legged horse composed entirely of fire leapt from it and charged toward Gondel. "Grandmother." Rosweiss stepped up and raised her hands, creating a large magic circle that overlapped the one Gondel created at the same time. A barrier appeared in front of them seconds before the horse slammed into it. The horse cried out as if anguished, and then exploded, scattering in every directions before dispersing. "I guess that answers my question," Gondel said with a sigh. "So these are the Norse gods who went missing?" Naruto asked. "Yes, and they are definitely under the control of those collars," Gondel announced. "Well, fuck," Kaneko swore. "I know we were searching for these guys, but it still sucks balls that they ended up like this. I was kinda hoping they wouldn't be all mind-controlled and stuff." "Why is that?" asked Rosweiss. "Because then I wouldn't feel bad for kicking their asses." While Kaneko informed Rosweiss of her personal opinions, Naruto glanced at the collars, which had the same seals as last time. But it looked like there was an additional seal on them as well. "That's not good," he muttered. "What's not good?" asked Gondel. "Yami added a blood seal," he said. When he realized no one would know what that was, he added, "It's a sealing array that acts like a lock. The key to unlocking it is the blood of the person who activated the seal. I doubt Yami activated the seal himself. He knows I could just use my own blood if that's the case, so it's probably someone else like Rizvam Lucifer." So you are telling me that we can't undo this seal? Asked an aghast Gondal. No, we can. It is just going to take a lot more effort, Naruto admitted. We need to defeat them and hold them down so I can undo the seal with a counter seal. If we can beat them unconscious, that will work fine, but it's always harder to subdue someone than it is to kill them. I'm all for beating people up, Kaneko quipped. You are an awfully violent child, Gondal muttered, but Kaneko just gave her the peace sign. The three Norse gods had been observing them while they spoke. It looked like they were wary of actually starting a battle now that they had revealed themselves. How should we do this? Asked Rosweiss. Kaneko and I will take care of Tyr and Sif, Naruto said. We work well together from having trained so much as a team, so I think we can handle two of them at once. You two will deal with Frigg. Subdue her quickly. If me and Kaneko are still fighting, then help us out. If we defeat Tyr and Sif before you win your fight, we'll help you out. It's as good a plan as any, Gondal agreed. All right, let's do this. Naruto slammed his right fist into the palm of his left hand, pumping himself up. His last fight had ended in disaster because he'd gone up against his dark half, but this time, things would be different. You ready, Kaneko? Of course I am. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Kaneko stepped up beside him and adopted an orthodox combat stance similar to the stances boxers used. She looked primed and ready. The three Norse gods stared at them as though waiting for them to make the first move, which Naruto was more than happy to do. Kicking off the ground, he traveled forward at blinding speed to engage the one called Tyr in hand-to-spear combat. Meanwhile, Kaneko came in right behind him, her body already transformed into her second Nekomata version. Let's get this party started, Naruto said with a grin seconds before crashing into Tyr in a flurry of fists and feet. Sao Sao. Boosted gear, Sonic Boost Night. The armor covering Issei's body disappeared, revealing a streamlined figure that seemed so weak a stiff breeze would blow it over. However, in exchange for having next to no protection, Issei's speed increased. His body blurred as he practically disappeared from Cao Cao's sight. Despite this, Cao Cao didn't look too worried. He leapt back to avoid the swipe from Issei's clawed hand. After dodging, he tried to attack Issei with a swift thrust of his blade, but Issei had already disappeared again. The world around Issei blurred as he appeared behind Cao Cao, hand already moving to stab him through the back, but things didn't work out as he planned. Cao Cao spun around as though he had predicted what Issei would do. The older man parried his claw attack with the blade of his Longinus, forcing Issei to back off. Issei glanced at the steam rising from his claw and grimaced. Pain seared into his hand from where he had touched the Longinus. His current armor didn't have the ability to protect him against something as powerful as the true Longinus spear, which was said to have been used to stab Jesus Christ when he had been crucified. Such a holy artifact was literally the bane of his existence. Boosted gear, Welsh Draconic Rook. After using the speed of his night mode to close the distance, Issei quickly shifted into his Rook mode, which created layers of armor on top of his body. This did have the effect of slowing him down. However, now that his defenses were at their peak, he wouldn't be so easily injured by the true Longinus. He raised his arm to block a swing from Cao Cao. The fierce clash resulted in a powerful backlash of cutting winds flying across the battlefield, gouging into the floor as though it were made of butter. Issei gritted his teeth and dug his heels into the ground. He refused to budge even 1 centimeter for this bastard. Cao Cao's eyes were practically glowing. I see you've gotten even stronger now than you were before. What sort of training allows you to gain such incredible power in such a short amount of time? As if I would tell you. Issei snapped as he used the strength of his Rook mode to push Cao Cao back. The power of his shove was enough to knock Cao Cao slightly off balance, which Issei tried to take advantage of by throwing his fist in a straight jab that contained all the power of his balance breaker. On a normal person, this attack probably would have caved in their skull. Cao Cao was not normal. He proved this by bending his body at an incredibly awkward angle, tapping his spear against the ground to keep him from falling, and then used the momentum from pushing against his spear to turn his dodge into a powerful slashing attack. Clang! Issei winced only slightly as the true Longinus slammed into his raised arm. The attack was not strong enough to move him while in this form, but he could still feel the hit reverberating through his body. Despite this, he still threw a punch with his other hand. He hoped to deck Cao Cao right in his face. Of course, it could never be that easy. Cao Cao realized the danger he was in and leapt backward. While the power of Issei's punch had sent a gust of wind at him, all it did was cause his hair to blow in a breeze. Cao Cao had already gained enough distance that Issei's attack couldn't reach him so easily. Boosted gear, Sonic Boost Night. Issei once again transformed into his night mode, but he took to the air instead of remaining on the ground this time. After ascending to the ceiling, he turned around, oriented himself toward Cao Cao, and shot forward at speeds that broke the sound barrier. His body turned into a brilliant streak of purple light as flames blasted from a set of exhaust ports on his back. Cao Cao had already experienced this once. He clearly had no desire to experience it again. He spun his spear and unleashed several incredibly power blasts holy energy, which Issei spun and barrel rolled to dodge. He felt kind of like Star Fox. In either event, he continued pushing forward, dodging Cao Cao's energy blasts as the air friction from his incredible speed caused fire to burst around his body. He was seconds away from reaching Cao Cao when the man in question completely disappeared. Issei slammed into the ground. Because he had been expecting to crash into Cao Cao, he tumbled across the ground as it exploded around them. He managed to land on his feet, but then he had to dodge an attack that came in from his left. Turning, he found himself facing a warrior-like being that reminded him of Kiba's Balance Breaker, Glory Drag Trooper, which created an army of holy sword-wielding dragon knights. "The hell is this?" asked Issei. "It's one of the abilities of my true Longinus's Balance Breaker," said Cao Cao, now standing several dozen meters away. "My balance breaker is called Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin. It creates 7 treasures, each of which has a different ability. They normally look like simple orbs, but I can use each one at will. The one I'm using against you right now is called Kahabete Ratana." Issei carefully eyed the warrior standing before him. He soon realized it wasn't just one warrior. There were 10 in total, and in the center of these 10 warrior-like creations was a small orb. That orb was probably the one of those 7 treasures that Cao Cao was talking about. If he destroyed it, the warriors would probably disappear. While the theory was sound, it wasn't like destroying these warriors would be so easy. They soon attacked in tandem. Issei was forced to use the superior speed of his night mode to avoid their attacks, but he knew this wouldn't work forever. If he really wanted to defeat Cao Cao, then he had to destroy these things first. Boosted gear, Welsh Draconic Rook. He changed into his Rook mode again and took a defensive stance. The warriors from the Kahabete Ratana attacked him with all their might, but he withstood their attacks, then launched several of his own. These warriors were indeed strong. However, even they were pulverized after coming into contact with his fists, enhanced by the power of promotion. Each warrior exploded. His plan was to attack the orb next, but before he could search for it again, the orb touched his body. What the? Issei suddenly felt his feet leaving the ground without his volition. His eyes widened as he flailed in the air to try and reach the ground again, but he couldn't seem to move, not even when he used his wings. That was when Cao Cao attacked him, shoving the true Longinus at Issei's face. Issei was fortunately still in his Rook mode. He raised his arms and blocked the attack, but because he didn't have any traction to ground himself with, he was sent flying through the air. Cao Cao, still on the ground, launched numerous beams of powerful light energy at him. Damn it! Boosted gear, Welsh Blaster Bishop. Issei had been hoping to avoid using the Blaster Bishop mode due to its destructive powers. He didn't want his friends accidentally getting caught up in one of his attacks, but it seemed he had no choice now. 2 massive cannons appeared on his shoulders as a glowing green gem broke through his chestplate. Energy gathered within the cannons before being released in small bursts, creating bolts of brilliant energy that crashed into the light beams from Cao Cao. A number of explosions went off. Each explosion shook Issei inside of his armor, but it wasn't so much that he received any damage. Taking aim again, Issei fired numerous powerful bolts at Cao Cao down on the ground. The man dodged his attacks with speed that was almost inhuman. It always shocked Issei to see how fast this man could move despite not being a supernatural creature like an angel, devil, or vampire. However, all of those attacks were just distractions. Boosted gear, Sonic Boost Knight. Issei once again shifted into his night mode. Flames appeared behind his back as he pushed himself through the air, accelerating so quickly this time that even Cao Cao was surprised. It helped that he had used the light from the explosions to mask his approach. He slammed into Cao Cao so fast that the man didn't have time to dodge. His attack was a headbutt. Hirk. Cao Cao flew backward and crashed into the ground, rolling several meters before scrambling back to his feet. He pressed a hand against his stomach. Issei couldn't see anything past the man's clothing, but his attack had clearly caused damage. Blood was leaking down Cao Cao's mouth. Issei felt tired by this point. Since his demonic power was being exhausted so quickly, he switched back into his normal balance breaker. His regular scale mail armor returned. He thought about attacking Cao Cao, but it was clear to him that doing so wouldn't grant him victory yet. Despite having been wounded, Cao Cao had returned to standing with his back straight. The blood was mysteriously gone. Did he use Phoenix Tears? You've become so much more proficient at using that balance breaker of yours, it's almost frightening, Cao Cao said. However, you should know that you're also not the only one who has a balance breaker. I still haven't revealed all of the treasures that my balance breaker has to offer. Issei remembered Cao Cao mentioning 7 treasures, so there must have been more abilities that he hadn't used yet. Even though he tried to prepare for anything, when an orb suddenly slammed into his back, and he found himself standing right next to Cao Cao, he was in no way prepared for it. Gritting his teeth hard, Issei was barely able to duck under Cao Cao's attack. He tried to launch an uppercut. However, Cao Cao leapt backward. This didn't deter Issei, who fired off a quick but powerful dragon shot, but just before his attack hit, another orb appeared before Cao Cao. It looked the same as the others. However, when his dragon shot slammed into it, the orb glowed brightly and the attack was suddenly redirected back toward him. What the tits? Issei leapt out of the way as his own dragon shot flew toward him. The attack struck the wall several dozen meters away and exploded. As the fierce winds buffeted his hair, Issei pointed at Cao Cao. What the hell was that? How did you reflect my own attack back at me? Can't you figure it out? Cao Cao shrugged. That's another one of my abilities, obviously. Mala Ratana grants me the ability to redirect any attack sent toward me to another target. You're awfully lucky. I could have chosen to send that attack at one of your friends, but I knew it would give you an opportunity to attack me in turn. Plus, you seem to grow stronger when your friends are injured. So that was another one of Cao Cao's abilities. So far Issei had seen 3. No 4. There was when Issei had been levitated, this new one to redirect attacks, the Kahabete Ratana, and the teleporting ability. That meant there were 3 more. Sadly, he didn't know what these last 3 abilities entailed, so he would just have to plan for anything. By the way, Cao Cao began with a smile. That isn't the only ability I have. Remember when you destroyed my eye? Well, I got it replaced with Medusa's eyes. You know Medusa, right? She was the daughter of Phorcys and Ceto, a gorgon whose hair is nothing but a head of snakes. One of her abilities was to turn people into stone. Guess what that means? Issei realized what Cao Cao meant seconds after her spoke. He looked down at his left arm. The gauntlet covering his arm was gray and corroded, having turned into hard stone, though it looked like he was able to partially resist the effects. Now, let's begin round 2, Cao Cao said as he threw himself into a sprint that took him toward Issei. Gritting his teeth, Issei prepared himself for the next bout. Tilde Devil Ninja Tilde. Rias flew through the air, her wings flapping as she dodged several attacks from the anti-monsters. She fired off several powerful blasts of her powers of destruction, but the beams were negated when they struck a magical shield that absorbed them. She was fortunate that was all they did. If those shields had sent them back at her, she might have been in trouble. This battle had been going on for a long time now. Rias had learned quite a bit from observing Leonardo and his anti-monsters. First off, there was a limit to how many anti-monsters he could make at any one time. He could only produce about 26 in total. If she destroyed one, he could make another, but 26 was his limit. She assumed this was simply as much mental strain as he could handle right now. Second off, while these creatures did have the ability to negate her powers of destruction, it was possible to overload those shields of theirs by pouring in more power than they could take. This wasn't the best way to defeat them, however. It drained too much of her demonic powers. With another flap of her wings, Rias dove toward one of the anti-monsters. The jewel on it began glowing a bright red before it fired a beam of brilliant energy. Rias' barrel rolled. She could feel the energy shooting past her. The hairs on her arms were singed from merely being near it. However, after getting past its attack, she landed on the ground right next to it. It blocked her powers of destruction sword with another magic circle, but Rias let it. While it was unable to move, she suddenly stopped using her powers of destruction and walked through the shield, which only blocked attacks of demonic nature. It did nothing against physical attacks. She grabbed the anti-monster by the face and yanked it onto the incoming path of another attack, letting it take the hit for her. The anti-monster was blown to smithereens, and Rias escaped before she could join it. The third thing she learned was that the best way to kill these was to let them kill each other. She retreated quickly after destroying the anti-monster and watched as a new one took its place. She glanced over at Leonardo. His face was pale and drawn, sweat covered much of his body, and his breathing had become increasingly heavy. Even his shoulders had become hunched. In short, it looked like he was on his last leg. This was the fourth thing she had learned. Leonardo had a limit. He had a certain amount of power that he could use for his sacred gear, and when he ran out of power, he would no longer be able to use Annihilation Maker. She didn't know how much power he had to spend, which was why she had Revel hanging back and why she was fighting conservatively. Rias forced his anti-monsters to annihilate each other instead of killing them herself. If she hadn't fought this way, she would have run out of demonic power a long time ago. After ascending into the air, she flew over to Revel, who was hovering on wings of fire. The blonde girl had been silently observing the battle up to this point. Rias was relying on her to come up with an adaptable plan they could use to win. A little ways off, Gasper and Akino were fighting Jean. They were doing very well. Akino was attacking with Holy Lightning and Gasper would halt Jean's movements with Forbidden Blur View. This made it nearly impossible for Jean to counterattack. She would freeze seconds before Akino launched a powerful attack, either with bolts or spears. Jean would break out of the attacks and counter Akino's with a holy sword, but that only meant she could defend herself. It looked like it was taking everything she had just to stay alive. However, the fact that she hadn't been defeated yet was a testament to her skills as a sacred gear user and a swordswoman. "Have you figured out a way to beat him?" asked Rias. "The obvious weakness of a sacred gear like this is the sacred gear user," Revel said. "Fighting against his monsters is only going to cost us more demonic power. Even if we fought conservatively like you have been, I believe we would still lose in a war of attrition, which means we should take out Leonardo." "I would have already done that, but he has two of those anti-monsters protecting him," Rias pointed out. "I know, which is why we're going to attack him together," Rave said with a smile. "If you can take out or distract his anti-monsters, I can take out Leonardo." "That's as good a plan as any. Let's do it." Rias and Revel dove toward Leonardo at the same time. The anti-monsters all tracked them, firing beams of destruction from the glowing jewel in the center of their faces. They swerved apart, dodging the blasts, then performed a series of intense aerial acrobatics by weaving around each other to create even harder to hit targets. Down below, Leonardo's face became furrowed as more sweat dripped from his brow. He was concentrating hard on controlling these creatures, but he had a limit, and the amount of power he was using plus the mental strain was obviously taking its toll. Rias could even see the veins on his forehead popping. Narrowing her eyes, Rias fired off several intense waves of demonic red energy. Her powers of destruction slammed into a shield created by one of the anti-monsters guarding Leonardo. Another shield appeared when she sent a condensed flame toward Leonardo himself. Now with both anti-monsters distracted, Rias dropped to the ground and rushed forward. While Rias was not a frontline fighter like Kaneko, she was still a high-class devil whose physical strength was greater than the average reincarnated devil. Running past the shield, she launched a kick into the anti-monster's torso, sending it flying away from her. She only flinched a little as a sharp pain reverberated up her leg. Rias dropped to the ground as a beam passed over her head. Standing up, she scrambled to keep this other anti-monster locked in combat. The anti-monsters that were further away all aimed at her, but they couldn't fire because they risked getting Leonardo caught in the crossfire. While Rias engaged the anti-monsters in combat, Revel suddenly fell from the sky, her body spinning around as her foot ignited with fire. It looked like the friction from her spin had caused her foot to combust. However, Rias understood that Revel was using her powers as a phoenix to create this amazingly hot blaze, which caused the very air around her to distort. "Take this." Revel's intent to perform a heel drop on Leonardo's head was an odd choice, considering she was a bishop, but Rias assumed Kaneko was being a bad influence. It wasn't like it mattered. With the incredible heat billowing from Revel's foot, there was no way Leonardo, a human, could hope to defeat her. However, she never expected what happened next. Kya! Revel was blown away as something emerged from Leonardo's shadow. Whatever it was huge, had a long neck with a strange face that looked like a fish with donkey teeth. Wings sprouted from its back. The scales covering its body seemed dull and rusted, but the four massive claws attached to its long fingers looked sharp enough to slice through steel. A long tail jutted from its hind end, and bird-like legs with dinosaur feet finished the creature's appearance. This was... "What the heck is this?" asked Rias. "It's called the Jabberwocky," Leonardo said, his breathing coming out in great gulps. Jabberwocky. Rias blinked. She'd heard that word before. Isn't the Jabberwocky a creature from the eponymous poem found in Alice in Wonderland written by Charles Lutwidge Dodgson? I believe the poem describes a creature called the Jabberwocky and how it was killed. It's considered one of the greatest nonsense poems written in English. "You certainly know your history," Leonardo grumbled. I did base this off the Jabberwocky from that poem. Of course, this is just my interpretation of it. That said, even if it is only my interpretation, it's a lot more powerful than you are. You know you're pretty lucky. This balance breaker is incomplete. I should have been able to create 12 Bandersnatches as well, but I can't do it with so little power. Rias clicked her tongue as she and Revel regrouped. The Jabberwocky released an odd sound that reminded her of a dying parrot. It was an unnatural sound, something that she would not expect to hear from this dragon-like creature. I don't have a plan to deal with that, Revel told her. I hope you do. There is something I can try. But it's not complete yet, Rias admitted, grimacing. This spell I've been working on should have the power to defeat this Jabberwocky. I think, but I don't know if I can do it. Well, we have nothing to lose, so you might as well give it a try, Revel said. I'll play the decoy this time. After saying this, Revel shot forward on wings of fire and sent an unearthly hot blaze that seemed to ignite the very atmosphere. It struck the Jabberwocky in the face. This caused the creature to seem enraged, though Rias knew that was just in her mind. All the creatures created from Annihilation Maker were simply beings brought about and controlled by the will of its user. They didn't have emotions. At least, she didn't think they did. As the Jabberwocky tried to kill Revel, who kept it from attacking Rias by launching attacks at Leonardo and forcing it to block, Rias held her hands together and gathered her powers of destruction between them. A small red sphere appeared. Black energy swirled within the red sphere. It soon grew larger as she added more demonic power to it, but then it shrank as she willed it to compress. Sweat soon gathered on her forehead as she repeated this process. She added power, which caused the sphere to grow, and then compressed it, which caused the sphere to shrink. The more power she added, the harder it was to keep it from leaking out. Rias gritted her teeth as arcs of dark red energy burst from her hands like lightning. Red burns appeared on her skin. While she did her best to ignore the pain, the slow burning was making it harder for her to concentrate. Rias blinked as her vision grew fuzzy, a sign that she was running low on power. It looked like this was her limit. The sphere that she had compressed had now taken on the shape of an enormous orb that contained a mixture of crimson and black demonic power swirling around like a nebula. Dark miasma radiated outward from it, as though the power was so strong this sphere couldn't contain it all. Why don't you try this on for size? Rias shouted as she hurled the red and black sphere at the Jabberwocky. Revel quickly moved away from the attack as it sailed at a slow velocity toward the Jabberwocky. While it was slow, a strange force locked onto the Jabberwocky and began pulling it in, which made the creature dig its heels into the ground. Its long neck stretched taut as though someone was attempting to pull its head off. Before long, the ground underneath it was also being ripped apart. The Jabberwocky was soon lifted off its feet. Several chunks of the ground were pulled into the sphere, completely disintegrating. This sphere was annihilating everything that came close. The Jabberwocky was no exception. As it came closer, its body started to disintegrate. First its head, then its neck, and then finally its body. Even after the last bit of the Jabberwocky was annihilated, the sphere continued sucking up everything near it and until it finally ran out of power. Rias gasped as her body slowly descended to the ground. Her knees jarred as she lost all strength in her legs and pitched forward, but Revel was luckily there to catch her. "Are you okay?" asked the blonde. "Yes, I'm just tired." Rias smiled at Revel. "How is Leonardo?" "It looks like he's alive, but I think he's unconscious." Revel gestured toward Leonardo, lying on his face a few meters away. "My guess is that the backlash from your attack rendered him unconscious, or maybe he was struck by a stray brick." "Good. I don't think I could fight another round right now." Rias looked over at where Akino was tying up a thrashing Jean. The blonde woman was spewing expletives, but Akino didn't seem to mind. In fact, she looked like the woman's anger was making her horny. "It looks like they finished their fight. Let's tie up Leonardo, join forces with Akino and Gasper, and then help the others." "Yes." With Revel's help, Rias made her way to the unconscious Leonardo and began tying him up. They still had work to do after this. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. The destruction caused by Issei and Cao Cao had reached a climax. Explosions rocked the artificial space, creating flames and bursts of wind that knocked the two back every time they clashed. Dragon Blaster. The cannons on Issei's shoulders glowed with a bright light before an incredible power exploded forth, shooting at Cao Cao, who gritted his teeth and released a battle cry as he swung the True Longinus. True Longinus and incredible blast of demonic energy fought against each other. Cao Cao struggled as he slid backwards, the overwhelming might of the Dragon Blaster forcing his muscles to strain and the veins on his arms and neck to bulge. "Ha! Issei was surprised Cao Cao didn't use Atsusa Ratana to teleport or Mala Ratana to reflected his attack, but he had learned there were limitations to how often this man could use his Balance Breaker's special abilities. The man had probably reached the limit of his powers a while ago and no longer had the strength needed to use them. It could also be that he was saving his abilities as a trump card. Either way, Cao Cao still managed to slice through Issei's Dragon Blaster. The massive attack split in half and struck the ground a couple hundred meters out. A brilliant and blinding light went up as a noise so loud it caused Issei's eardrums to burst echoed across the battlefield. When the light vanished, the area behind Cao Cao was gone, having been annihilated by Issei's attack. I still can't get over how powerful you've become, Cao Cao said as he impaled his spear into the ground and leaned against it, his shoulders heaving as sweat dripped from his forehead. You know, I really did believe that Valley was the only person I had to look out for, and then you came along. It really threw me for a loop. TCH. Aren't you forgetting about Naruto-sensei? Asked Issei. I haven't forgotten about Naruto, but that freak is abnormal. Cao Cao scowled as though he had tasted something incredibly unpleasant. You at least have power that is within the boundaries of human comprehension. Naruto is like Office or Great Red. Completely inexplicable. Of course, his power isn't what it once was, is it? You know about the other Naruto. If you mean Yami, then I only found out recently. A conflicted expression crossed Cao Cao's face. I'm honestly not sure what to think. Knowing that one of the people responsible for the Chaos Brigade is the dark half of the man I fought in Kyoto doesn't make me feel very good, but I've already made my bed by this point, so I've no choice but to lie in it. Issei flexed his hands as he listened to Cao Cao talk. He had stopped fighting because he was honestly getting tired and needed to recover, but he was also certain Cao Cao was in the same boat. If things kept up as they were, then victory wouldn't be decided by superior skills or power, but by luck. Naruto-sensei had once told him that luck was an important factor in battle, something that many people underestimated. In a battle between two people who were about equal, the one who made a mistake first, the one who tripped up first, would be the loser. He and Cao Cao seemed about equal right now. Their battle had been going on for some time and neither of them had landed a decisive blow. This fight would probably also come down to who made the first mistake. These thoughts and more flitted through his head when the artificial world they were fighting in suddenly vanished, reverting back to the gray walls of the hero faction's main base. What the? Issei looked around. Looks like they found Georg, Cao Cao said with a grimace. I had been hoping we could fight a little more before it happened, but I guess everyone else has already lost. Really? Wait, now that you mention it. Issei finally noticed that his and Cao Cao's battle was the only one still going on. All the other battles had stopped. Sona and her peerage had beaten Perseus and Marsilio unconscious, Siegfried was nowhere to be found, and both Jean and Leonardo were unconscious and tied up. All of them were being guarded by members of the Citri and Grimori peerages. Meanwhile, Rias Grimori was walking toward him and Cao Cao. Being dragged behind her was an unconscious Georg. It looks like this is the end of the battle for you, Cao Cao, Rias said. Surrender now. I'd hate to have to kill you and your group. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. Cao Cao dropped his true Longinus on the ground and raised his hands. I give up. With Cao Cao's surrender, the battle concluded quickly. Lefay Pendragon had discovered where Valley and his group were being kept and unsealed the prison for them. They ended up joining with Rias and the others. As Issei was tying up Cao Cao and confiscating his spear, Valley had walked up to him. I didn't expect to see you here, Hyudo. Valley smirked. The last thing I wanted was to rescue the guy who stalks me obsessively, Issei grumbled. That's a good one, Valley laughed as if Issei had just said a funny joke. Issei wished he could grumble some more. Since I owe for helping us out, I guess I can do you this one favor and not fight you right now. It looks like you've been in a tough battle already anyway. He glanced at Cao Cao, now bound by Vitra's line. I really wanted to fight this Dutchawad, but he ambushed me with those Norse gods. I was so surprised I got knocked out before I could escape. That's so. Issei honestly didn't really care about what Valley was telling him. He only listened because everyone else was busy. After Team Valley was rescued and the hero faction members were secured, Rias decided they should head topside and stop the battle happening outside of the base. Her belief was that everyone would stop fighting when they saw their leaders in custody. However, as they were going outside, Cao Cao began speaking with Rias. I heard Ophis has gone missing. Rias stopped walking, forcing everyone to stop with her. They were on the 4th basement floor right now, in the stairwell. No one knew where Naruto and the others were, Whether they were still fighting the Norse gods or had completed their goal and were waiting for everyone outside, but that hardly mattered. Rias turned to Cao Cao with a hard look in her eyes. "You know something, I take it?" she asked. "Of course I do." Cao Cao gave Rias an infuriating smirk. "She's currently receiving the hospitality of Rizvam Lucifer Valley's grandpa. He's planning to use Samael to absorb all of Ophus's power and give it to that little doll he created. Of course, Rizvam also wants Valley and Issei to try and rescue her so he can inject them with Samael's poison." "But I thought Samael was supposed to be sealed away in the deepest part of the underworld," Rias defended. "He should be in Cocytus. Hades summoned him from the underworld and temporarily gave it to Rizvam as a symbol of their alliance." Cao Cao shrugged. "Originally, Hades was going to give Samael to me, but Rizvam intervened and somehow convinced Hades to give him Samael instead." "What is a Samael?" asked Issei. "Samael is a dragon, fallen angel hybrid being known as the Dragon Eater," Irina answered, her brow furrowed in worry. "According to scripture, Samael was the perpetrator that influenced Adam and Eve, the first humans, into eating the fruit of knowledge. As a result, he was cursed by God. This event is actually what caused God to hate dragons and snakes so much. Anyway, after being cursed, he was sealed in Cocytus and never released again. Well, until now, I guess. Because of Samael's incredible hatred for dragons, he has a powerful curse that is extremely deadly to both dragons and dragon possessors alike," Zenobia added. "I hear it can also affect snakes and snake-related beings." This was all new information to Issei and a few of the others, but Rias seemed to know about Samael and his incredible abilities. She didn't look surprised. Neither did Ravel. He supposed as pureblood devils, they probably knew more about Samael and his curse than anyone else there. "While Samael's curse is strong, it's not a guarantee that he can absorb Ophus's power," Rias said. "No, he can't," Cao Cao corrected her. "We already have evidence that Samael can absorb Ophus's power. We wouldn't have asked Hades to undo the seal and give Samael to us if we weren't 100% positive that it would work." "There's always a chance it could still fail," Rias countered. "There is, but the chance of it succeeding are greater." Rias frowned at Cao Cao as if she couldn't tell whether or not he was lying, but even if he wasn't, it didn't change the fact that Rizvam somehow managed to kidnap Ophus. Issei didn't know how such a thing was possible. Wasn't Ophus supposed to be a dragon god? She was the most powerful being in existence after Great Red, so the idea of an ultimate-class devil like Rizvam being able to kidnap her seemed kind of ridiculous. At the same time, Cao Cao really didn't have any reason to lie right now. He wouldn't gain anything by it. "Personally," Cao Cao continued, "I am hoping you manage to rescue Ophus and that little tagalong they kidnapped. My hero faction has been used as sacrificial pawns by those bastards. You guys are devils and my enemy, but so are they. Then you are hoping we manage to mutually destroy each other?" asked Rias. "Something like that," Cao Cao admitted. Issei felt his hands clench at what this guy admitted, but he knew decking the douche nozzle in the face wouldn't do him any good. Cao Cao would probably take his anger as a personal victory. "If Ophus really has been kidnapped, then we need to do everything in our power to save her," Valley said, sounding oddly compassionate. Issei wondered what that was about. "That goes without saying," Rias informed him. "Ophus has been a guest at our house for a long time now. She is also one of Naruto's girlfriends. I'm not about to let some greedy bastard like Rizvam steal her powers." She turned to Cao Cao. "You mentioned something about a tagalong. What did you mean?" "They kidnapped a little fox girl alongside Ophus," Cao Cao answered. "He must be talking about Kuno," Ravel said. "She went missing at the same time as Ophus. It makes sense that they were both kidnapped. If Rizvam has been keeping Kuno prisoner, then she's likely being used as a leash to stop Ophus from outright destroying him." "That's all the more reason we go and rescue them," Rias said. "Let's keep moving. It looks like we won't be able to rest after this operation, after all." With Cao Cao, Georg, Jean, Leonardo, Perseus, and Marsilio in the middle and tied up, the group continued marching up the stairs. In the quiet atmosphere, Issei wondered if Naruto-sensei and his companions managed to defeat the Norse gods. Devil Ninja tilde. Naruto thrust a palm at Tyr's face, but the man was quite adept at combat. He twisted his torso and bent his body at an angle, allowing the palm to pass by his head, then spun around on the balls of his feet and launched a reverse heel kick. While Naruto was able to bring up his arm in time to block, the strike reverberated through his entire body. It was a good hit. A solid hit that would have shaken even a high-class devil. I guess you really are a god," Naruto muttered. He wasn't able to say anything more as Tyr thrust the spear in his hand at Naruto's chest, but Naruto slapped the weapon away with the open palm of his right hand, stepped forward, and tried to return the favor with a Rasengan to the chest. It was too bad Tyr was so blasted quick on his feet. Not only did he move back in time to avoid his attack, but he created a magic shield that blocked the attack from hitting him. Naruto shattered the shield, of course, but Tyr was already out of reach by then. If only I didn't have to worry about silly issues like keeping them alive. If they were just enemies, Naruto would have already hit these gods with a Rasenshuriken to the face, but since they were being controlled, he didn't want to injure them too badly, which left hand-to-hand combat and minor ninjutsu as his only option. Several meters from where he stood, Kaneko was launching Toki-enhanced fists at Sif. Every time Kaneko threw a punch, it would be met with either an axe or a hammer. Miniature shock waves reverberated from the clashing of fist and weapon. The two seemed pretty evenly matched, at least in terms of strength. In terms of physical appearance, they couldn't have been more mismatched. Kaneko was a tiny slip of a girl, while Sif was a busty woman with incredible muscles and thighs that could crush a man's head like it was a grape. Kaneko took a step back after their latest clash, then took 2 steps forward, raised her left leg, and planted a powerful kick on Sif's hammer. Boom! The force behind the attack caused an explosive noise to echo around them, but Sif didn't budge even a centimeter. In fact, the woman merely used the moment from the kick to spin around and swing her axe at Kaneko, who used her small body to her advantage and dodged the attack. Naruto turned his attention back to Tyr as the man came at him with several quick jabs of his spear. He wove around the attacks, bobbing in and out of range like a professional boxer. Watching and waiting for a moment, Naruto soon took a step forward, then replaced himself with a log. Tyr's spear impaled the log, which remained stuck there. As Tyr tried to shake the log off his weapon, Naruto manipulated his fingers to form a hand seal. Several strands of ninja wire suddenly exploded out from a seal tag that had been placed on the log, wrapping around Tyr and the log. Ninja wire wouldn't do much against a god. However, Naruto used the single second the man was bound to kick him in the back. There was a loud crunching sound as the attack hit, sending Tyr flying forward. Because he was still bound, Tyr slammed face first into the ground. Sadly, this man was still a god. He exerted his strength and snapped the wires like they were plastic. Standing to his feet, he pulled his spear back like an Olympian doing the javelin toss. A magic circle appeared in front of him. When he threw the spear, the magic circle increased the speed and caused it to catch fire. That's a pretty neat trick. Now isn't the time to be impressed. Naruto didn't dodge the attack, but that was because he didn't need to since Kaneko had nearly maneuvered Sif into Tyr's line of fire. Of course, Sif had no intention of letting herself just be struck down. She smacked the spear away with her hammer. However, doing so distracted her for a split second. A split second was all Kaneko needed. Ducking low, Kaneko raced in toward Sif, and threw out a fist covered in Toki. The white glow surrounding her fist was chaotic like a powerful flame. Kaneko struck Sif in the side, the sound echoing around them like an explosion or crackling thunder. Sif was blasted off her feet and sent flying. As Kaneko launched herself after the flying Sif, Naruto used the distraction to close the distance between him and Tyr. His next attack was a powerful spinning kick to the face. Tyr spun around as Naruto's foot struck him, but he moved with his spin into a powerful backhand that hit Naruto only for the Naruto in front of him to disappear in a puff of smoke, revealing it to have been a clone. The real Naruto appeared behind Tyr and struck the man in the back with a Rasengan. It was a low-powered Rasengan at least compared to the ones Naruto used with the intent to kill, but it was still powerful enough that Tyr's back arched seconds before he was launched forward like a bullet. He struck the ground several meters away, bounced once, and then slammed into the wall of the lava wall that crumbled completely from the attack. Naruto wondered if this was enough to do his opponent in, but of course things wouldn't be that easy. Sighing as a spear shot through the dust cloud, Naruto leapt out of the way, watched as the spear curved around and went back to the way it came, and grumbled when a man walked out of the dust and caught it. He knew it had been foolish to hope his opponent would be defeated that easily. However, fighting without being able to go all out was annoying. All right, fine, Naruto grumbled. Time to take this up a notch. Kaneko. I'm here. Kaneko appeared beside him like magic and adopted a fighting stance. What's the plan? We're going to combine, Naruto stated. Excuse me. Combine. You know, like that Dragon Ball Z fusion stuff. What the fuck have you been smoking? We can't do that. We'll never know unless we try. As the two bantered, Tyr and Sif rejoined each other and stared at the pair without blinking. Even though they were being controlled, it seemed they still had some sense of tactics, or they would have attacked without hesitation. The two eventually appeared to grow impatient by Naruto and Kaniko's lack of action, so they launched themselves forward and attacked while the two seemed distracted. It was a trap, of course. However, it only became obvious after Naruto and Kaniko dodged Sif's attack and went after Tear. Double Lariat. Naruto used Shunshin to get behind Tear, then he and Kaniko raised their right arms, wrapped them around Tear's chest and neck before swinging both legs forward and using the momentum to pull their opponent down. A successive boom resounded around them as the attack struck. It didn't decapitate their opponent like Kurabi's and A's Raiden, Daburu Rariato, but Naruto and Kaniko were using a highly powered down version of that attack. Tear was sent flying several meters into the air. He landed on his back with a harsh crack, his arms and legs twisted at an unusual angle. His eyes were open, but they were glazed over and staring at nothing. As they took care of Tear, Sif spun around and slammed her hammer into the ground, which exploded and sent dozens of rock fragments flying at the two. They avoided the fragments by splitting up. When they did, Sif chose to follow after Kaniko, attacking her with a fierce double team from her axe and hammer. Yet no matter how fierce and swift her attacks were, Kaniko was rock steady as she defended against each other. A blow to the head was blocked with an arm. An attack to the chest was parried with a well-placed strike to the flat of the axe's blade. Furthermore, as she redirected the axe toward the floor, Kaniko leapt over the woman and launched a kick to the back of Sif's head. This caused her opponent to stumble forward. Right into Naruto's fist. Sif's head snapped back as Naruto punched her in the face. As she stumbled back, Naruto grabbed her by the toga, pulled her forward, and then headbutted her hard enough that a loud cracking sound echoed around them. He let go of Sif after that. However, the woman had no time to dodge as Kaniko dropped down from above. The Nekosho's hands were clasped together, high above her head, before she slammed them down on Sif's skull. Crack. Smash. The attack was powerful enough to drive Sif into the ground, the woman's legs giving out. A small crater formed underneath the woman. Naruto and Kaniko looked down to see that, like Tear, the goddess's eyes were still wide open. However, they were rolled in the back of her head. Naruto knelt before her and placed a hand over her mouth and nose to confirm that she was still breathing. "She's alive and unconscious," he announced. "Thank you, Captain Obvious. I couldn't tell from the way her eyes were rolled into the back of her head," Kaniko muttered, rolling her eyes. Naruto didn't let the sarcastic reply get to him. "Can you bring Tear over here? I'm about to undo the seal on the restraint collar." "Sure thing." As Kaniko left to grab Tear by the leg and dragged him over, Naruto studied the blood seal, which was made from a complicated number of seals, on Sif's restraint collar. Several of them were fake seals. They had been designed to throw off whoever looked at them, making someone think they were important when they were likely a trap. Naruto imagined that Sif would probably die if he tried undoing those seals. Getting some ink and a calligraphy brush out of a storage scroll, Naruto began carefully drawing the counter seal on a sheet of parchment. Each masterful stroke of his brush created the necessary kanji in the shape of a circle. There were about 120 kanji in total that he needed to use, and then linked together with some squiggles. The squiggles weren't that important. The kanji was what mattered. When he was done, he placed the scroll underneath Sif. He took a second to go over the seals in his mind. When he was ready, he slowly went through the necessary hand seals, causing his fingers to glow a light blue. Fuin, Kanshuru, sealing art, counter seal. The seals on the scroll glowed a light blue as Naruto placed his hands on it. Then the seals on the collar also began glowing blue. The fake seals soon disappeared as if they were illusions, then the real sealing array was slowly sucked into the scroll. The seals used in the restraint collar found themselves sealed up inside of the circle, which was an imprisonment seal combined with a seal similar to his godfather's Fukahoin. As he finished, Kaniko dropped the still unconscious Tear next to him, and Naruto removed the restraint collar from him as well. "I see you've already finished saving Lord Tear and Lady Sif," Gondel said as she and Rosweiss walked up to him. She was carrying an unconscious Frigg in her arms. Unlike Kaniko, who had basically dropped Tear like a sack of bricks, she gently set the woman down. "Can I ask you to remove the restraint collar from Lady Frigg as well?" "That is what we're here for," Naruto said. He quickly removed the restraint collar from Frigg the same way he had for Tear and Sif. Then he sealed all three of them inside of a transportation scroll. It normally wasn't a good idea to seal people in scrolls, but they were unconscious, so he figured they'd be okay. "All right, let's meet up with Rias and the others. I'm sure they are finished rescuing Team Valley by now," Naruto said. No one had anything to say against his plan, so they all quickly vacated the lab and began making their way toward the stairs. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Everyone met up again outside of the base. Thanks to Cao Cao and the others being present, albeit tied up, they were able to release the barrier that had been set up around the base. It was apparently keyed into a device that Cao Cao had on hand. Once the barrier dropped, all of them people who had been fighting ceased. Rias had made a statement to the members of the hero faction, about how Cao Cao and the other leaders had lost and were now their prisoners, and that if they continued fighting, she wouldn't hesitate to kill their leaders. It was a bluff. Naruto knew Rias wouldn't kill someone who had already surrendered, but a lot of people in the hero faction had been brainwashed to think devils were inherently evil. They surrendered immediately after her announcement. However, the situation was far from over. The group returned home with Team Valley in tow. No one was quite sure what to do with them yet, but Valley himself said that he was going to be staying with them for the interminable future. At the very least, Naruto thought they should be present because of what their next goal was going to be. Azazel, Searsex, Metatron, and Michael did not return home with Naruto and the others. They still had to sort out what they should do with Cao Cao and his group. Rias had decided it was okay to leave the matter of what to do with the hero faction up to the three faction alliance leaders. Naruto agreed. Their job was already done, so there was no need to do more. It was late at night, the group had finished eating a dinner. It was more like a feast because there had been so many people present and the entire group, including the C-Tree Peerage and Team Valley, had joined everyone on the couch for some late-night television. Of course, this had led to an argument erupting between Rias and Sona. "I'm sorry, but I think I must have heard you wrong," Rias said with a bright smile. "Oh, no, you didn't hear anything incorrectly." Sona pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. "I believe my statement was perfectly clear. We are not watching Discovery Japan. Discovery Japan is a lot more educational than your silly Japanese cartoons. They aren't cartoons." Rias and Sona were glaring daggers at each other, to the point where it looked like sparks might start flying if something wasn't done soon. Standing with her hands on her hips, Rias had thrust out her superlative breasticles, which bounced like a pair of beach balls as they were barely constrained by the confines of her shirt. On the other hand, Sona was quite flat. She didn't have much in the way of a chest. However, her imposing demeanor and those glasses lent her a foreboding and intimidating air that Rias simply lacked. Everyone could feel the tension in the air, but no one was sure how to quell that tension. They also didn't want to get involved. Who knew what would happen if they intervened? HMPH. "It seems we cannot resolve this through simple words alone," Sona proclaimed. "Oh, yes we can. This is my house, so it's my rules," Rias argued. "Actually, this is my house," Naruto mumbled. "Not that anyone is going to listen to me. I'm listening to you, Lord Naruto." "I'm listening, Naruto-sama." Revel and Lefay spoke at the same time, then turned to look at each other. They warily regarded the other person. It was like they expected their fellow blonde to attack them. During the course of their staring contest, Lefay suddenly made the mistake of looking at Revel's chest. The moment she saw those pneumatic knockers, she reared back as though she'd been struck, then curled up into a ball. "How are they so big?" she mumbled. What? What's big?" asked a confused Revel. "She means your tits, fried chicken," Kaneko mumbled, staring enviously at the large breasts Revel was sporting. "They truly are obnoxious, those disgusting blobs of fat." "Don't call them disgusting," Revel shouted, covering her chest with her hands. As Kaneko began teasing Revel about her disgusting blobs of fat, Naruto tuned the girls out and looked at the others. Issei was sitting on one couch with Asia, Rainer, Akeno, Zenobia, and Gondel, who had inexplicably joined them for some reason. Kaneko, Revel, Lefay, Rossweiss, and Irina were sitting on Naruto's couch. He wouldn't say it was uncomfortable. In fact, he was quite comfortable. However, there were a lot of people being squeezed onto these two couches. Team Valley and Sona's peerage were also present. Valley, Kuroka, Arthur, Biko, and even Fenrir had spread themselves out across the room. Valley was actually sitting beside the frightened out of his wits Gasper. The poor kid looked like he was going to faint. On the other hand, Kiba and Fenrir were eyeing each other. The C-Tree peerage had spread themselves out among the two groups. "So, how about we ignore those two," Naruto pointed at the still arguing Rias and Sona, "and choose something to watch ourselves?" "I want to watch the church channel," Irina voted. "Oh, that sounds like it would be lovely," said Asia. "I agree," Zenobia added, clenching her hands into fists. "Even though I have become estranged from the church, and even though I am no longer human, I would still like to worship God. The rest of us would like to not have a headache, thank you." Kaneko stopped arguing with Revel long enough to reply. "I want to watch MMA," Valley said. If we have to watch something, we should watch some good old-fashioned violence. Lame, Issei replied. If we're going to watch a TV series, then it should be something cool like Dragon Fighters the X. HMPH. We should just watch porn, Rainer snorted. Era. Akino placed her hands on her cheeks. For once, I think the disgusting fallen angel has a good idea. Don't call me disgusting when you're a fallen angel too. Naruto's words sparked another debate among everyone present, which soon devolved into a massive pillow fight. He wasn't sure who threw the first pillow. It might have been one of them, but it could have also been Rias or Sona. No one knew. What he did know was that the entire living room soon became a massive war zone. Since it looked like no one was going to watch anything and just fight, Naruto used that moment to slip outside all ninja-like, heading down a short hallway before stepping onto the walkway between two gardens. This walkway could second as a porch. Naruto sat down with his legs hanging over the edge, feet firmly planted on the grass, and looked up at the stars. Finally, like this, his mind was able to settle, and it settled on one thought. Kuno and Office had been kidnapped. He knew the others were aware of this since Cao Cao had told them, but unlike the rest of his friends, he could not pretend everything was okay. Office was powerful. She was hailed as one of the strongest beings in existence, and even Kurama said a fight between them would come down to luck. However, Kuno was just a little girl. She was only 12 years old, and now she was in the hands of a sadistic freak like Rizvam. Office was probably okay. They couldn't do anything to her. Kuno was not the same, though. Even if Rizvam didn't harm her, the mental damage and stress she must have been going through was bad enough. He wanted to rescue them right now. There you are, a voice said to his left. Naruto turned to look at Lefei as she walked up and sat down beside him. Because of how elevated the walkway was, her feet did not quite reach the ground. Her cute little toes scraped against the grass as she swung her feet back and forth. She placed her hands on her lap as she stared at him. Did you need something? Asked Naruto. Not really. Well, sort of. Lefei gave him an uncertain smile as a small blush spread across her pale cheeks. I mostly came out here because I was worried when I noticed you slipping away. I wanted to make sure you were okay. Naruto felt the tension in his shoulders ease at her words. I'm fine. I am just worried about Office and Kuno. I thought so. You're a really caring guy. You even helped rescue my brother and Valley. I just did what anyone else would have done. Naruto shrugged her words off. He was too embarrassed to take them to heart. Anyway, there was something else, wasn't there? I have a feeling you didn't just come looking for me because of that. Well, you're not wrong. It's just hard to say. It's okay. I don't mind waiting. Thank you. A gentle silence grew between the two. Naruto found himself admiring Lefei. They hadn't gotten to see much of each other after he left the base where Team Valley had been staying, so this was his first chance to really see her. Lefei's blonde hair looked faintly luminescent. Bathed in the gentle glow of the moon, her pearly white skin possessed an effervescent sheen that made her seem somewhat ethereal. She was still wearing her witch clothing, which covered her body, but Naruto knew that she had a very cute figure. With her witch's hat not sitting on her head like normal, her cute features were clear for him to admire. See, can you please not stare at me like that? It's embarrassing, Lefei suddenly said. Sorry. Naruto grinned and scratched the back of his head. I was just stunned by how cute you are. See, cute, he says. Lefei released an oddly elegant sigh, then leaned back on her hands. She paused for a moment, then changed the subject. I'm not sure if you're aware of how magic works in this world. Demonic power requires the power of imagination and the power to create. If you can imagine it, you can make it. However, I am a magician. A human who uses magic, which involves the knowledge to control equations by making calculations within my head. There is a distinct limitation to magic that devils do not have. Naruto actually didn't know much about magic. It sounded a lot more complicated than demonic spells and ninjutsu. Seriously. All he had to do was make some hand seals and his jutsu somehow worked. Sometimes he didn't even need hand seals, like when he made a Rasengan. Anyway, Lefei coughed into her hand. I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to form a pact with me. A pact? Naruto tilted his head. What's that? Well, it's when a magician makes a pact with a devil. Lefei bit her lip for a second before nodding several times and beginning an explanation. There are a lot of reasons for a magician to make a pact with a devil. The first and most obvious is for protection. If the magician ever finds herself in trouble, then having a powerful devil behind their back will allow them to have the upper hand over their opponent. We also make pacts to attain information and knowledge of devil techniques and magic. Of course, another great reason is for status. Great fortune and success are granted to magicians who make a pact with a powerful devil. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Naruto nodded. Right, so, Lefei seemed unable to ask the question that was burning in her heart, so Naruto decided to answer before she could ask it. Of course I'll make a pact with you. Naruto gave her the foxiest of foxy grins. Why wouldn't I make a pact with such a cute girl? There you go calling me cute again. I only call you that because it's true. Lefei reached up and twirled her hair between her fingers. Do you really think I'm cute? Obviously. I'm pretty sure I've said it multiple times. Teehee, I guess you did. After she got Naruto to agree to form a pact with her, Lefei relaxed and went back to being her normal, bubbly self. Naruto, on the other hand, though appearing relaxed and smiling as he spoke with Lefei, still felt an obnoxious squirming in his gut. He had a terrible feeling that he wouldn't be sleeping well that night. Devil Ninja. Everyone slept in until later in the afternoon. The battle against the hero faction and Norse gods had taken its toll on everyone. Even Naruto didn't want to get out of bed when he woke up that morning and ended up dozing off again for several more hours. When everyone finally did wake up and trudge their way down to the kitchen, it was to discover several people who were not only awake, but didn't actually live in their house, lounging around. The members of Team Valley were sitting around in the kitchen. Valley, Kuroka, Biko, and Lefei Pendragon were sitting at the table with Searsex, Metatron, Michael, and Azazel. Searsex and Azazel were drinking a cup of coffee while Metatron and Michael had tea in front of them. It didn't look like anyone was talking. In fact, Naruto thought he felt a distinctly nervous tension running through the two groups. After studying the group sitting at the table, Naruto shifted his gaze to Arthur Pendragon, Lefei's older brother and a man whose prowess with a blade made him one of the most fierce opponents a person could ask for. Naruto snorted. Arthur was cooking breakfast eggs and bacon, it looked like, in a frilly pink apron. Don't you start laughing at me. Arthur snapped. This was the only apron you people had. I didn't say anything. Snort. Giggle. But now that you mention it, you do look awfully comfortable wearing that. I guess you must have experience. He's a man of great taste and frills, Kaneko added. That's my apron, Revel complained, her face pale and her eyes wide. Oh, Knit, all of you, Arthur snapped as he continued to cook. He was scrambling the eggs and adding bacon bits, celery, and red peppers to his food. Just sit your asses down and wait patiently for the food. Okay. Naruto chuckled as he walked over to the table. Homebody. I heard that. Stop teasing the poor homebody, Rias said as she sat down next to her brother. Sorry. I couldn't help myself, Naruto replied as he sat between Kaneko and Revel. You too, Arthur clenched his teeth as he stirred his food with much more vigor than before. I'm glad to see all of you are doing well, Searsex said after everyone settled down. How are you feeling? Impatient, Naruto admitted. For the food? Asked Azazel. If that was a joke, it was a poor one, Naruto replied. Sorry. Azazel hid his grin behind the steaming cup of coffee. I know what you want to know. We'll tell everyone once you're all awake. Just be patient until then. Naruto sighed, but he knew he didn't have much of a choice. Kaneko, who sat on his left, reached over and patted him on the leg, as if to reassure him, though he didn't know what she was trying to reassure him about. Arthur soon finished the first batch of eggs. As he set the food into a large bowl, then set the bowl on the table, the members of Tem Valley began scooping up the food so quickly it was almost like they were afraid it would disappear. Naruto wondered if the eggs were really that good. Maybe Arthur was a true egg connoisseur. He waited until Kuroka, Valley, Biko, and Lefei had gotten their fill, then scooped some onto his, Kaneko's, and Revel's plate. Since the eggs were scrambled, he used a fork instead of the traditional chopsticks. Placing the fork into his mouth, he bit down on the eggs and nothing. They weren't bad, but they weren't amazing either. The taste was of standard scrambled eggs that had been lightly seasoned with salt and pepper, had bacon bits, green onions, and red peppers tossed in. And that was it. I feel disappointed. Were you expecting something amazing? I was expecting these eggs to be so good my clothes exploded off my body as I orgasmed from deliciousness. HMPH. Naruto ate the eggs with far less enthusiasm than the others. He felt like his actions were almost mechanical now. Scoop, insert fork into mouth, chew eggs, swallow. He could hardly even taste the food now, such was how destitute he felt. Why do you look so disappointed? Asked Arthur, eyes narrowed in irritation. No reason, Naruto said with a heavy sigh. Then don't sigh like all of your hopes and dreams were just crushed. It wasn't long before the others came into the room and sat down. Of course, now that Team Valley and the three leaders of the three factions alliance plus Gondal were present, they didn't have enough room at the table for everyone to sit. Several people like Irina, Zenobia, and Asia chose to sit on the couch in the living room and eat. Sona Citri and her peerage were also present. They sat in the living room as well. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the living room. They left a large pile of plates in the kitchen sink, which would be cleaned later. There were more important things to do right now. Azazel, Michael, and Sirzex were standing in front of the television as everyone sat down. Their expressions were quite something. Even though Hay had successfully rescued Team Valley and dealt an incredible blow to the hero faction, they did not look pleased. In fact, they looked worried. Naruto sat next to Rias and Roswise, who managed to snatch the spot from Ravel before the blonde Phoenix heiress realized what was happening and reached out to place his hand in Rias's. He wouldn't say he needed emotional support right now. However, the worry he felt toward Ophis and Kuno was not something he could just brush off. Rias must have recognized this. She squeezed his hand. First, we'd like to tell all of you about what happened to the hero faction. Azazel stepped forward and placed his hands on his hips. The hero faction has officially been dissolved. The hero faction leaders, Cao Cao, Jean, Georg, and Leonardo are currently under the custody of Indra, king of the Hindu gods and lord of heaven. From what I understand, Cao Cao, Jean, Georg, and Leonardo have had their sacred gears confiscated and were sent to the realm of the dead by Indra. Naruto didn't know squat about Indra, but he honestly didn't really care who this guy was. The most important thing to know was that Cao Cao and his hero faction were no more. This is concerning information, Sirzex said. We have reason to believe that Indra has been supporting the Cow Brigade, though we have no clear evidence. However, we've long suspected that Indra was in league with the Chaos Brigade because he wants to have powerful pawns he can use to wage war against Shiva, the Hindu god of destruction. He's ranked as one of the most powerful gods in the entire world. Indra doesn't come even close to comparing with him, which is why he would need powerful pawns to weaken Shiva. Sirzex paused to let this information sink in. Naruto looked at the others. Everyone seemed fairly concerned, but to Naruto, who really didn't care about these other gods or what happened to the Chaos Brigade, he just wished they would move on and get to the main point. He wanted to know what they planned on doing about Ophis and Kuno. The second bit of information is what Gondal has told us, Michael began. The three Norse gods who were kidnapped and had restraint collars placed on them have been returned to the fold of gods. They woke up the other day and are currently recuperating in Hokkaido. We have Naruto to thank for their safe return. On behalf of the Norse people, thank you, Naruto Uzumaki, Gondal said with a polite bow in his direction. Hey, you're welcome. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he accepted this woman's thanks. Even now, he still had trouble accepting the thanks of other people, even though he was perfectly content to brag about himself. Now for the main reason we've all come over. Sirzex stepped forward again, his expression turning brave. While we managed to deal with the hero faction and rescue Team Valley, there is still the matter of Ophis and Kuno. We learned from Cao Cao that they have been kidnapped by the Chaos Brigade's old Satan faction, which is being led by Rizvam Lucifer. According to Cao Cao, they plan on summoning Samael and using his powers against dragons to absorb Ophis's power and put it inside of the vessel known as Lilith. Isn't Lilith also the name given to the woman who birthed all devils? Asked Sona. What an overbearing naming sense. This Rizvam has no taste. Taste or not, it doesn't change the fact that we are in a dangerous situation, Michael said. If Rizvam really does manage to absorb Ophis's power, then he'll have more than enough strength to fight off the entire three factions alliance. We have to rescue her before that happens. Naruto tightened his grip on Rias, who returned his gesture by holding his hand just as tightly. We have a strong reason to believe this is also a trap, Azazel said after a short pause. Samael's powers are incredibly deadly to dragons. Not only does he have the ability to absorb Ophis's powers, but he can also poison people who have a dragon inside of them. Like Issei and Valley. Because Cao Cao was able to tell us the location where the ritual will take place, there is a good chance Rizvam intentionally leaked this information so he could deal a decisive blow to our forces by getting rid of Issei and Valley before they become an even bigger threat. Naruto looked at Issei. The young man appeared shocked. However, the women around him appeared even more concerned. Asia was obvious, of course. She was clinging to his arm like nobody's business, squeezing it so hard Naruto thought she might cut off the circulation. However, even Rainer was clenching her teeth and looked like she was just barely suppressing herself from saying something. This next mission we have for you is going to be even more dangerous than before, Michael said. What's more, we won't be able to provide aid this time. The magician faction of the Chaos Brigade, known as Nilram, is attacking the yokai faction in Kyoto. They are overwhelmed and have requested aid. We cannot afford to ignore them, especially since it looks like several evil dragons have been summoned to wipe them out. You guys will have to go to the location where the ritual is going to take place and rescue Ophis and Kuno on your own, Azazel said. It's going to be dangerous. Are you guys up to the task? Azazel, don't ask stupid questions, Naruto said. Ophis and Kuno are my friends. There's no way in hell I'm going to let them remain in that psyche's hands any longer. Just tell us where the ritual is taking place. Naruto understood that he was being somewhat abrasive. Of course, abrasiveness was part of his charm. It was almost like his character trait. Anyway, regardless of how anyone took his attitude right now, Naruto didn't care. Two of his friends were in danger, and he'd be damned if he let them remain in danger for any longer. Do all of you feel the same way? Asked Azazel. I'm surprised you have to ask, Valley said with a smirk. Team Valley was already planning to rescue Ophis, regardless of whether you helped us or not. The others quickly gave their affirmatives, stating that they were prepared to rescue Ophis no matter the cost. Azazel chuckled a little. All right then, since you all seem so determined, we'll leave rescuing Ophis to you. Azazel paused. The location where the ritual to summon Samael is going to take place is Devil Ninja. Naruto wondered if there was a trope that stated all important conversations had to happen naked and in the bath. He was in the bath and naked, with an equally naked Rias, Kaneko, Revel, and Rosweiss. Naruto had asked Irina if she wanted to join them, but she had merely smiled and told him she didn't think it was a good idea yet. The fact that she said, yet, at the end made him hopeful for the future. Are you sure this mission is a good idea? Rias asked Naruto. I don't want to bring up the fact that this is a trap again, but I'm really worried this task might be a bit more than we can handle. It doesn't really matter if it's a good idea or not, does it? Naruto asked in return. Ophis might be fine if she was by herself, but Kuno was also kidnapped. Rizvam has effectively blocked her from being able to escape, and I don't think I need to tell you why we can't leave Kuno in his tender care. No, you don't. While Naruto, Rias, and Rosweiss were sitting in the bath, Kaneko and Revel were splashing around in the deeper area. It looked like they were having a water fight. Naruto admired their bare breasts. It was such a contrast. Kaneko with her flat chest and Revel with her jiggly jugs. We're going up against the old Satan faction, right? Rosweiss shivered a little despite being in the hot water. That means we're going to have to fight Euclid and Rizvam. Both of them are very powerful on their own, but on top of their own formidable might, Euclid can summon Grendel to fight for him. I actually believe I can take on Euclid, Rias said with furrowed brows. The problem we're going to have is Grendel and Rizvam. I don't know how we're going to deal with that, especially since we won't have help from my brother like this last mission. And I won't be able to fight Rizvam at all. Naruto sighed and looked at the ceiling. Steam wafted through the air, blocking his vision a little. He took in a deep breath, inhaling the warm scent of the water and women beside him. I bet Yami is going to be with them. He wants to absorb the rest of my chakra so he can take my place. I'm not really looking forward to fighting him. Yami was currently stronger than he was, which meant a battle with him was not advisable unless Naruto had an ace up his sleeve. Currently, the only ace he had was Kurama. However, while Kurama was indeed way more powerful than Yami, there was a limit to how much power they could bring out unless they used the reverse summoning technique, which they could only use if someone was able to stall Yami long enough for him and Kurama to create the necessary hand seals. Sadly, no one else was strong enough to hold Yami off. In short, they couldn't use it. Kaneko paddled over to them with Revel and promptly sat herself on Naruto's lap. Naruto flinched, but it wasn't because he didn't like having the girl on his lap. Her naked butt was rubbing against his erection. In most circumstance, he would have shoved his throbbing meat stick in her tight ass, but he didn't really feel like having sex just then. He was gonna give him blue balls. I think I have an idea about that, Kaneko said. You know how when you enter Sage mode, you take on the world's hatred? Yes, Naruto said. Well, with you, what's happening is that Yami takes on the world's hatred, which is what allows him to absorb your chakra, Kaneko continued. But what if you did something that countered the world's hatred? Something that brought joy instead of hatred? Maybe if you did that, you could reclaim the chakra that was stolen. Naruto frowned as Kaneko grabbed his hands and placed them on her sides. He began rubbing her sides, which caused the girl to emit a faint purring sound, and thought about what she was telling him. It might work, but we'll probably want to run it by someone who can confirm this first before we do anything, Rias said, looking pensive. Then why don't you just ask me? Nya. As a sultry voice echoed around them, everyone turned to look at a dark-haired beauty with large breasts and a split cat tail lounging in the bath beside them. None of them knew when she had entered. From the amused look in her narrowed yellow eyes, she had been waiting for them to notice her for quite some time now. Kuroka. Kaneko shifted. What do you want? I want to take a bath, so I came in. You people were so busy talking that you didn't even notice me. Kuroka stretched her arms, eyes locked on Naruto, as if waiting to see his reaction to the way her nipples peeked out from the water's surface. She became disappointed when he didn't even look at her. Anyway, there is a way for you to reclaim that lost chakra Yami stole from you, at least, partially. How? Asked Naruto. It's very simple. Kuroka licked her lips. By filling up your own soul with enough happiness to counteract the negative energy Yami has gotten from Sage Mode. Rias narrowed her eyes. I get the feeling there's a caveat to your statement. There is indeed. Kuroka's smile widened. The quickest way to fill your soul with happiness is quite obviously to have sex. Because sex makes everybody happy. So if you want to take back some of the chakra Yami stole, all 5 of you should fuck from dusk till dawn tonight. Don't worry, she added with a lecherous grin, your Oni-sama here will help the 5 of you with this. After all, I am an expert when it comes to both sex and Sage Mode. Naruto, Rias, Revel, Rosweiss, and Kaneko stood inside of their bedroom as Kuroka raced about the room, lighting scented candles and incense, and adding lenses to the lights so everything was seen through a red haze. He had no idea where she'd gotten any of those. It looked like she had set it all up in advance. The incense had an unusual scent. It was pleasant, like fresh strawberries, but there was something about it that addled the mind. What is all this? Asked Rias with a frown. Kuroka paused in what she was doing to look at the redhead. Her express was smug, as if she was exuding her superiority in all matters sex of Rias. In response to that look, Naruto's redhead girlfriend's expression took on a fierce glare, not that Kuroka seemed to mind. She even giggled. I'm setting up the decorations in order to set the mood, obviously. Just having sex is fine and all, but if you want to infuse more passion and love into your sex, then you need to set the mood. You kids are amateurs who have only been fucking. You haven't experienced true love making like this. Neither have you, Kaneko deadpanned. Nya ha ha ha. Kuroka just laughed her sister's words off, not bothered in the least, though now Naruto wondered if Kuroka might be a virgin. Could such a thing even be possible? Anyway, now that everything is set up, I recommend you kids get to it. The longer you wait, the less time you have until the mission begins. Her words rang true. They really didn't have much time. If they wanted to take even a smidge of the chakra Yami had stolen from Naruto back, then they had to get started now. Naruto would never admit this out loud, but he was actually shivering in anticipation. The idea of having an orgy with these women was already enough to make him harder than a diamond. We'll get to it. Kaneko glared at her sister. But you need to leave. Ah, but Sharon, I'd like to see this. I need to make sure nothing goes wrong. Leave. Nya ha ha. Kuroka rushed out of the room. The last thing Naruto saw of the woman was her brilliant golden eyes gazing at them with amusement before the door closed. That woman, Kaneko huffed as she placed her hands on her hips. She did seem awfully excited, didn't she? Asked Revel. You nervous, fried chicken? How could I not be? Revel, for once, did not deny her own nervousness or get angry at Kaneko's nickname for her. This is the first time I've ever done something like this. And so much hinges on us doing it successfully that I can't help but feel worried. If we fail. Revel trailed off, but it wasn't like anyone needed her to continue. If they failed to counteract the hatred swimming inside of Yami, then Naruto would not be able to regain any power. That was something they had to avoid. You can't think like that. Rias began unbuttoning her school uniform, revealing the lacy black bra underneath along with the swell of her twin bulges. Her massive rack was practically straining against her bra. This isn't about whether we fail or succeed. You only need to think about sharing your love and happiness with the people you love. That's all that matters. That's a very good way of looking at it, said a nervous Rosweiss. She was shaking like a leaf, and her eyes had grown really wide as she watched Rias strip down. After removing her shirt, the redhead unbuttoned her blouse, letting it slide down her legs. Then she kicked it off, leaving herself in nothing but a bra and panties, and looked at Rosweiss. The panties were lacy like her bra. Are you sure you want to do this? Asked Rias. I know it's important to have as many people as possible in here while this happens. The more people the better. But I also know you were planning to take your relationship with Naruto slowly. In response to Rias's words, Rosweiss looked over at Naruto, who could only offer a kind smile in return. He did want her to be with him right now, but he also wouldn't force her into anything. In the end, what he wanted was her happiness. I'll understand if you don't want to. I'm sure you want to wait and have our first time be more special, Naruto said. Rosweiss bit her lip. During that time, Rias had finally removed her bra, causing her breasts to bounce before coming to rest prominently on her chest. Naruto's mouth watered at her dark red nipples. He wanted to take this into his mouth and swirl his tongue around them right now, but he held back because he was still waiting for Rosweiss's answer. Revel and Kaneko were also helping each other strip. Kaneko was already wearing nothing but her socks and Revel was down to her bra and panties. However, from the fire lighting up the Phoenix Heiress's head, it was clear she was embarrassed about removing those last articles of clothing. It is true that I want to wait before committing, and that I'd like our first time to be just the two of us. Rosweiss's eyes hardened even as blood welled up around her cheeks. However, no matter whether my first time happens now or later, it will always be special. Because I'll have it with you. Rosweiss, Naruto tried to think of something cool to say, but he was too choked up. These were the kinds of words any person would have loved to hear. That he was hearing it while 3 other women were getting naked made things a little okay. Very odd, but it still made tears gather in his eyes. The emotions behind them were genuine, and that was enough. I'm willing to do this, Rosweiss added for emphasis. If you're willing to do this, then you should start by taking off these clothes, Rias suddenly proclaimed. What? Rias had moved behind Rosweiss while she was talking. With a quickness that shocked even Naruto, the redhead managed to remove Rosweiss's jacket and unbuttoned her shirt before either of them knew what was happening. Naruto could do nothing but stare, his throat dry, as Rosweiss's plain white bra was revealed. It wasn't what he would have called sexy underwear. However, he felt this plain style suited Rosweiss best. It was like her bra reflected her pure and straight-laced personality. Don't just stand there like an idiot, Naruto. Rias scowled at him as she unhooked Rosweiss's bra. The Valkyrie's breasts bounced, jiggled, then went still. Take of those clothes. Take them off. Take them off, Kaneko chanted in a deadpan voice. He hoped she realized that blank expression really didn't inspire sexual desire in him. Naruto reached up and unzipped his jumpsuit. He slid it off his shoulders and threw it to the floor. During this time, an embarrassed Rosweiss allowed Rias to remove her bra. Naruto sucked in a deep breath when he saw her tits spring free from their confines. The Valkyrie had lovely skin, and the light pink nipples capping them were hard to resist. He felt like he could have admired them for all eternity. A pitch tent formed in his pants, though soon his pants were gone, leaving him in just his boxers, which made the bulge even more obvious. Rosweiss was so embarrassed she covered her face with her hands. However, she had left a slit between her fingers that allowed her to continue gazing at his raging erection. Well, looks like we're all naked, Rias said brightly as she placed her hands on Rosweiss's shoulder. Now, kiss him. Wah. Rosweiss was not given any time to do more than squawk as Rias pushed her into Naruto. She face planted against his chest, but then she tried to scramble back. This instinctive reaction was stopped by Naruto, who grabbed her hand and pulled her back. He wrapped his arms around her waist. Now pressed together, skin to skin, Rosweiss could undoubtedly feel the hardness of his erection. It was wedged firmly between her thighs, after all. Naruto. It's not too late to back out, Naruto said. I think this might be your last chance. Naruto's ability to resist was hanging by a thread. It was already difficult for him to keep his thoughts firm. He didn't think he had the strength to resist 4 alluring and naked women for much longer. I'm not backing out, Rosweiss said at last. Her expression was firm, though her cheeks were a vibrant red. Something inside Naruto snapped. I love you, Rosweiss. I love you mph. Naruto hampered Rosweiss's mouth with his own, pushing his tongue into her mouth without restraint. The Valkyrie tried to keep up. However, this was her first kiss, never mind her first adult kiss. Her tongue was unable to do more than turn to putty under Naruto's ministrations. The act of his kiss not only left her breathless and unable to keep up, but her legs wobbled and grew weak. She would have fallen if Naruto wasn't holding her to his chest. As the kiss continued, Rias came up behind Rosweiss, pressing her breasts into the other woman's back as she lowered her head and began nibbling on the Valkyrie's ear. Rosweiss's eyes went wide as her entire body shuddered under the two-way assault. Her moans were loud but muffled by Naruto's mouth and tongue. He couldn't get enough of this taste. Roswice's mouth and tongue had an oddly refreshing taste as if she'd been chewing mint gum before they kissed. When the woman had turned to putty in their hands, Naruto scooped Roswice into his arms, then set her on the bed. Roswice had only just come to when he began sliding her panties off her legs. Her cheeks turned crimson as she closed her thighs. "Roswice," Naruto said. Sorry. Just give me a second, okay? HMPH. If you're gonna take your sweet time, then I'm not gonna let this chance go to waste." As Roswice tried to gather her courage, Kaneko pounced on Naruto, dragging him down into a searing hot kiss as she filled his mouth with her tongue. The Nekosho had entered her second form. Her split tail was wagging back and forth as she worked his mouth over. Her tongue tasted like cinnamon. She was completely naked except for her socks, but that somehow made her look even more erotic. Naruto had caught a glimpse of her hairless pussy before she pounced. He wanted to make a joke about hairless kittens. But that would have been inappropriate considering their situation. After satisfying herself with his mouth, Kaneko began kissing and licking Naruto's chest. His breathing picked up as she left a glistening trail of saliva down his pectorals and abs. When she reached his boxers, she didn't even bother sliding them down his legs, instead ripping them off. The loud tearing sound made him wince, but then a soft groan escaped his lips as Kaneko began licking him like a lollipop. "What are you doing, KFC? Get over here." Kaneko paused long enough to look at Revel. Me?" asked a blushing Revel. "Do you see any other phonexes here? Come on. Give me a hand, no, give me a tongue. Don't speak so lewdly." Despite her snappish comeback, Revel did come over. She knelt beside Kaneko and gazed at the throbbing object in front of her. Her cheeks flushed even more heavily at the sight, but she followed Kaneko's example. Her tongue emerged from her mouth and she ran it from his balls all the way to the tip, then went back down. Now with two gorgeous women licking him, Naruto could hardly contain himself at the sensations running through his body. Their warm tongues on his hot cock was enough to nearly make him lose all of his control. He placed a hand on their heads, partly to run his fingers through their hair, but also to steady himself. His legs felt like jelly. While Kaneko and Revel were licking him off and Kaneko had begun fondling his balls too, Rias got behind Roswice and started groping the other woman's breasts. "It's kind of hot, isn't it?" asked Rias, her voice heavy, heaty, and filled with enough passion that Naruto had to bite his lip to stop from coming. "I know I should hate this. By society's standards today, I should hate the sight of this, but I can't deny there's something primal and sexy about seeing Naruto getting sucked off by two other women like that." "Why you think so?" Roswice asked, her own breathing heavy. Do you not think so?" No, you are right. It's on." Roswice's last word was hampered by a moan when Rias pinched her nipple, which quickly stiffened between the other girl's skilled fingers. "Let's give Naruto a show," Rias moaned into Roswice's ear. With one hand, Rias spread Roswice's legs apart, revealing her already glistening snatch. Roswice looked embarrassed, but then Rias reached down and spread her lips apart before she began rubbing her. The single delicate finger sank into the Valkyrie's soft lips. A loud moan was ejected from Roswice's throat as the red-haired devil stimulated her most sensitive area. Her back arched, her body shook, and sweat broke out on her skin. This sight proved too much for Naruto. Seeing Rias quickly and easily bring Roswice to her first ever orgasm while Kaneko and Revel licked his dick like it was a popsicle was too stimulating. He gritted his teeth as his hips bucked of their own volition. Then he winced as his seed sprayed all over Revel's and Kaneko's faces and hair. So sticky," Revel complained. "I'm sorry," Naruto mumbled, but he couldn't put his heart into it. Seeing Revel and Kaneko covered in his spunk made his partially flaccid dick grow erect once more. It might even be harder than it was before. "Don't be. This works out well," Kaneko said. Naruto had no idea what she meant by that, but then the Nekosho leaned into Revel and began licking his cum off the other woman. Revel squirmed and moaned as Kaneko's tongue left glistening trails on her skin. However, she didn't put up a fight. Her cheeks were flushed like they'd been hit by a fire jutsu. Even so, she followed Kaneko's example. With two women licking each other before him, both beautiful in contrasting ways, Naruto felt like his balls were about to explode once again. They even scooped up some of his seed into their mouths and shared it between them in a passionate kiss. "Fuck, this was hot." "Naruto," Rias said as a panting Roswice rested her head against the redhead's shoulder. "She's ready for you." Nodding, Naruto went over to the bed and leaned down as he positioned himself near Roswice's entrance. The woman blinked several times as she came to. When she saw their positions, her eyes widened. "Are you ready?" asked Naruto. Roswise hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. Then I'm putting it in. Naruto groaned as he pushed the tip of his head into her opening. Her lips stretched around him. He pushed a little further. Roswise groaned, but it was a mixture of pleasure and pain as he stretched her out. Finally, he reached her hymen. Are you ready? Asked a breathless Naruto. Roswise couldn't even say that much. She just nodded. Then here I go. With a quick thrust, Naruto bottomed out inside of her, breaking through her hymen in one go. Roswise yelped, but Rias's body began glowing as she used a healing spell to soothe the woman's pain. This allowed Naruto to quickly set a steady pace. He pulled his hips back, biting his lips as the sensation of her rigid walls encapsulated him, then pushed himself back in. It wasn't long before the sound of his hips slapping against Roswise's became mixed with their moans. On. Ah. HYK. N Naruto. SS so good on. It feels so good. Me too. Being inside of you. It feels great. But I'm so HYK, embarrassed. Naruto wasn't able to say anything else as he focused on pleasing Roswise. He watched her facial expressions, adjusting his speed and the power of his thrusts according to the sounds she made and the expressions she wore. Her breasts jiggled up and down. They were coated in sweat, glistening in the light. Naruto longed to take them into his mouth, but now wasn't the time. Instead, he leaned down until her tits were rubbing against his chest and kissed her hard. Roswise responded eagerly to the kiss. What she lacked in experience she made up for in enthusiasm. It was enough that Naruto knew he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. That was why he reached down and rubbed her clit. Roswise screamed into his mouth as she came. Her walls hardened around him as all the muscles in her body stiffened for several seconds as an orgasm washed over her. She went limp seconds after. When Naruto pulled back, he saw that she wasn't unconscious, but her breathing was heavy and her eyes were glazed over as if the lights were on but no one was home. A grinning Rias moved back, allowing Roswise to rest on the bed instead of her. Naruto, lay down right here. Rias indicated the bed. As Naruto did what she asked, lying lengthwise across the bed, Rias looked at Revel and Kaneko. It's your turn, you two. He didn't know what Rias was plotting, but Revel and Kaneko soon got on either side of him. He was still a little confused, but then the crossed legs with each other and Naruto was engulfed in an incredibly wet warmth as the two girls scissored him between their thighs. With their plump and engorged pussies rubbing against him, creating a warm lubrication that let them slide against his cock, they began bucking their hips at the same time. It created an intense sensation that made him throw his head back, like lightning jolting up his spine. Rias chose that moment to sit on his face. Do me too, she commanded. It was a command Naruto was more than willing to obey. Naruto stuck out his tongue and probed Rias's insides with it. He reached out, grabbing a handful of her firm ass as he buried his face in her snatch. The scent of her arousal made him throb and twitch even more erratically than before, which further increased the sensations Revel and Kaneko were sending him by their constant rubbing. Rias began moaning loudly as he flicked her clit between his tongue. Yes, yes, oh, fuck yes. When Rias's clit began pulsating, he knew she was about to come. He'd been struggling to keep himself from coming as well. However, with Revel and Kaneko sandwiching his dick between their thighs, it was only a matter of time before he lost it. His end came before Rias. He felt his entire body shudder before he spurted more of his seed all over the two girls again. Because his face was buried in Rias's cooch, he couldn't see, but just the thought was enough to get him hard again. That was the moment Rias's juices squirted all over his face. The woman released an intense scream as she came. Her legs clenched around his head. However, the pressure eased seconds later as Rias removed herself from his face. He looked up and became entranced when he saw Rias, Revel, and Kaneko sharing a passionate three-way makeout session. They were licking his seed off each other's bodies like it was white chocolate syrup. The sight of Rias and Revel trailing their tongues across Kaneko's tight body caused him to go rigid. Kaneko moaned and thrashed as Rias sucked her nipple into her mouth and flicked it with her tongue. Combine their actions with the heady scent of sex permeating the air, and he was already lost. Naruto glanced down at where Rias's still twitching pussy lay visible. Getting up, he didn't hesitate to shove his throbbing member into her glistening lips. Rias released a loud moan around Kaneko's nipple, which caused the catgirl to cry out as she wrapped her arms around Rias. With her mouth hanging open, Revel was able to slip her tongue inside and begin kissing Kaneko with earth-shattering passion. As the two's tongues became entwined, Naruto thrust himself against Rias. The sound of her ass smacking against his hips mixed with their moans. He looked down to see the way her butt jiggled every time he pounded into her. Perhaps in response to his actions, Rias began grinding her ass against him. The circular motions created an even tighter, greater sensation that heightened the feelings of his already sensitive member. A moan alerted Naruto to Rosweiss waking up. He looked over to find the woman moaning and panting as she masturbated to the sight of the four of them. Seeing the normally strict woman with her tongue hanging open as she fingered herself and pawed at her breasts was enough to make Naruto lose it. However, even after coming, he didn't feel the least bit tired, so he kept pounding into Rias's pussy until he felt her inner walls tighten around him. As her juices spurted out and trailed down her thighs, Naruto retracted his hips. "Revel, come here please." Obediently crawling over to him, Revel didn't hesitate to straddle his waist. He was sitting up, his legs stretched out behind him. Naruto grabbed 2 handfuls of Revel's butt and eased her onto his cock. Revel's moan echoed to the ceiling before her mouth was hampered with his. Her arms went around his chest, legs locking around his waist, as Naruto lifted and pushed Revel onto his cock. Their bodies had grown slick with sweat. The feeling of her sweaty breasts rubbing against his chest created a delicious friction that he wanted to get more of. Naruto stopped kissing Revel so he could lean down and begin kissing, licking, and biting her neck. With her mouth no longer restrained, Revel released several beautiful, lyrical screams as she threw her head back. On, ah, ah, HYK, HRK, on. Naruto nibbled on her collarbone as he felt his balls tighten again and release another load. Yet even though he had come again, he still didn't feel at all tired. If anything, the feeling of being inside of Revel's tight hole made him remain harder than diamonds. He continued lifting Revel on and off his shaft until he felt her muscles lock and quiver in place. Only after her juices began staining his thighs did he lean back. Revel remained on his chest, her breathing deep and heavy, but she soon began shaking her hips and grinding against him again. It was like she had been possessed. She wasn't the only one either. Rias, Kaneko, and Rosweiss were all coming over to him, a wanton look reflected in their eyes. He was sure his eyes had the same expression. As Revel leaned back and began riding him like a cowgirl, her breasts bouncing as if they were a pair of beach balls, Naruto realized he was in for a really long night. He didn't mind that at all. Tilde devil ninja tilde. Wake up. Nya ha ha, how long do you plan on sleeping? Naruto groaned as something bushy smacked him in the face. Blinking his bleary eyes open, he grumbled to himself and tried to roll over, away from whatever had hit him, but he soon realized that he couldn't because several soft, warm objects were pressing down on him from all sides. As he became more alert, his nose picked up an intense smell. Of course he recognized this scent. The smell of sex. Memories from the previous night came back to him in a flood. He, Rias, Rosweiss, Revel, and Kaneko had sex for the entire night and well into the morning. Even now he could recall the softness of their flesh, the way their tits bounced, the feeling of their pussies, tongues, and asses wrapping around his cock. He remembered how Kaneko had sucked him off with that cute little mouth, how Rias and Rosweiss had given him a double tit job, how Revel had blushed when his comb shot all over her as she rubbed her hand along his slick shaft. Every moment was seared into his mind. Naruto pressed a hand to his face as his cheeks turned bright red. How many times had he come last night? He honestly couldn't remember. He didn't even think it was possible to orgasm that many times. It was like something had taken a hold of him, arousing him beyond his ability to comprehend. It was like, how are you feeling, Naruto? Turning his head, Naruto saw past Rias's red hair and stared into the golden eyes of Kuroka, who wore the biggest cat-like grin he had ever seen. She looked so satisfied with herself that he was reminded of a cat after it had eaten the biggest, fattest, juiciest rat ever. It made him very suspicious. Kuroka, he said with a frown, just what was in those incense you lit the other night. So you figured it out, huh? Kuroka leaned back and crossed her arms. Naruto realized she was sitting on a chair. They're made from a special homemade blend of my own creation. I infused a powerful aphrodisiac in them that works with the body's natural chemical balance to stimulate intense feelings of arousal. It has the added benefit of prolonging your arousal and also helping to produce more sperm, allowing you to last much longer. Since your goal was to have sex all night, we needed this so you 5 would have the staying power to keep coming even after your bodies gave out. I see. Naruto didn't know what to say. Anyway, how are you feeling? Asked Kuroka. I feel pretty good, actually. He wasn't even all that sore. Given how much sex he had last night, Naruto expected his hips to feel like they'd been busted, or his dick to feel like the skin had been rubbed off, but he honestly didn't even feel the least bit of stress or soreness. Kurama. It worked, Kurama said in a low growl. You've regained a bit of your chakra. It isn't much, though. You only managed to get about 10% of your chakra back, which means about 70% of it is still with Yami. However, even a little bit helps. In other words, we're still not at the point where we can contend with Yami unless we have some other trick up our sleeves. Basically. Well, it looks like your idea worked. Naruto scooted out from underneath the girls until he could sit up. Kaneko and Ravel, who slept on top of him, shifted around to get comfortable on his legs. However, it still isn't really enough to fight against Yami. Maybe if my opponent was someone else, but Yami is me. He knows everything I know. His fighting style, ninjutsu, and everything else are the same. In a battle against myself, victory will be impossible to achieve unless I have more chakra than him. That is unfortunate, but at least we know this works, Kuroka said, tapping her chin with an index finger. If we weren't pressed for time, we could probably do this several more times and steal all of your chakra back, but that's not going to happen now. You got that right, Ria said as she sat up, rubbing her eyes. Of course, even if we did have the time, I'm not sure we could do this again for a while. I'm really sore. Me too, Kaneko added, still lying on his legs with Ravel. How long are you going to lay there? Asked Naruto. Until I can move again. Naruto sighed, but he realized the girls didn't have his insane healing ability. It looked like he would be stuck there until the girls regained their mobility. Devil Ninja tilde. It took the girls 1 hour to get ready. By the time they came into the living room, it was to find that everyone who would be involved in this operation was already waiting for them. Naruto found himself staring at Issei, who was glaring at him with tears in his eyes and snot dribbling down his nose. The boy looked angry. However, he also looked like he was staring at a god. Are you okay, Eyes? I am so jealous of you, Issei mumbled. Naruto wasn't sure what Issei was talking about. It must have shown on his face because of blushing. Irina explained. That is, everyone else who was living in the west building with you, heard your, what you guys were doing last night. Her cheeks suddenly lit up like a bonfire. She looked about frantically, then settled on staring at her hands as she twiddled her thumbs. It was actually a little hard to sleep with you making so much noise. Naruto glanced at the others who had been sleeping in a room next to his and realized most of them were blushing. Lefay Pendragon looked especially embarrassed, but she was also biting her lip as if she wanted to say something. It sounded like you were having a lot of fun, Xenovia added. She was the only one not blushing. Truth be told, I'm really interested in knowing how the act of baby-making went down last night. I'm even tempted to ask if I can watch next time. The answer would be no, Rias said. No one who isn't a part of Naruto's harem will ever be able to watch what we do, and if you are part of it, you probably won't be watching anyway. Xenovia shrugged as if to say she didn't care. Naruto used that time to look at the others. They were all arrayed around the room. Not only was Team Valley and the Sea-Tree Peerage present, but Metatron was also with them. He wondered what the Archangel was doing here. Sure, he lived with them, but Naruto assumed Metatron would be leaving for the front lines with Azazel, Michael, and Searzex. What are you doing here? He asked. I am here to help you reach the base where Ophis and Kuno are being held, Degozuru, Metatron said. Thanks to Cao Cao, we know that the ritual will take place in the underworld, in Lucifod, the original capital of the Satan territory. It seems Rizvam has set up his base there. In Lucifod, there is a large castle in the center of the city, which is where Rizvim's base is located. Metatron held up his hand and revealed that he had one of those basic summoning circle cards. I have been given this by Searzex, Degozuru. I will be using this to transport you all to just outside of Lucifod. After that, you shall make your way into the city, infiltrate Rizvim's base, and rescue Ophis and Kuno, Degozuru. The rescue operation seemed simple enough. However, they were keeping it simple for the reason that a simple plan was more easily adaptable. They didn't know what they would find in Lucifod, which meant there was no telling how well any plan would hold up. Of course, they were going against Rizvam Lucifer himself. He was a man who had the powers of an ultimate class devil, which meant a battle with him would be a hard-fought one. There was also no telling how many people they would be up against. Do you know how long we have before Rizvam enacts the ritual to take Ophis's powers? Asked Rias. We do not, Degozuru, Metatron said. However, I believe he will wait until he has received confirmation that you have arrived in hell before enacting the ritual. Rizvam is a cruel man who enjoys toying with his enemies. It would not surprise me if he wanted to give you hope that you could rescue Ophis in time, and then take that hope away at the very last moment. This guy sounds like a real piece of work, Kaneko muttered as Naruto stroked her head. HMPH. You guys haven't seen anything yet. Valley crossed his arms as he lounged on the couch, one leg crossed over the other. Rizvam is such an incredible bastard that he even killed his own son. Wait, isn't Rizvam's son? Issei began. Valley nodded. Yeah, his son was my dear old man. Oh, don't go getting all teary-eyed on me. Razavan Lucifer was just as much of a bastard as Rizvam. When I learned my father was killed by his own pop's hands, I was ecstatic. Valley's words caused everyone to grow silent, perhaps out of hesitance or maybe respect for what he'd been through. Everyone there with the exception of a few had suffered terribly at the hands of others. It was clear to Naruto, and probably to people like Kiba and Gasper, that Valley's life had not been pleasant. Just from his words alone, Naruto could guess that his father had not treated him as a father would treat a son. Why else would Valley say something like this? Whatever kind of person Rizvam Lucifer is, it doesn't change the fact that we have to go and rescue Ophis from him, Sona said. You're right. Rias nodded and turned to Metatron. When do we leave? You are leaving right now, Dagozuru. Metatron channeled his angelic powers into the summoning seal, which caused a massive magic circle with a Christian cross in the very center to appear. Do not worry. This summoning symbol has purified my angelic powers so no harm will come to devils, Dagozuru. Now, everyone, please step onto the summoning circle, and you will be taken to the underworld. Naruto was the first to walk over to the summoning circle, but Kaneko, Revel, Rias, Rosweiss, and then Irina and Lefay quickly followed him. Issei and his group, consisting of Akeno, Asia, Irina, Xenovia, and Rainer came next, followed by Kiba and Gasper. The Sona Peerage and Team Valley came next. When everyone was on the magic circle, it glowed a deep golden color instead of the traditional crimson. Good luck, Dagozuru, Metatron said as he stepped back and allowed them to be transported. In that instant, Naruto and the others found themselves standing, not in their house but in a valley of mountains. They were standing on a hill that overlooked a city with numerous large buildings. The city looked like it was built in a crater or a canyon. While many of the buildings near the center were large, none of them were bigger than the massive palace in the very middle of the city. It was so big it looked like even the mountains surrounding Luukafid weren't as large. So that is Luukafid? Asked Kiba. It is. Arthur pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. It's been a long time since I've been here. I didn't realize you'd been here before, Kiba said. I have with Valley when we were part of the Chaos Brigade. Ah. Valley stared at the city with a look of disgust on his face. His eyes were narrowed as he clenched his fists. It was clear to everyone that he was not interested in returning to this place, which made Naruto realize Ophis must be pretty important to Valley on a personal level. Well, she had once told him that Valley was her first friend. I believe we should head out, Rias said. No one disagreed. Should we split up? Asked Sona. No. Rias shook her head. Let's travel into Luukafid together. If we need to split up for whatever reason, we can do it after we've infiltrated Rizvam's main base. Her plan was sound enough and everyone agreed with it. Thus, they set out for Luukafid with thoughts of rescuing Kuno and Ophis engraved in their hearts. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. They walked through the streets of Luukafid, which were surprisingly empty. Naruto couldn't figure out what was going on. Not only was there no one in the streets, but when he looked through the windows of buildings, he couldn't see anyone either. It was like they had all vanished. We're inside a barrier, Kuroka informed him. That's why you don't see anyone. We've been separated from the underworld and are in a dimension similar to the ones used in raiding games. A barrier? Naruto frowned. Why didn't I sense one? Probably because you've closed yourself off to the natural energy of the world. Kuroka shrugged. This barrier is quite subtle, so only a pureblood devil like Rias and Sona over there, or someone with an innate connection to nature energy like Sharon and I, would be able to sense it. Rias. Naruto turned to look at the redhead, who slowly nodded her head. We have entered a barrier that separates us from the normal dimension. My guess is that it was created in preparation for summoning Samael. Summoning a creature like this would undoubtedly be felt by every high-class devil in the underworld. Rizvam would need to put up a barrier if he didn't want people discovering what he was doing. I'm certain the only people he wants intruding on him is us. I suppose that makes sense, Naruto said, nodding. Still, it's kinda creepy. Not having anyone else around here. Irina held her arms and shivered. I'm not sure I like how creepy this feels. You and me both, Xenovia agreed. They soon made their way to the massive castle-like tower structure in the very center of the city. It looked even bigger up close. The architecture reminded Naruto of modern-day skyscrapers in Japan, but this one had a unique twist in that several spikes jutted out from the sides like stakes. It gave the entire building a very "This looks so cliched," Naruto muttered. It's like someone tried their hardest to create an imposing evil castle using architectural themes they found in Castlevania. Castlevania has better taste than this, Kaneko muttered. I agree. Gasper suddenly shouted. You can't compare this place to the castle in Castlevania. The style of architecture in that game is very reminiscent to the Baroque period that began in the early 1600s in Europe. They look nothing alike. Naruto had never heard Gasper so adamantly defend something before, but he did know the young half-vampire liked to play video games. He had all the Castlevania games in his collection. He supposed him saying this place looked like the castle from those games was something of an insult. That said, he wasn't going to change his opinion. How do we get in? Asked Rossweiss. I don't see an entrance. It did indeed look like this place had no door. At the very least, Naruto couldn't see a front door, though it did have several windows. He wondered if this meant they needed to use some other means to enter, or if maybe they could create their own entrance. I doubt it, Rias said. When Naruto looked at her, she smiled. You were thinking about creating your own entrance, right? You were probably planning to drill this wall with a Rasengan or something. I don't think that would be a good idea. This place probably has some form of defense that we don't know about. Trying to break through will likely result in those defenses activating. We might be able to defeat whatever defense comes up, but it will take time. So we'll trying to find an entrance, Naruto pointed out. Rias conceded. You two are fortunate that I have already thought of a way in. Sona pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. Luukafit has a very unique subterranean level that works like a series of interconnected passageways. If we can find the entrance to those passageways, we should be able to find a way to enter Rizvim's lair without tripping any traps. And how should we do that? Asked Rias. With a smirk on his face, Valley stepped forward and raised his hand. Did you people forget that my name is Valley Lucifer? I might not have been back to this hellhole in a good while, but I at least remember how to enter my grandfather's base. He chuckled. If you people hadn't been so caught up in your own conversation, I would have been able to tell you this much sooner, and we would have saved time. Oh, whatever, Rias snapped. If you know how to enter this place, just tell us already. All right. However, before I lead you all to the entrance, we should probably deal with them. At that moment, Valley pointed at something in the sky. Naruto, Rias, Sona, and the others lifted their heads and gazed at the sky as well, curious to know what he meant. However, when they saw the hundreds of black specks blotting out the underworld's unique sky, alarm bells went off in their heads. The enemy, Sona shouted. Looks like it, Valley confirmed. Those are definitely devils working for my grandfather. Look, I can even see them being led by Shalba Beelzebub. What should we do? Issei wondered. Naruto frowned as he stared at the massive force above them, then thought about their own forces. Their forces didn't even exceed 20. Even if they combined their forces, there was no way they could defeat them all unless Naruto reverse-summoned Kurama, which took time and had a time limit. Naruto was saving Kurama as an ultimate trump card in case they ran into Yami. He couldn't summon him here. Let's split up, he suddenly said. Sona, can you and your peerage join forces with Kuroka and Baiko? Use a combination of guerrilla and urban warfare to fight them off. I believe Saji should even be able to match Shalba if he summons Vitra like he did in Kyoto. I see you're deciding to give orders despite being Rias's pawn. Sona wore a somewhat complicated smile as she shrugged. But it's a good idea, so we'll go with that. She turned to Kuroka and Baiko. So long as you two are also okay with it. Kuroka and Baiko looked at Valley, who shrugged at them as if to say they could do what they want, then turned back to Sona. KKK, we don't mind at all, Baiko said as he twirled his staff around. In fact, bashing in some devils might be just what the doctor ordered. It will be good to stretch out my claws, Kuroka added. I'll also help them out, Revel announced, to the shock of everyone, including Naruto. Turning to him, the blonde Phoenix gave him a brave smile as she said, I'm better at creating strategies than fighting, and strategies are more useful when there are multiple forces involved in a large-scale battle. I'm afraid I wouldn't be much help if we had to fight against Yami or Rizvim Lucifer. I understand. Naruto placed his hands on Revel's shoulders. With a small grin, he leaned down and pressed his lips against Revel's. He wanted to make it a lasting kiss, but they didn't have time, so he pulled back before she could return his kiss. Kick their asses, Revel. Yes, I will, Revel said with a nod. We don't have any more time here, Sona added. Let's move. Sona and her peerage plus Ravel, Baiko, and Kuroka quickly headed out to intercept the incoming devil army. Baiko and Kuroka hopped onto that yellow cloud thing he remembered seeing Baiko use before, and the two of them blitzed straight through the enemy lines. From this distance, most of them couldn't see what was happening, but Naruto could at least tell that Kuroka was combining senjutsu and yujutsu to fire off intense blasts of ki that annihilated a number of lesser devils. Meanwhile, Baiko was using an extendable pole to sweep away the adversaries in front of them. We should move out too. Rias turned to Valley. Are you going to lead us? HMPH. I thought you'd never ask, Valley said. While the devil army erupted into disarray above as Baiko and Kuroka made a hasty retreat after their blitzkrieg, the group Naruto was with followed after Valley. They ran some distance away from the massive building. Eventually, they reached something that looked a lot like a manhole. Valley removed the covering, revealing a large hole in the ground, which was so dark even Naruto couldn't see down it. Come on, Valley said as he hopped down the hole. Well, you heard the man. Rias grimaced as she walked up to the hole. I hope to Satan this isn't a sewer. Praying to your brother sounds a little weird, Kaneko said. Oh, shut it. The good-natured banter ceased a second later as Rias, followed by Kaneko, Naruto, Issei, Rainer, and the others dropped down below. There were a few of them, like Asia, who weren't exactly athletically inclined. Issei fortunately caught Asia before she could faceplant on the hard stone ground. Kaneko ended up catching Gasper as he jumped down, though Naruto was certain the half-vampire could have flown down if he wanted to. Despite Naruto's initial belief that this world was dark, the tunnel they found themselves in was actually quite bright. It seemed there were several lights around to guide their path, though they were spaced at intervals in the areas where there was no light in between that, making these odd spaces of light and total darkness. Well, this isn't as bad as I expected, Rias muttered. What were you expecting? Asked Valley. A sewer. Yes, actually. Sorry to disappoint. So what exactly is this place? Asked Issei. Hell if I know. Valley shrugged as he began leading their group away. This place was built sometime during the Great War between the three factions. If I had to guess, I'd say this was something like an underground shelter where devils could flee to if the war turned against them. As they were walking, Naruto suddenly found himself unable to move. At first, he thought his legs had stiffened up, but when he looked down, he realized there was a dark space underneath his feet and what's more, his feet had actually disappeared inside of this dark space. What the hell? Naruto shouted, alerting the others to what was happening. Holy crap, Naruto-sensei's legs have disappeared. Issei shouted in shock. They haven't disappeared, Valley informed them. Someone opened a gate to the void between dimensions. Damn. Naruto. 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 4 sets of voices screamed his name as Rias, Kaneko, Rosweiss, and Irina reached out for him. However, just before they could, Naruto felt something tug on his legs, and then he vanished into the portal and was spat back out seconds later. He gawked for a minute as he tumbled through space. Orienting himself, he quickly spun around and looked at the portal he'd been pulled through, only to find that it was closing right up. Huh, Naruto released a deep breath. I expected you to confront me, but I didn't realize you were capable of pulling me into the dimensional gap like this. It's a relatively recent skill I acquired, a voice that was just like his said. Naruto turned around and found someone who could have been his twin brother floating a few feet in front of him. A mixture of emotions flooded Naruto as he stared at the other person, whose crimson eyes were filled with so much hate it was pitiful. Yami. Hello, Naruto. Yami smiled at him. I've come to claim the rest of your chakra. Devil ninja. Everyone stared at the spot where Naruto had vanished. As she stared with them, Rias felt turmoil race through her heart. She wanted more than anything to tear open a dimensional rift, travel into the dimensional gap, and find Naruto. She struggled with this feeling for a long while before taking a deep breath. Let's keep going, she said, clenching her fists. But what about Naruto-sensei? Asked Issei. Shouldn't we do something to help him? What can we do? Rias gave Issei a helpless smile filled with self-deprecation. Arthur over there might be able to open a dimensional rift with Caliburn, but even if he did, it would mean not only further dividing our forces but getting in Naruto's way. Issei stopped short after her last comment, and Rias grimaced. What he's fighting right now is a person so strong I doubt even my brother could fight against him. We just have to trust in Naruto. While Issei clenched his fist, Rias struggled with her own feelings. She was worried. Her confidence in Naruto was absolute. She believed that any creature he fought against, even a god, would lose to Naruto, but what he was fighting now was not a god. He was fighting an overpowered version of himself, a dark Naruto that had more power than the current Naruto did. It was the worst kind of opponent anyone could face. I believe in Naruto, Kaneko said at last. He's not the kind of guy who would go down without a fight, Kiba agreed. And Naruto is really strong. Gasper also nodded. Well, he was the person Ophis found herself attracted to, Valley added, running a hand through his hair. I don't think a guy like that would die no matter who he fought. Now I want to fight him. I think we should trust in Naruto and keep moving, Luffy said as well. You guys, Issei looked at everyone in the tunnel with him. That's the best thing I've heard all day, Rainer said with a small sneer. We need to keep moving, or have you people forgotten why we came all this fucking way? You foo, this rude fallen angel certainly has a mouth on her, Akeno said. Shut it. The decision to continue moving was unanimous, so everyone quickly began following Valley again, who led them to a plain-looking metal door with a lock. Valley didn't slow down as he blasted the lock apart and kicked the door open. Rias was right behind the half-devil as he ran up a set of stairs, which quickly emerged into a large hallway decorated in gaudy purple carpet. This is my grandfather's base of operations and his home, Valley said as he began walking. We'll want to be careful while moving through here. There's no telling what kind of traps he might have laid out. Do you have any idea where Ophis might be? Asked Rias. If Ophis really is here, then she will probably be in the dungeon, Valley said after a few moments. There's a prison here, but it's also where any rituals, experiments, and torture takes place. One of the rooms is a wide open space that's perfect for summoning a creature like Samael. Then quickly lead us there, Rias said. I'd show you the way even if you didn't try to order me around. With Valley leading them, they traveled through several hallways before emerging from one and entering a large room. It was an entrance hall of some sort. There was no doorway leading outside, but the marble floor and giant staircase leading to other sections of the building made it clear that this was something like a traditional entrance hall. Maybe there had been a door at one point, but it was removed. Rias could not say for sure. In the center of this room were two people. One of them was Euclid and the other was Grendel. I've been waiting for you all to arrive. Euclid smiled as he looked at the group of people before focusing on Rosweiss. Have you thought about my offer? Isn't it obvious? I refuse, Rosweiss said. I'm not even going to consider your offer. That's too bad, Euclid sighed before his eyes narrowed. It seems I have been rejected by you once again. I guess this means force really will be necessary. We'll have to divide our forces here, Rias said, biting her lip. Eyes, Valley, Rainer, Asia, and Lefay. Please go on